But, yeah. It was a fun day today, let's just say. So, W for us, because I've never seen, like, we were so confused how the fuck he got around the store. Like, how long did it take him to put this shit in here, man? We only have, like, 8 or 9 lures on, like, a thing at a time. He had to go around, like, the entire fucking store and taken every goddamn lure off of the... And those things are, like, $15 to $20 each. It's not the political process, but it's, like, the thinking process, right? Because he's the guy who's just, like, they're chilling there, they're trying to make a plan for something, and then he goes, like, what about this? And then everyone looks at him like, wait, what the fuck? You're actually useful, dude? And then he'll spit out some sort of fucked up plan, right? Everyone will be like, whoa, dude, that's like 5-head shit. I never would have thought of that. Because I've had this happen when I'm like watching a movie or something and I forget what the first scene was because I'm always fucking high. And then I'm confused. And I'm like, wait, what? And then it goes back and references the original scene and I'm like, oh, I'm retarded. I totally forgot about that. And it's like, I love Tarantino's dialogue because he never, like, most of the time, it's, like, those words are replaced with, like, motherfucker, fuck, god damn it, you know, something like that. Like, some sort of, like the way that I use poetry, he uses curses. Characters that are at odds with each other on a small scale, that when there are no other problems, that's their only problem, but as soon as another problem comes into effect, their little squabble instantly disappears. Thanks for sticking around. You are the best. Never forget that. Never change who you are. Just change what you do and how you present yourself. But to your core, stay true, my friends. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Because he just drank too much alcohol and nobody, like, really noticed, like, him acting different. But, you know, he was, like, a big part of the community at the school, and, yeah, he fucking died. But it had nothing to do, it literally had to do with being inclusive, because he wouldn't have been able to drink that much, or get, you know, in those situations, if he wasn't, like, a popular part of, you know, the school. Which is kind of sad, but, does he seem a bit out of it? No, he's just like that, exactly, and we had, like a lot of people at our school were, like, you know, special needs kids, but they were all, like, completely integrated into the school, and, like, you know, except for one kid named Billy.
In time.
Best Borg
but
ever.
The fact that Snow always plays a simple game.
I want a Star Trek series where the captain isn't human.
And probably
well,
more people in PvP than anybody else.
He's fucking
and, you know, that's kind of funny,
amazing.
like, for a long time, his PVZ lagged way behind. He actually had a stretch of like 12 years where he never won a professional PVZ.
Yeah, I mean,
do not
Rain,
drink water.
You're right. He
do
had
not
the
leave your
Nexus up.
seat.
He had the
do not
extra
move
minerals.
your feet. Do not stretch.
Snow is
do
going
not
try
go
to go
the
for some
bathroom.
counterplay.
Have another toke.
Now Snow could.
He actually pulled his Reaver back perfectly. The Reaver
Winning,
lived with like a few health points
bitches.
left. When the Scarabs are coming after it, because, you know, if you're running away as a Scarab hits you, you take less damage. So, like, he pulled that off perfectly.
Reality is that Snow's rush has failed. Now, whenever a part of the game fails, there is a correct decision from that point, even if it's very unlikely to win. There's sort of, you know, StarCraft's not exactly
true,
clean like chess, where it's like, oh, if we could see all the moves, we'd sort of handle it, because
who I think is going to win.
Only a week.
I'm really unsure as to what's going on, Tasus. I'm just a very confused little Terran guy here.
So, I mean, he is going to kill the pylon at the
last
ramp.
month followed.
Sorry, the center of the map, which means no
Sean's
details.
here every day,
so
man.
Snow really needs to
remember that? It's all about you. You are the reason. You are everything. Never forget that. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Full Thank you.
overseas or you're somewhere
I
else.
wrote
outside of
1,000 words today. Hell
Get
yeah,
tickets
Callie. That's
immediately.
amazing.
It will sell out, and
Fuck
you will
yeah.
not be able to get into the studio. if
Love
you
to
can't
see
get a
it.
ticket.
Love to
Yeah, it's
hear
only
it.
138 seats that we have here in the studio, and
Right.
for the semifinals and finals, that will always sell
My
out.
wife was
Friday, tickets
PSO
go on
and
sale.
has been the
Broadcast
Dobby
schedule
Mommy
you can see on there. This
feminization
Wednesday and
character.
Thursday, we're going to go through the round of 12 classic GSL groups of 4
Not sure what
players,
PSO
Group A and
is.
Group B, and then we're going to continue on. You can do so at Patreon/GSL. So all
Oh,
these
that's
lovely
funny.
perks you get on screen. For me, of
That's-
course, that
that's
$10
great.
a
I
month
fucking
GSL
love
weekly
that.
package.
In their
He is
first
just a
draft,
Swiss
and I'm
Army
just
knife
learning to
strategies,
write
but
shitty
you'll see him play
stories
like
in their
best
first
of
draft,
situation, right?
and then learning to like
welcome.
edit them.
We're so
And
happy
today is the
to be
first
back.
edit of Cryogen,
Hong Kong,
which is the
welcome.
story we finished yesterday, which is 10,000 words.
You see him in he's also in production.
Sweet!
Oh, man.
You can talk
I
to
mean,
us
he's
again
gonna try
next
to
time.
Shuffle the,
It's very
the
true,
smart
Callie Bear.
Chronicle
I
of the
stream
Beast. It's
every
gonna be
single
morphed. It
day,
can't be denied.
and I have yet to miss
The
a
arc
day.
is gonna be a little
So,
bit better right now for Raynor.
I'll always be here.
All right, Biles gets
And yeah,
off
you
by
could go
Ball
take a
there by
nap and you
Raynor.
can come back, and I bet I'll
Fighting
still be
the fight
streaming in
inside
2.5
time.
hours.
So can add some
Great shall be their reward in paradise.
Yo, yo, yo! How's it going, peeps? We back at her another fucking day. Let's do it. Feels good. So, finally had that meeting with Shaw. Not 100% sure. There's a little question of quality and a little question of pricing. But, you know, we'll investigate further and we'll see it. We'll see what's up, you know. Last thing I want. Hello all, Sinister! Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Did you stream today, Sinister? I've been busy all day and I'm kind of sick, so I didn't really get a chance to do anything today. Oh, it's been a brutal day. But here we are, as always. No. There's always the one, right? It's always a good day, though. Keep it up, right? That's what it's all about. But yeah, the main thing I'm concerned about is, like, quality, right? And, like, seeing results. So, I want to try and do something first on my own. Rewriting how we're gonna do the stories channel. Chemo and everything. I've been keeping streaming to the weekends. I see, Sinister. Sounds about right. You know, you don't want to overdo yourself. That is the last thing you need, right? But everything's going good with that. Like, looking on the positive, let's say. Not dead yet, so there's that. True. True. So loud. Keep fighting the good fight, right? That's all we can do. Struggle through it, you know? It's like, so I've been doing for the last 16 years my seizures, right? It's like, the always looming over your head is the next one gonna be the one that I don't wake up from. It's a scary thought, but, you know, without fear, you can't rise above anything. Without challenge, what's the point in life, right? So despite everything, I always try to feel cup half full, right? Hey, you didn't make it this one, your next life, that's gonna be the one, right? It's not about this life. This life is your training life. Your next life, that's the big one. That's the one you should care about. But have you written anything, Sinister, or has that been more in the back of your Okay. Sean released a new fiction? What? Treehouse Isekai. Oh, we have to read this when Sean gets here. I am so down for this. Hell yeah. So we found some new ones. So our new goal is Stoner Girl Evolution. Death doesn't scare me. Now living in a life without purpose. Now that scares the shit out of me. Yeah, right? Not having any reason to be. It's like, well, existence is so mundane and ridiculous that it's like, what's the point in even being here, right? I can feel that, for sure. But yeah, so apparently there's a bunch of isekai stories that are popping off on Royal Road as far as popularity goes. So we have picked up Goblin Girl Evolution and Fox Girl Evolution, and we also need to do Gamer Girl Evolution to do like basically market research to see what's the quality and what's the style of these popular evolution isekais. And we have this so far pretty, I think, pretty epic starting to an isekai Stoner Girl Evolution. So the basic premise is main characters, like, it's their birthday party. They're a little bit drunk, and, you know, they're jumping on a trampoline, and the parents call them over, go up on the deck, and the parents hand them a joint. And they're like, you know, it's not for me. And they're like, live a little, come on, it's not gonna hurt you. Reluctantly takes the joint, takes a puff of the fucking joint, and he like inhales a seed, and instantly like the world falls away and they like fall through the floor basically and like fall through existence, blackout, and then it's like, you know, the system voice of saying like something like corrupted or in like non-compatible plant form, and you're like, what the fuck? And then character spits out the weed seed from their mouth and like exhales, and it's like, you've gained the power of, this is the name of the weed and this is the power that you've gained. And it's like, when you smoke weed you gain these powers because weed doesn't exist in this world. And spitting out the seed lands on the ground because like this world is like so potent with magic and energy. The seed like instantly germinates and latches onto one of the plants, and it starts like hybriding itself with the plant and spreading to all the other plants in the world. So now it's kind of like this plague that's spreading across the world, infecting all of these plants. And the main character is the only character that knows if you smoke this, not only does it get you high, but it gives you some sort of power. So they'll be like smoking random joints and like combining a random weed together, spending like hours just like smoking bowls of weed to figure out what the weed does and stuff. So that's the basic premise of the story. I think it's pretty interesting. It goes in a complete different direction from everything else. Just sit there and get high and be like, yeah, let's do it. But that was Sean's idea for Stoner Girl Evolution, because all the isekais on like evolutions, different kinds of people's evolutions, and it's like, I don't know how the more you use the weed, like the more you turn into a plant, and like by the end it's like the character turns into a plant or something like that. I have no idea where the story's gonna go. I was like, hey, start at the beginning, right? Do the whole creation thing, the whole skipping to the isekai, how they get over to a new world, explaining like the the either goddess, god, or like system thing in their head, voice in their head that tells them like what their powers are and stuff like that. Normally watch you on my phone. This is the first time I've ever watched you on my 65-inch TV. I'm all big and shit. Oh my god. You can see my face. Ah! That's cool. I feel like I'm watching myself on my phone because I got like OBS and this like tiny little thing on the corner of my screen that I was looking over at, being like, okay, am I in the frame still? Okay, I'm in the frame? Good. My only problem is like, I'm like way over here, or I'm like fucking way over here. And I'm like, I gotta be like in the center. So I line up the desk arms with like my mouse pad. So I had the friggin' massive fucking mouse pad. And I'm like, okay, power of thirds, you know? We want to be like here, and then we have like here, and then we have like here. Because I don't want to block this side of the screen. That's kind of the no man's zone, right? Get a tote going. And then I think we're just going to start off with Gamer Girl. Because Sean said it was really good. And the other one's a Goblin Girl. Oh man, it is not written. This one, Goblin Girl, feels like it's a first draft. Ooh, it's not that great. Fox Girl Evolution is a little bit better, but it's a little bit more, I guess, evolution-y? I don't know. Because the character starts off as a fox, not like a fox girl. So I'm guessing the evolution is them slowly going from a fox into a person. But a lot of exposition drop and like world building stuff, not a lot of character development. So like I said, I'm trying to work more on focusing on character development and character engagement instead of narrative structure. Because I think I have the narrative structure down. Now I need to put the voice to characters and actually make the characters feel good.
That's the face only a mother can love.
Oh man, it's been a while since someone did that, Sinister. Thank you, thank you. Always appreciate the engagement. Which actually reminds me, is it up yet? I swear every time there's supposed to be like a like a recap, a monthly like a recap. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. Cause I want to compare the last couple of months and see how much we've, you know, grown, and especially compare that to like now that we've changed the starting time of the stream, and like we're basically gonna have to rebuild an entirely new audience for this time zone. But the good thing is this is when the writing and reading section on average has its highest like peak viewership, essentially between like 8 and 11 o'clock. So it's like instead of being the aftermath, the afterthought, and the like pass out moment, we're now like mid to end game zone, right? Because we're gonna do like 9 to 12 hours mainly. So if we can pick up like all the in between, I think we could definitely expand at least like 20%, right? I.e. pick up 2 new people. 2 new regulars, right? Just slow start, slow working at it, right? I mean, we got Queen, and like Nico comes in once in a while. Ram comes in once in a while. It's like over the last month we've gotten like 5 people who like know of the stream. 1 person's here every day, a couple of people pop in every once in a while, and then 1 person's just like kind of the off one, right? But it's like, it's definitely, if you think about it in percentages, it's like a 30 to 40% increase overall of, like, regulars. Which, I like thinking more in percentages than numbers on low numbers, and more of numbers on, instead of percentages on high numbers, right? Whatever makes you feel like you're getting the most reward out of it. I think that's, like, the mental attitude to have towards it, right? It's not like, oh, no, I only gained 2 more viewers. It's like, well, I only have 5 viewers. That's fucking 40% more viewers. Like, what? That's insane. I got used to you being on late at night. Now it's going to take me some time to get used to you being on at this time slot. Yeah, but it's like, I'm still going to be streaming until 3 to 6 in the morning. It's just I'm going to be on earlier. So the streams are going to be longer. But, you know, if the people that come in at those times are still going to be able to come in at those times, and I'll be live. At least that's the hope. Even though, like, yesterday we cut it a little bit short because I was not having it. I was fucking sneezing. My nose was exploding. It was just, like, a bad time. I'm a little bit better now. Like, my nose is not running. So I'm like, fuck, yes. But it still, like, has that itch in the top where I feel like I'm going to sneeze, like, every second moment. And now just, like, thinking about it and bring it to the forefront. Now I'm like, am I gonna sneeze? Because it's getting worse and worse as I go. Ugh. But anyways, tokes don't help either, guys. Toking when you're sick, especially when it's like a nasal sickness, fuck man, toking does not help. But hey, you gotta get high. Go get a little high. You guys wanna get a little high? Don't forget to bring the towel. Shut up, Towley! Okay, let's see if I can find this, because I know it's a thing. So let's see. Twitch monthly recap. Customers your activity, annual recap. Okay. Leaderboards. Yes, motherfucker. Puff, puff, pass. True. Oh, okay. Okay, so I don't know why they wouldn't. I guess you can do it yourself in a way, right? But the main thing is it's for subscribers. So I don't know why I was subscribed to my own channel. Even though, like, what? Because usually it just pop up here, be like, oh, check out your monthly recap. And I'm like, yeah, cool, let's see. How many chats were sent? How much, you know, what was my average viewership over the month? What was my, like, median viewership? What are the new viewers? But anyways, I guess fuck it, it's just not here. It just don't exist, guys. It's telling me that no, you don't want to do that. But I'm like, well, I want to look at the analytics. But then again, I mean, we looked at Twitch tracker yesterday, and we were at 103,000. So like by the end of the month, if we keep this progression, we could be in under 100,000 rankings. Callie, yo, bro, what's up? How's it going, good sir? How has your day been? Did you stream, Callie, or are you still waiting till Friday? Went out running again. Ah, yeah. You gonna avoid that running and streaming at the same time? Okay, so let's see here. I'm just trying to find this. have no idea. I know I found it yesterday. Nope, there's just Goblin Girl. Maybe it was on Scribble. There's the Cat Girl evolution. But this one wasn't very popular, was it? Some of these, like this Falling Star evolution and Druid evolution, are really extremely popular. But these ones are like super ongoing. Whereas we want like the newer ones that are on right now. Is stream Friday to Sunday? Alright, sounds good, Callie. How long does it take to get paid once you're monetized? I have a few people that have subbed for 6 months to me, and I'm just wondering when I can expect to receive my money. Okay, so the way that Twitch works is in order to prevent like excessive charges through transaction fees, you have to break $50 before you get paid out, because they don't want to have to do like a 90-cent transaction fee charge on a 30-cent purchase or a 30-cent thing, right? So in order to minimize their transaction fees, it's every month and over $50. So unless you hit the $50 cap, you'll never get paid out. Which is kind of bullshit, because people could be sitting at like $47, and Twitch could have like $1 million like ready to pay people out when they hit that $50 mark, and never do. But it is what it is, right? So that's kind of how the system works. I'm sure there's probably exceptions. Like, if you get banned, permanently banned, they probably just insta-pay you out. But I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to wait for Sean, because I can't find Gamer Girl Evolution, even though I swear I saw it yesterday. How do I check what my payouts are like you just did? Oh, you go to your dashboard, go to analytics, and go to payouts. And you can go to earnings, and it'll show you, like, you can look at, you know, the entirety of your streaming. Well, I mean, I didn't stream then, so you can kind of look back all the way, but I started streaming. Yeah, so like this is when I started streaming. So we had like first month was 3 hours, then 42 hours, then 56, 63, 99, 60, 54, 97, 128, and then I got monetized. 142, 165, 174, 146, 163, 175. And this is August to September. Ah, I just almost clicked a bad button. Well, that's never good, Callie. Don't want to expose yourself, right? That wouldn't be good. Does that make sense, Sinister? Did I close Royal Road? What the hell? I did. I'm done. Okay, we need Stoner or Gamer Girls favorites. Okay, I didn't add it to favorites. So let's see. It's just history, Goblin Girl Evolution, and Fox Girl Evolution. am following it. Oh, I didn't favorite it. Continue reading. I like this one because this one seems like really like M-rated, like 18 plus. Like, lurking and supporting from TLC! Sahin! Thank you! Welcome. Super appreciated. How are you, good sir? TLC for the win! TLC's fucking amazing. But are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you an enjoyer of stories? Purveyor of words? Explorer of imagination and creativity? And try to stimulate as much brainstorming and creative thinking as possible. Okay, so this one's 1,000. So we can do like 4,000 words or something. So let's just go to the next chapter. Just to, like, figure it out, right? Because one of the biggest problems is if I don't know what the market's like, how am I supposed to outplay that market? So, before it was like improvement of skills, now it's direction of skills. Does that kind of make sense? And then we'll eventually, by October, be in the okay. Something like, oh, that's another, okay, I understand what you did there. That makes sense now. Okay. They put an advertisement for another story in there. I was like, what? Okay, that's good. 4,000 words. I can deal with that. So we're on chapter 6 for that. And then for this, where did we end off on this? It was a spear. Right. About to be attacked. IBM 8B! Thank you for the follow! How are you? Welcome.
Hi, sweetie.
Pretty
Adrian was just
sure...
telling me you used to arch Commander
Yeah.
Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Not that interesting. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine scented.
This is a little bit of a longer chapter.
Her 3-pack a day voice?
True, Sergeant Hatred. You can never get over that. Okay, this is 3,600. What's the next chapter? Is this one also? No, this one's not as long, so we can do 2 here. One long chapter, one short chapter. Works for me. Okay, here we just gotta now do this. Change that there, that there. Just make it easier to read. Okay, and then we just... This, as far as I know, guys, this is the last chapter of Frost and Flame. Unless it has been updated. Nope. This is the very last one. But I think this is like volume 2 as well, because there's a volume 1 here, but it also goes up to 32. So I think it's just both of them. But I'm really sad if this is the end of the story. I really hope there's more to it, because it doesn't really feel like this is the ending of the story. And it's like, it's barely even gotten to the point where Jisoo and Hwan know each other, right? But they haven't even discussed what that scene that they keep referring back to at the beginning is. And I'm like, I just want to know. Like, I'm guessing he turned into the monster, and Jisoo has already broken the mask before. and is kind of going to go back to that scene and explain everything about the flower and what happened. Because I'm guessing Juan looks at Jisoo and then he has a fucking seizure, freaks out. Jisoo sees his eye and like runs away or something like that, and it's kind of just never mentioned again. Because he's like, King's like doesn't remember it, and Jisoo knows that he's probably going to be put to death if he mentions it. So that's my my thoughts of where the story is going to go. But as always, who knows, right? So let's get into it. Well, actually, I'm gonna have Toke first. Toke, and then we'll get into it. But I love the battle scenes and stuff like that. Like, he does such a cool job with like, especially Sync. Oh shit, Sync Toke, Smokey. Wait, Smokey. Does that mean we have to play PoE, bro? Does that mean we're jumping on PoE if you're here? Or you just popping in? I still haven't done anything. I don't care. Well, I mean, I'm on to Act 4. I'm fucking grinding. Hell yeah, bro. I had my meeting with Shaw today. Got some shit done. Figured some shit out. Got more details. We'll see how it goes. But for now, I have a direction that I want to go in, right? So we'll see how far I can take that. And we'll go from there. Okay, are you ready, Smokey? Hello, all, whoever is here. True, Smokey. Whoever is out there. Hello, out there, people. It's a very much out there streams. Out there, people. Sounds about right. I need a roll, you smoke. Fuck, man. Why would you say sync toke? I guess you were just stopping me from toking. I mean, I guess I can grind more for the next toke. Just tell me when you're ready. I came when you said, so fuck you. I mean, it's true. I did try to summon you. So... it's not so much a...
I heard a might ha yeah.
Hawk Tua? Well, Hawk Tua you. Oh man, that has been like a 15-minute sneeze. Is what it is, right?
Sneezing is great.
Sneezing is great if you can sneeze. If you just have the feeling of
It's an
sneezing.
orgasm.
No. No. You want to know the truth, Smokey? I'll tell you what the truth is.
Seven consecutive sneezes is the same shock to the body as an orgasm.
That's the actual scientific consensus. But I know where you're going with that, Smokey. Just like, yo, mom! Could you imagine if you sneezed 7 times and then had an orgasm? Damn, man! And then you sneeze another 7 times? Guys, this is gonna be like the new fetish. It's like the sneeze fetish. It's like gooning and sneezing.
I sneezed once then farted.
Oh, yes. Yes. I feel like the sound is fucked from you,
Everyone you
Smokey.
won was like WTF bro.
Okay. I'm gonna bring this up to a 12. And I think that's why this is so high yet being so low. So probably that's better. Okay, let's see if the TTS is louder.
KKKK.
Okay. I don't know or not. Oh, maybe it's... Hold on. Is it this one?
KKKKK.
I don't know. It sounds a little bit louder. It was just a little quiet. I don't know why. Because whenever I was messing with the Discord sound, when I reset the sound back down, it shrunk everything back down like 3 to 5%. But I'm not 100% sure on how much of each one it was. Are you ready to go now, Smokey? Because I was about to pack another bowl, even though I already have this bowl packed. I'm ready, bro. I'm fucking ready. Let's get her done.
1488. I will die for 1488.
You change your name to Smokedity 1488.
My brother and sisters, we stand together.
No, Smokey. No. No. Bad. Bad, Smokey. Bad.
I am a Muslim Jew.
What do you even do if you're a Muslim
Is that
Jew?
okay?
What do you even do? Like, you're ethnically Jewish, but you're religiously Muslim. I mean, there have to be Muslim Jews out there. Like, ethnic Jews. But it's like, maybe they don't know that they're ethnically Jewish. Because it's literally a fucking race. Don't say that too loudly. Goddamn, Smokey, are you ready or not? You stalling me out, man. I'm pretty good at stalling, but like, holy
Shut
crap.
the fuck up, you ABB solute piece of shit. I am rolling.
God damn it. Well, stop talking and start rolling. Because obviously you can't roll and talk at the same time. I don't know, Smokey. I'm not sure if I believe you anymore. I think you're just sitting there laughing at me playing PoE, looking at your weed, holding the joint in your fucking mouth, being like, man, he is so easy to manipulate. Maybe I'll tell him to sync on like the very last, you femi. Thank you. I try, Smokey. I try, okay? Say when. Are you fucking serious, Smokey? Shut the fuck up, please. Because you said please. I don't believe anymore, Smokey. I have lost my faith in you. You must redeem yourself in my eyes to truly become a member of the Atox cult. Eat-a-cult. It's the Eat-a-cult! You are indoctrinating yourself into the Eat-a-cult. Smokey, I don't believe this, man. Like, I should have just, like, kept going and just gone with it, right? By this time, I'd be able to have, like, a fucking second toke. I feel like I've been sitting here with my dick in my hand for, like, fucking 25 minutes. What is this? Give me more time to brainstorm, though. So I was thinking another thing for, Stoner Girl Evolution is maybe have, like, a clash. Instead of having just, like, either the system information or, like, some sort of god or goddess, why not have both? Have some sort of system information and then, like, a god or goddess, like, watching over you. But it's like the god or goddess is like the evil. And they're actually like a demon or something like that. Or they're just, you know, just an evil god. And the information between the god and the system information in your head is like different. And it clashes. And the character has to kind of choose whether they want to believe the goddess or the system information. And I was thinking, breaking this down to like the idea of, do you trust the intentions of a machine over the intentions of a consciousness? Essentially, because a god or a goddess is essentially a consciousness, right? And an AI sentience inside of your head is not quite the same as a sentience because it doesn't quite make its own decisions. It just gives you the information of the world. But the information that it gives you is so, like, that can't be true. And it's the truth of the world versus what you want to hear. And maybe that could be, like, the main premise of the story. Is we listen to consciousness overall because it tells us what we want to hear. And we don't listen to the like AI because it tells us the truth. And when things tell us the truth, we tend to turn away from them because the truth scares us. So this could be like a really obvious thing to the reader that's like, well, obviously you should follow the AI in your head, but it's like convoluted with the nuances of the character of being like, you know, maybe AI is like a big thing in the world at this point in time, and it's like a huge controversy and stuff like that, so they're kind of skeptical. And then the goddess figure on top of that is giving like extra incentive towards the character to ignore the AI and being like, yeah, it's just an outdated system. Like, that's why I'm here, kind of like, we haven't figured a way to update the system, so we're just here to facilitate, you know, context for what it's saying in order to make it easier. Or something like that. To give the impression to the reader that there's a reason why the god or goddess is there, and there's also a reason why the system is there. So just like a simple explanation for it, with almost like an eye roll, and yeah, I gotta tell this to everyone. It's like terms of service, terms and conditions, kind of stuff like that. You condition uses, whatever you want to call it. Smokey, are you still not back yet? Like, this is some fucked up shit, bro. Are you just sitting there laughing at me? Being like, how long can he do filler? How long can he talk before he's just gonna take that toe? Cause like, it's been like another 4 minutes since you went to grab fucking water, dude. This is not helping at all. I mean, I'm getting some brainstorming in, but I think these ideas are a little premature. Cause I haven't gone through like a, why wouldn't this be a good thing? Like, for every idea that I have, I'm like, okay, well, this is the reason why I should do it. But what are the reasons why I shouldn't do it? And if usually there's even, like, one reason that's pretty significant to not do it, you know, that'll, like, force a change in it to some point. And I feel like I've waited so long now, Smokey, that, like, I can't take the toke. Like, I'm just gonna start, and I'm gonna say, fuck you, Smokey, you ruined everything, I hate you. Get out of my life. Okay? There, I said it. I said it, okay, Smokey? Bakjo-san, you're the tiger. 19th winter. I never hated any of my brothers. Not even in death. Thoughts of King Yi Huan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's fucking ominous. Cold did not come from the eternal winter outside. It was inside him. Within the awakened spiritual memories. Yi Huan opened his eyes, still dazzled by the echo of the vision. His body felt numb to the bone. Dal Hurian had vanished like mist, and he could feel it on his skin, the pain, the anguish, but not hers. Fate. The immortal emperor had carried it with him, sealed inside his sword like a prisoner of war. A great spirit, one who sees beyond time. How was that possible? And in the last chapter, we kind of figured out that the Eternal Emperor is actually chaos. So Yi Huan probably has to kill the Emperor. And that's why this is called Jade's Sword, which would be the Emperor's exorcist sword. He sat up abruptly, gasping as though breaking the surface after drowning. A sharp pain crossed his temple, and his white eye flickered beneath the hand trying to cover it, pulsing with an untamable force. The memory's energy swirled inside his Suizhong, rejecting him, measuring him. The tremor in his hands did not go unnoticed. Okay, you're finally back? Jesus, Smokey. What took you 25 minutes? Okay, say when. You better be ready. Yo, Mom. Okay, I'm going. Oh, shit. Whoa, Jesus. Woo.
Pussy motherfucking bitch ass looking lesbian eating at Wendy's BCUZ Taco Bell was closed looking ass.
You know what's really sad, Smokey? Not only did we not have a Taco Bell, I'm probably gonna be gay, Smokey. I think being gay is better. We'll play PoE later, though. You said you didn't care! I asked you, you said you didn't care, so I moved on. One hour? Okay. Okay, Smokey, I'll indulge you for an hour. Call me, bitch. I lie, 2 hours. Well, we can get Act 4 done. You could carry me through Act 4, but I gotta do all the dialogue and everything. Because I want to actually know the story and everything, right?
Blobble, obla.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. You're a blah, 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 blah. Okay, creator dashboard, stream, edit, path of exile. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Yo, yo, yo.
No.
Don't want to brick anything with this, so. Okay, so we'll turn this there. Put that on PoE. PoE's still pretty loud, but it is what it is. Alrighty. Oh, I'm so excited, Act 4! The new stuff.
Got your asshole.
Fucking nose is now being all bitchy. Okay. One more level and I could use... Oh wait, actually, I can use that focus. I totally didn't even realize I could use that focus. Let's see what my damage is. Wow. That increased my damage by 300. Okay, how many exalts do I have? Hold on. Okay, I have 6. I need, like, an amulet with cast speed and like mana leech or some shit like that. Okay, so I have 6 exalts that I can work with. Let's see what we can grab here. Level 50 results max 6. No results. Okay, I guess I can't have. I don't know. I mean, this one doesn't seem too bad. See if I can get that. So it should be super easy to get to 49. It doesn't look like the guy's responding.
Sorry, what just happened?
I'm trying to find an amulet. %25 increased cast speed. This one. Oh, we got it. Why can I not trade?
Because you are the gate.
Nice.
I'm a little bit quiet, man. I don't want to be too loud.
Okay. Increased armor, 1 to melee skills, 24% increased cast speed. And should I use an exalt on it, or should I just leave it? I guess let's find out if we can buy anything else. So, we really need...
I'm
gloves.
never do their fucking ascendancies on these plastic trees.
Okay, well let's just find fucking ads.
Fucking ads, man.
They're a bitch. I fucking hate them. If only they go away. The question is there any of this? Okay. Oh. Okay. Is this the only one? Okay, so not that. Not that. Doubt this too. Yeah, so...
Shut your ass up. How long you been live?
Like an hour?
I don't even know.
Okay, increased critical damage boost. What else should I get for gloves?
I don't- try and get rarity of items, that'd be a good one. Or like critical damage bonus, adds lightning damage to attacks. I learned something as well, but I'm not gonna tell you.
Wait, what?
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said.
That's a good thing.
Okay. Oh, that's what I need. Okay.
That's what I need. Can't stick her in your butt though, unfortunately, bro.
And it is what it is.
I had so much exalts and shit today. Kind of scammed myself too, but it's alright.
So should I get the 20 mana per enemy killed?
Wait.
20 mana per enemy killed, or any amount of mana per enemy killed.
You want to get mana like that from a jewel, you know? You want to get 2% mana back on a jewel. I got 2 of those jewels, and I'm fucking loving life.
Okay. Okay.
So I wouldn't worry about that. Wait, my gloves. It do adds lightning damage to attacks. And rarity of items, maybe. That's what I'd go for anyway. Find any, though. You're searching in-person trade only.
Hmm?
You're searching in-person trade only.
Person trade only? What?
Look at the top. Look, it says in-person trade only. You want to do both of them. You see it underneath what it says history? Yeah, right there.
I've never seen this before.
Instant buyout and in-person trade. Any, yeah. Basically, you could search for, like, people buy, since the new update, you got a shop now, right? And, you can buy stuff when people are offline. That's
Yeah, but
what
I
it
can't
means
go
by
to
instant
hideouts.
buyout. Yeah, you should be able to.
Well, then I should just use the in-game store.
Try it, see if it works. I wouldn't though, it's a piece of shit.
Really?
The amount of items you'll miss because you're not looking on, you know, not offline sellers.
I guess that's true.
Guess that's true. Smack you with my shoe. 22.
I feel like this one's just gonna be the best.
I bought a jewel earlier. I got 15% increased spell damage and then recover 2% maximum mana on kill. And then I put an exalt on it and it gave me 3% increased cast speed, so it's pretty good.
Invalid query, you have not met the requirements.
What'd you
Not met Ange in the...
Hmm.
You have not
Something
met
with twins,
Ange. Who's Ange?
It's your mother's name.
No, seriously, like, what's that NPC? Is that in Act 4? So I have to get to Act 4 in order to do that.
No, you probably gotta get to endgame. Like maps, you know.
Well, I'm just asking you, do you know what the NPC named Ange is?
No,
That's...
I told you that. I said no.
Oh.
But I did say your mother, but... You know, like
So
that,
you've
but-
never met an NPC named Ange?
No.
You sure?
shit, look online, man, maybe.
Like one of the new NPCs in one of the new towns?
Did I? Doubt it.
This one's 5 exalts.
I'd remember that name because it's a very shit name. Let me try and find it. Where the keeper up, I'll try and buy it for you.
I'm just gonna...
Buy it for you, you piece of shit. Can you send me the link? Your link on that screen right now.
Yeah, it's this one.
One exalt. You want to try and get a higher lightning damage to attacks? Click on that and see what the highest one is.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. I didn't want rarity of items.
And then you want lightning damage to attacks.
I clicked the wrong one. Increased critical damage bonus. That's what I want.
Right, you tell me which ones you're looking at so I know. Just click on where it says the lightning, and it should go to the highest one.
Has no crit on
Right,
it
so-
though.
No, it don't.
This one has crit.
I see in this one, 32, 12 crit.
22% of armor also applies to elemental damage? The fuck is that?
I don't know. Guess your armor applies to your elemental damage.
You want to get
Right,
that
fine,
one?
just find the pair you want and then just send me the link.
I don't know what you mean by send you the link.
Just copy the URL and send it.
That's
to
what I did. I already sent it to you.
Yeah, but the last one took me to some crazy shit.
It's the same link.
Yeah, the thing is, well, the top glove I got now is 1 to 24 lightning damage. I ain't got no critical bonus on it. It don't put me on the same screen as you.
Can you look up the name of the person?
1 to 32, 14. No, see, fucking mine different. So, yeah, just try and find one. Yeah, go up, scroll up. Go on that thing I said. See where it says instant buyout? Take that off, so it's just in-person trade. Because you can't go to their hideouts anyway, so... And search them. And then click the lightning damage, so you get the highest one.
This one has critical damage at least. This one also has critical damage.
I don't know, it's kind of annoying getting items, but...
Well, this one seems good.
Just wanna hope he invites you.
Mm-hmm. Struggle is real. That's why I like the idea of going to their hideout, because you don't have to worry about them being fucking in the middle of a map or something like that.
I like buying from their hideout though, like from their shop, because it takes you straight to their shop and then you can leave straight away. You ain't even got to have the currency on you, man. You can just buy it and it takes you straight from your chest.
Doesn't look like he's biting.
Try and find your pair real quick. What level are you?
46, but I'm almost 47. So I went up to level 50 just in case. Kill me now. My nose is on fire!
Rush.
Oh, excuse me. Jesus, thank you.
Rush, you smelly Arab.
True.
2 to 50 lightning damage, 21 increase for 80 items, 33 increase, that's pretty good. 2 chaos orbs, that's wild.
2 chaos orbs?
2 to 50, 21,
I had 6 chaos orbs.
This is better than mine, but no, I got more mana. So I'll buy this here for 2 chaos. Have I got any chaos orbs? I got 1 chaos orb.
You need chaos orbs?
No, I'll get 1. And then you give me 2 back.
Alright. So what should I look for?
Exalted. So you owe me 6 exalted.
No way.
Yeah.
I don't have 6 exalted.
There you do.
No, I have 5 exalts. I just sold one. I have 5 exalts and 5 chaos orbs.
I know, 79. Oh shit. Requires level 75. Yo, I'll put in a fucking filter, bro. What level are you?
46, almost 47.
Bro, I was thinking, what the hell? No results found. I know.
So what's the jewel thing called?
Wonder blind, bro. These people are crazy. The jewel, what do you mean?
So like, what's
the
the?
new passive tree?
No. The actual name of the stat on it for the mana back, like percent mana back.
You're 2% of your max mana. They're not cheap though. They're fucking expensive. Just type in mana and you should see it.
Increased mana regeneration, enemy per kill, leech, flask, damage taken recouped, increased maximum amount.
Good luck reading for all them. This fucking
Number percent increased amount.
Yeah, right there,
Is that it?
4% or 2% maximum mana on kill. Jewel. See there where it's thing. It says jewel there, right there. Up.
I'm so confused.
Go up. I'm like 20 seconds behind on your stream, so I don't even know if you've gone up. No, go down 1 at a time.
Recover
Like
percent
10
of
minutes
maximum mana on kill.
Yeah, that one where it says jewel, you see that, right?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, click that. Shit, I didn't know there was a 4%. Fuck, me buying 2% and some shit.
Yeah, there's only 1%.
Is that 4? It should be 2%, right?
The maximum says that the only ones on available are 1%.
I got 2%. I'm corrupted, maybe. Yeah, recover 2% and maximum mana on kill.
But, like, okay. That's like 4 mana.
No, 4% of your maximum mana.
Yeah, but 1% for me is like 4 mana.
Yeah, because you got shit mana. It's good for me. It's really good. I don't even need mana anymore. It's great. I kill enemies.
But what about on a boss? Like, the bosses are the problem with mana.
No, you just have
So
a quick
what...
mana regeneration. So eventually you'll end up getting all different passive points, you know? You're only level 46.
What else should I get on the jewel then?
You're a mile. I got spell damage. I got increased cast speed, but I got lucky with that. If I find to try and buy that now, that'd be fucking expensive, I think. The cheapest one selling right now, close to mine. What's that going for right now? 80 exalts, 1 divine. Oh boy, when they were cheaper, I got lucky, bro.
It's cold damage, but it also has spell damage and mana. And it's only 2 exalt. Cold damage is useless, but...
Click on increase spell damage, you get the highest one pop up.
Yeah, and the highest one is this one.
Oh. Oh.
So...
Should be more than that, surely.
Well, they're 5 exalts. For, like,
5.
less. Like, way less. I mean, I guess we could try cast speed. So there's 3% cast speed.
This shit, I paid like 40 exalts for one of them.
So, at this moment, this one's the best one. 100%.
You alright, you didn't find gloves, right? Let me try and give you a pair of gloves.
Nice.
I'll go CTRL, click that, open up in my browser. Set my right down. Level 46.
Alright, that'll do.
You're running intelligence, right? Just stacking intelligence.
No?
Huh?
What do you mean stacking intelligence?
In sorcery, you're basically supposed to have all intelligence unless you're using dodgy pieces of gear. So I got 205 intelligence and the rest is low. 1 intelligence equals 2 mana.
I have 100 intelligence.
And mana is needed. Yeah, how much points you on dexterity and strength?
17 and 30.
If you got any points in your passive tree of strength or dexterity, take them out. You won't need them. You only need to wear equipment that needs intelligence. Oh, you see chest piece. Chest piece says it's like 56 strength and shit.
I need these dexterities for my gems.
Let's not change them right now.
What?
Let's not change them right now. It's too much.
So I have 3 exalts left, but I need to get a jewel slot, which is 1, 2, 3 points away. So I'm gonna have to take some stuff out.
One divine, these people fucking crazy. Retards.
Dark chocolate with milk. Ooh, Callie, sounds good. Okay, this I could probably get rid of. So let's...
Show me the gloves you have right now.
What?
Show me your gloves.
16% increased critical damage bonus, 81 accuracy, 38% increased armor.
Alright, these would be much better. I'll buy these for you, they're too exalted.
Alright, sounds perfect.
Piece of shit.
Fuck you.
These got rarity on them too, so they should give you like better drops, you know.
Okay.
Keep adding up the increased rarity. That cost me so much money.
hell?
Invite me. Alright, that's a pair of gloves.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I got some juicy rings for you, brother. Show me the
Really?
rings.
20% cast speed, 13 mana, 52 life, lightning damage on attacks, life regen mana gained per kill. Lightning, increased chaos damage, maximum life, increased 20% increased cast speed, 10% cold life regeneration.
Alright, I got what, 2 rings for you. You see if they put up your DPS or not.
Okay. Are you ready for invite?
Yeah. Maggie talks. That's funny. Trade me, you piece of shit.
I'm saying.
Oh, you keep it, I don't want it.
Hmm?
You keep it, I don't want that.
Alright, thank you, thank you.
Right, so look at your DPS now, right? So go over to your skills before you put anything on. Look at your DPS, right? Take off your 2 rings. And then look at your DPS, then put on the 2 new rings and see if it's better.
Yes.
How much?
My gloves actually do less damage.
Yeah, we got a big crit on there and you got fucking rare emo.
Maybe then I should get rid of controlled destruction.
Whatever that is.
It prevents you from critting.
Why the fuck would you have that on?
Is this part of my build?
Why? I don't see why you would want to hit a crit.
I don't know.
You get most damage from your crits, right?
Don't ask me.
I bet if you take that off, you do a lot more damage.
What should I put on it?
Your mom. Oh.
More shock damage? Multi-shot?
A wasp back.
God damn it.
Tomorrow you can't touch your toes.
Just give me your build. Fuck it.
I ain't copying a build, I'm just doing whatever.
Yeah, but just
Get up, you
like
fat fuck,
tell
and
me
toes.
what it
I know
is.
you can't, but try anyways.
And then I'm just gonna
Press
do
one
it.
button.
So whatever your gems and whatever your things are.
Alright. Spark. Oh, stretch, bro.
Yeah, I got fucked over by Callie here.
I was thinking, what the fuck is he doing right now? I think he done that because I said touch your toes.
Callie was like, alright, I'll make him touch his toes. I can't, okay? I'm so out of shape, it's not even funny.
Looking like a bagel now, you're not.
Oh, I didn't say I was fat. I just said I was out of shape.
Shut your ass up. I'm surprised I'm still awake, man. One more hour, I'll probably be able.
Hell yeah.
Nice try,
I
bet
can't do the
Mark.
late
Next
nights
time,
like I
try
used
that.
to, man. It's
Get back in
fucking
that chair.
Yeah,
getting
no, we're
old or
getting
something.
old. Oh, you're
Still.
26 or 27.
27.
You're 27 now, bitch. You're
Got
getting
knee pain.
old. Yep.
Yo, oh no man. So you got, I think you got 8% more cast speed off those 2 rings as well. That should help. That's what that means, more projectiles on the floor. Thing is, you're gonna have to copy my passive tree as well. And you keep saving up that gold, buddy.
Yeah, can you send me a picture of your passive tree in, like, the Discord? Like a screenshot?
Cost you, buddy.
Cost you dick pic?
You want zoomed in or do you want
Just zoomed out and then I can just follow it along. It's not that hard. I'm pretty good at that. Okay, so we have Spark.
I'm just gonna have to be 2 pictures, I can't get it all in on one. Oh wait, I fucked that one up. Ridiculous. That's gonna have to be a couple of pictures, bro.
That's okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna see if I can get a new wand.
Pictures are a bit dodgy, but see, because you're only a certain level, you can only get +3 right now.
Yeah. But one exalt? Like, damn.
It's crazy, people really want that one exalt, bro. I wouldn't even sell it, man. I just fucking chuck it away or some shit.
I'm looking for something with higher spell damage. But I still want, like, the +3. We're still at 1 exalt. It's 25 spell damage. Okay, let's see what the max spell damage is.
Click on the
5
go onto your
exalts!
filter.
Oh my god! 91
That's
spell damage, 2 lightning skill.
That's the one you got now.
No, dude, this one's 3. This one's 3 and 89. Dude, please. Please! Will it work? Can he invite me even though we're in a party?
Yeah. It'll pop up on his screen in purple writing, and then he just fucking clicks your name. Says he's AFK.
No,
Oh no, it's not that one.
it's this one.
If there are a bunch of them, one of them will invite you. It's only 1 exalted anyway.
No, this one's 3 exalted, the rest are 5. This one's 3 exalted. Critical hit, life. I could try this one.
Oh, sometimes you gotta do your research though. It's like buying a certain weapon don't guarantee you more damage, you know, so you need to be careful. Wasted so much currency. Did he invite you? Oh,
Yep.
oh he did. Surprised just letting you into King's Match. You hadn't even unlocked it yet.
Is it Act 4?
Yeah.
Oh. It's because I can go there? Okay, so it literally just moved me to Act 4.
You got a waypoint while you're there real quick.
I'm just gonna invite you, and I'm just gonna teleport back to you because I still want to do the cutscene. Like I want to see the cutscene that takes you to Act 4.
Let me. I'm trying something new as well. A little bit extra, you know. Let me change my runes real quick.
Okay, so Spark, and what's the support for your Spark?
6. Fuck, I put the wrong one on. I need a fucking electric. Fucking prick. Fuck. 2 seconds. Tell me not no line. There you go. 1. Kinda sucks. Alright, Spark. Considered casting.
Okay.
Want to share your screen on Discord? This is already.
I mean, I can.
You see that shark right there on your screen? Look how retarded that shit.
Hmm?
You buy a pet shark, that shit's fucking retarded.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't want to speak too loud, bro. It's not worth it, man. It's really not.
So what's the second support?
You don't consider it.
Yeah,
Projectile acceleration.
projectile.
Do number 2 if you can do number 2.
I don't see it.
You didn't type in, that's fine.
No, I did.
Click all gems, not spark. That's it. Do number 3.
Acceleration 3.
Yeah.
And the third one?
Rising Tempest.
The fuck? Where'd it go? Oh, it put it in Galvin Field.
Orb of Storms next.
Okay, So we have level 11 Orb of Storms, and what's the support?
Overabundance.
Just want to make sure I don't have 2 already. I only have 1. Abundance 2. And next one.
I'm gonna take that one off. Rising Tempest again.
And then the third one.
Third one. Oh no, I need to pick a third one. Wait though. I just took off the one I had on. Put Lightning Mastery on there. Just give you +1 level.
It needs to be a level 5 gem. I should have known that earlier.
Oh, I'll give you. You were all the way back there, bro? What? How did you get back there? Yeah, you're up to like 2000 TPS on.
Should I just do like magnified area of effect? Oh, thanks. And the next skill?
Flame. Flame wall. Prolonged duration.
I'm like, I know I have that one. Next. I have Fortress. I'm guessing Fortress.
We're there, I'm just doing something real quick.
And the third one?
Well, ah shit, I need more strength, that's kinda gay. That was a waste, fuck. Rising Tempest again. You're just boosting your projectiles, like when they go through the fire. Obviously that's extra elemental damage added on.
Okay.
But consider casting on the end of that.
Wait, what?
You use Fortress for the Fortress, dude.
Yeah, I have Rising Tempest, Prolonged Duration, and Fortress.
Why Fortress?
Why Fortress? Isn't Fortress the one that makes it a circle?
Yeah, I don't use that.
What do you use?
Consider casting supported spells deal 35% more damage, so you get 35% more damage if your projectiles going through the fire.
Okay.
That's it right now.
And then
And
the
I
next
use
one?
unearth just to dig up the dead people, you know, to protect me.
Unearth?
You ain't gotta use it though. So whenever you kill a bunch of enemies, if anything, they'll attack them before they attack you, you know, so it gives you a little bit of time.
And then next one?
That's it, literally. Bang. Orb Storm, Spark, and Flame Wall. Arctic Armor.
What about
I ain't
Raging
got no
Spirit?
supports. No, I don't use that. I ain't got no supports on Arctic Armor. And I use Elemental Conflux. That's 100 spirit though. I don't know if you got 100 spirit. Probably
No, I
not.
only have 60.
Mana Tempest. I don't know. You ain't got that.
Yeah, I
And
do.
that's it really. You gotta be level 58, I think. No, you aren't. Are we ready to do some more killing?
I think so. My Spark does 1280 and my Orb Storms does 1255.
If you go on to can you go on to advanced what's it called? Advanced info. I read that. Just tell you how fast your cast time is, all that bullshit.
0.39 seconds. 2.5 casts a second. And for Spark, 0.4 seconds, 2.44 casts per second.
It's not even a second, man. It's crazy.
So are we ready to go?
Yeah.
How do I get
My
to
critical
Act 4?
damage bonus is on 271 right now. That's crazy. Who's that who invited you?
I have no idea. I don't have any
Someone from the
currency
trade.
left. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so I gotta do my passive tree now.
Where did your currency go?
Oh, I spent it all.
Fucking shopper you are, man.
You just had to
I
have
guess-
that intelligence in the middle of the screen, didn't you?
Yeah, that's why I took another picture.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. We've got...
I went up the left, obviously, first to get the damage, and then I went back down to get mana when I needed it. I went for damage over mana until I noticed I needed mana, and then I started getting mana then.
Okay, how do you connect this?
I've done that last. I'd worry on getting all the lightning damage nodes first.
Okay, and we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that.
Hobbitingaya, Hobbitingaya. That girl is so pain.
I don't think it really matters. Both of those is 10%, right? So it doesn't matter if you go through the middle or through the side, as long as you get both of them. Okay, so you have that jewel, and you have those. So I think that's as far as I can go. But that's basically...
Just try and get the lightning nodes before anything, if you want to be doing crazy damage. You know?
What's the lightning nodes?
You see the lightning nodes? Literally lightning on the screen, the blue ones. Yep, right there, the blue ones go down. You're a fraud. 700 septillion.
True. Godwin 102, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Welcome. Playing some Path of Exile. Smokey is redoing my build for me. Wait, you mean these ones?
No, the ones that I've got on the tree there, bro. You seen a picture? You see they're highlighted, right? Yeah, up there, I think.
I'm so confused. I'm pretty sure it's this. I can't get there, though. This is all like lightning damage, and this is like the main one that you want, right?
What?
So what if I get rid of these? How much do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 10 points. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10.
Oh, you can count. That's crazy.
Okay, so refund that guy. Increased chance to shock and that.
Careful, because, oh no, I thought you spent all your money. I lied.
One, two, three, 4 more. Where were the other ones? Oh, I think I was getting rid of 1, 2, 3, 4. But I'd rather get rid of 1, 2,
3, 4.
and 1 and 2. Okay, let's see. I do less damage,
Well,
but
you know what, boy, we're like 100. It's not that much.
yeah, as we level up, the increase is going to be significant as we level up. Each level is going to be fucking huge for points. Okay, I think I'm ready. So now I gotta figure out how do I get to Act 4. Who do I talk to?
No, you already got the waypoint in Act 4, bro.
But I didn't get any... There's no cutscene? I never got the cutscene, or is there no cutscene? No, there's like an epic cutscene. Got you tabbed to support. We'll game and have a great stream. Awesome, Cubano. Oh, love the support, man. Have a great day gaming, man. We gaming too. Smokey taking us through the ultimate PoE experience. Completely redid my build.
This is it? This is King's March? Science and civilization must have never recovered.
More time was different, yes. Don't discount the Kalgorans just yet. They have potential.
We shall see.
I can smell dead people.
She's gone ahead and seen her local contact.
We will need a vessel to navigate the Arctic.
Let's smoke.
We must begin our search to locate the pieces of the weapon.
What?
Let's smoke.
Try to put aside your differences
I don't even smoke.
Shut the fuck up, Smokey. It's in your name.
It's not.
Okay. I'm just looking it up because I wanna see it. I think I got gypped.
Wanna see what? It's not even a cutscene, it's like a shitty fucking black and white thing, man.
Yeah,
It's
but it
not-
like it. Okay, that's the transition. Only saying Act 3-4 transition cutscene King's March introduction. This is what I'm looking for. Hey Queen, how's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Let's see you survive this.
I don't know why this is so long if it's just... Yeah, okay. This is what I want to see.
Doriani has one piece of an ancient weapon that can control corruption. The other three
Epic.
pieces lie somewhere in the countless islands of the Karui archipelago. But their current leader is distrustful of outsiders. He would never give us passage. Our only path forward lies through Kingsmarch. Perhaps there we shall find a ship and crew.
Better, but still nose is fucked. But thanks for asking.
No, you missed that, bro. I can't believe you missed that cutscene. Oh my god, bro.
I know, right? I'm such a little fucking bitch.
Crazy, bro.
I know, right? At least better, not worse. Exactly. But hey, it might get worse as the night goes on because we are smoking. So you ready to smoke? Smokey and Queen, sync tokens. Sync it up, sync it up.
Don't even smoke.
Don't say that. Well, the more I smoke, the worse it's gonna get. So it's like,
It's a fake persona.
just say what?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Yeah. So I'm just expecting the more I smoke, the more my nose is gonna get fucked. But that's just the thing. If you're sick and you smoke, it's worse. But hey, fuck it. I don't care. It is what it is. Hi, Smokey. Okay, well, I'm 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Talk to Elda.
Is this the friend you mentioned?
Ah, there you are. Contact Rog, a trader with a keen eye for valuable artifacts. Rog, my friends are after a ship.
Blah 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 blah.
It's a storyline. Fuck you, Smokey.
Oh, bro, you even smoke if you cough every time you take a toke. Fucking pussy.
It resets.
Pussy, eh?
I'll set up an account for you, but for now, here's your charter. Take it to her. I'll no doubt she'll accept.
I suppose it's time we said farewell for now. I'm off to study at home. Do be careful out there.
Come visit my shop sometime.
Okay.
Alright, let's go. Early.
Hold on. I'm gonna try something.
Blah blah blah.
Hold on. This might be fucked up. Prepare your ears. Okay, here we go. Prepare your ears.
The name's Tujin. I'm the harbour master.
Can you hear it now, guys?
Welcome to our fair little town. You have a vessel charter, I see.
Greetings, Master.
Boy, there ain't no thoughts.
Indeed,
No, I don't want to hear
I
it
have
no
a
more.
charter. I
It's killing
seek
me.
Makoru.
Just out on the pier. It's the only ship on the dock right now. Before you go, perhaps I can ask a favour. See, King's March trade has seen better days. Ships go out and they don't come back. And that kind of shite is bad for business.
Oh dear, I feel seasick already.
A local island we call Journey's End is spewing out blasted fog all over the sea, as thick as mud. The Karui know all about it, but won't seem to touch it. Something has to be done.
This fog will prevent us from making the journey, no?
Makoru can do it. She's Karui and grew up on these waters. If anyone can get you there, it's her, no doubt.
I will do my best for you, Master Tujen.
We'll be in your debt, and I got something special with your name on it. If you can clear that bloody fog.
Nice. Okay, buy, sell. He's a random guy. He's the random guy. This is Ange. Smokey, shut the fuck up. You have met Ange.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm Ange, a marketeer. Oh gosh, where are my notes?
Now I can teleport to people's places.
Never mind. I've been in Kingsmarch for many years. Watching and
Congratulations.
waiting for
This is
my
why I don't
time.
trust you, Smokey.
Picked up a thing or two from Rog and Faustus.
Well,
Rest is
This
said.
NPC.
And a little
I tried to teleport to someone's hideout while I was trading, and it said you have to meet Ange in game. So I asked Smokey if there was an NPC named Ange, and he was like, no. And I was like, I don't believe
I
you.
mean you no harm.
I fucking didn't
How does
believe
this
him.
work? I'll take a small fee. Not much.
He doesn't
at all.
remember anything.
But first order of business.
Why did
we
TT?
need
What?
someone
What'd you do to the
set up a sort of
TTS?
Base of operations. A hideout, you might say, to ship goods to and from. I'll keep it all spick and span. Don't worry.
I don't know. It fucked you over,
Keep an
Smokey.
eye out
Not
for
my
a
fault.
suitable location.
Not my problem.
Somewhere out of
Chewie,
sight,
don't turn it on,
off
you
the beaten
fucking
track,
piece of shit.
if you
It
get
was
me.
on because you used it earlier.
No, I didn't.
Someone did.
Fucking scammer, bro.
Currency exchange. Okay, so she's the currency exchange NPC. How did you not know what the name of the currency exchange NPC was? You literally said you were exchanging currency while we were trading. So you had to have talked to her.
I don't ask her about her life and shit. I just currency exchange. Feel me?
Okay. So fuck, we hit ads. I knew it was gonna happen, guys. I knew it was gonna happen eventually. I'm just why can't I go this way? It says that there's an entrance here, but there's no way to go.
You gotta wait.
Just gotta wait for it to unlock when another ship comes and docks. Okay, so we got Kanu.
Watch your step, eh? Slip overboard and you're on your own.
Oh shit.
I'm Kanu, first mate of the Aurora May. If you're looking for a ship, best speak to the boss, Makoru. And mind your
I'll
manners
probably do
while
what
you're at
best
it.
should with you, bro. Go to sleep,
You
eh?
have such confidence. I hope you are a capable seafarer.
Wait, you're going to
Yeah,
sleep?
that's right. I'm the
No,
best.
so I'll do one mission
The
and then I'll go to
best.
sleep.
Oh, okay.
The second best.
Ha! Well done.
Well, now that I've stolen your build.
Welcome aboard. I'm Makoru, captain of the Aurora May.
Good day. I have received a charter, and am looking for a crew.
Look no further. The Aurora May and her crew are at your service. We can take you wherever you need. Places other captains would never dream of going. Your business is your business. Now, we can set
I've
sail
done all my
whenever
gear
you
and I
like.
only got fucking 20% movement speed.
So I can go like anywhere?
Yeah, you can go to your dad's pirate shack.
Okay, well, this is the place that we have a quest for, so let's go to here. So this is kind of like an introduction to maps. Using the ship instead of the map.
It's nothing to do with it.
No, I mean like the idea that you're not directly
This is as
connected
close as we can
to the areas that you're going to. That you're using like a third-party mechanism in order to travel to those areas. Does that make sense?
Blah, blah.
Let's go.
Huh?
Nothing makes sense to you, Smokey. Because nothing that comes from you
There
makes
you go.
sense.
What did you say, bro? I don't even speak English.
Okay, inglés o hanashimasen.
Hablo no inglés. Oh, he's actually doing a mission. Fucking hell, bro. Let me come, quick.
Okay, apparently I have massive mana problems.
Fuck's sake, why did I go to your hideout, bro? Oh my god, stupid.
My hideout's boss as fuck. Actually, you should see my PoE1 hideout. I wish I could import my PoE1 hideout. It's like the darkest, most fucked up. Like I literally set like pentagrams on the ground for like the corners of the map. Like the whole thing took me like 6 hours to set up. I got like every doodad possible in there and shit. It's fucking amazing.
You will burn!
Perpetual mana problems.
Only a piece. The rest must still be out there.
The maps.
Yeah, watch this fucking giant Ogo you're fighting now, it's crazy.
There we go, level up. I'm doing more damage now. Holy shit.
Mana.
Almost died rather.
I am dead.
Oh, you died?
It was just like one shot me.
L stream, watch out. L.
Exalted Orb! Oh my god!
That'll be mine, and then I'll pick. Whenever you see dead bodies, do this, so you get a bunch of fucking crawlers. Basically, these things will attack the monsters before they get to you, so it keeps a little bit of distance between you. Gang, 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 gang. It lasts for 15 seconds.
That's how long you last, your mom. That's how.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, there's no way that this joke goes well for me if I finish it.
Oh, bro.
Need mana.
The power, bro. The fucking power.
Yeah. I feel it. I feel it in my bones! The strength of it. Ooh, a wand. So far, Act 4 looks pretty much like Act 1 in PoE 1.
Well,
well, it's pretty much the same area on the archipelago. This is a hell of a build you've made here, though, Smokey.
yeah.
You're a gamer.
Kalguran ambition runs aground again.
You got the right gear, man. Any build's good.
Yeah, but some builds are just better.
Wall of flame!
The checkpoint over here if you wanna come get it. You're probably better off running around grabbing all the checkpoints first. And checking to see where you need to go.
this a dead end? Oh, I just missed it. Barely.
Yeah, this is the way we gotta go, I think, down here.
Yeah, I think
Does
this
it
is
say
the
you need to go
entirety.
to Journey's End?
Journey's End. But it says Dark Mists. Explore the Kedge Bay. Is that like these things down here? Hold on. Do we not get... Aren't those the chests that we grabbed? Well, it still says Explore Kedge Bay. So maybe there's something at the beginning that we missed?
No. It's the only place with a door, right? That leads somewhere.
Did you finish the quest without me then? Somehow?
What did I do? I didn't do it. Didn't anything. Does it say return or anything?
It says explore. Oh, there's a waypoint way the fuck. Oh, that's this waypoint. Okay. Well, I don't know why I did that, but okay.
Let's go. We've arrived.
No, I think that's me done, bro, man. I'm fucking tired.
There's one place here that hasn't been explored.
No.
I don't know. I got 100% of the map, so I don't know why it's being all weird. Journey's End.
You'll be on in the morning. Like, how long are you gonna be live for?
Probably same as yesterday.
How many hours is that? 8 hours?
9 hours.
Yeah, I might be awake, I don't know. Probably not.
Alright, well, if you're awake, you're awake.
Stop! Don't come near the circle.
Right, have fun, bro.
Alright, fuck you.
Freya Hartland? Is that you?
Yes, it is.
You remind me of the tale woman of Mayakara. Please, how long have you been here, dear Freya?
Longer than I can fathom.
My heart is in pain for you.
This build is
How can
sick
we
if
break
you get
this
the right
magic?
stuff, trust me.
My boy
True, Smokey.
is lost
I
somewhere
believe.
on the island, and with him,
Thank you, good sir.
trove
Have a
of
good night.
Varisian.
Take care.
It must be runesmithed into spikes. It is the only way to break the seal.
Captain Grisham Hartland.
I also fear for his fate.
Well then, best we find him. Danid can help with the Varisian. Now get your arse moving and look for the captain. I'll stay with Freya.
Please hurry. I feel I could die at any moment. Oh, Cadogan, preserve me.
Hey, don't name him.
You must forgive me. This has been...
Dun, dun, dun. Alright, well, we're on our own now, guys. This isn't good.
Desert fire!
What could we possibly do on our own?
Will of the
I don't know.
mannequin!
Die! Oh well. I think we'll just,
Softly waving field.
Smokey's not
What
here.
guard are you from again?
We'll just, call it there. Bring this back up and go back to what we know. I'm just hoping the sound's not all fucked up still. I think it is though. Okay. definitely something fucked up with the sound now. Making me fuck with my sound, Smokey. Okay. You can never tell if the music is too loud or not. Alright. So far, as far as we know, this is the final chapter of Frost and the Flame. Jianhe, Lady Yoon's voice was a warm balm. She entered without annoyance herself. Having noticed the fallen candle and the shelved bedding, her urgent steps could not hide her fear. She approached and gently held his shoulders, helping him lie back down. "Your body is still weak," she whispered, frowning. "You need to rest, even if it's just for a few hours." Yi-Huan swallowed. He did not answer. His eyes stared into the void, as though still trapped in battles of centuries past. Lady Yoon covered him again, as she had done when he was a child. Her gaze brimmed with questions, yet she asked none. She only sighed, concealing his left eye with care, ensuring the power would stay dormant. "I'll bring you a new patch." Has she returned? Lady Yoon knew who he meant. He rarely said her name aloud, as though believing it would bring her more misfortune. "No, Jianhe. No word yet." Then the sliding door creaked softly. Hyung-nim. Yi-seok's voice was low, tense, filled with something beyond worry. "Are you awake?" Lady Yoon turned, surprised. The young prince stood on the threshold, his back straight, lips pressed tightly. His robe was wrinkled. He had run there. "I want to speak to the king," he said firmly. Behind him came eunuch Jang and Jisoo, both panting slightly. Jang looked pale. Jisoo's face was unreadable. Those eyes never left Yi-Huan. "Jianhe!" Jang murmured, bowing. "Forgive this intrusion, but the prince was insistent." Lady Yoon frowned, her displeasure evident. "This isn't a good time. Let him in," Yi-Huan interrupted with a hoarse voice, still burning from the revelations in his chest. They all turned to him. Even Jisoo slightly raised his brows, thinking, "He should rest, Jianhe. You've been through enough already." "Just for a moment," Yi-Huan added. Lady Yoon hesitated, then nodded. She placed a gentle hand on the prince's shoulder and left, casting one last worried glance at the young king. Yi-seok advanced, holding back his emotions, as though restraining himself from running forward and stabbing a dagger into his brother's heart. Jisoo, who would have preferred to stay, let it be. He still felt like a stranger before the king, closed the door once the prince entered. Silence fell, lit only by the soft flicker of the brazier. Yi-Huan turned to his brother. "I'm listening, Seoka." Yi-seok stepped closer, kneeling on the floor without meeting his gaze. Only when the silence grew too thick did he look up. "Mother," he began softly, "asked me to tell you." Yi-Huan slightly tilted his head, a dark eye narrowing with weariness, the other remaining tightly shut. "To tell me what?" Yi-seok sighed. "That she's grateful, Your Majesty, for helping her, for bringing me back, for everything you did, even when no one expected you to." A pause. "And she's sorry she can't come to see you. Since we returned, she's been too weak to rise. The doctor says it's exhaustion, but..." His voice faded. Yi-Huan slowly nodded, showing little emotion. He shut his eye for a moment and let out a soft sigh. "She must have suffered more than we imagined." He spoke more to himself than Seok. Yi-seok looked at him, seeing, perhaps for the first time, the true Yi-Huan. Not the king, nor the frozen heir, but the elder brother, worn, alone, deeply human. But along with that realization came a sting at the back of his neck, where the masked woman had pierced him with a needle. She also said, "Though she doesn't understand everything, she trusts you." Another pause. "And so do I." Yi-Huan opened his eyes slightly. The brazier's light danced on his face, and for a moment he looked like someone who had forgotten how to respond to kindness. "You should go to her, Seoka." Yisiok gave a faint smile, then lowered his gaze to his hands. His eyes narrowed as though sensing the walls might be listening. His voice turned solemn. There's something else I need. His tone grew serious. Yuan watched him intently. I want to see the sword. The words came sharp. The one they used to kill our father. Silence spread dryly. The embers cracked in the background. Yuan did not blink. Why? He asked. It's kept in a safe place, sealed away. Yisiok lifted his eyes, his gaze a mix of sorrow and resolve. Because I need to understand, Hyung. If I'm to stand by your side, I have to face what broke us. It's dangerous, and because I won't let that truth be buried like everything else. Yuan didn't reply right away. He studied his younger brother carefully. He had grown, not just in stature or words. There was a strange fire in his voice, but also ice in his resolve. Which was stronger? That sword had been sealed away since that day, Yuan thought. What use was there in seeing it now? Something felt wrong. He could probe Siok's intentions with the white eye, but that would be even more dangerous. Still, he's just a hurt, confused boy. His Huizhong hasn't even awakened. At last, Yuan nodded softly. Alright, you may see it. Once. Yisiok nodded. Outside the chamber, Jisoo exchanged a glance with Lady Yoon. Neither spoke. They both knew this was a step toward a truth that perhaps should have remained buried. Siu Jisoo, leaning against the wall, eyes fixed on the king's chamber doors, recalled the day the sword that killed King Yi Gyong was taken to the Temple of Truth, and the voice of Grand Counselor Yoon echoed in his mind. He had just arrived in Seohan under his father's orders, unaware his path would cross again with the heirs. That day he walked through the outer corridors of the Court of Ice when he spotted the Imperial Standard, not for a formal visit. He stopped in the shadow of the frost-covered pillars, and then he saw them. 4 exorcists in mourning robes, faces hidden behind white masks, walked in procession. Between them they carried a long black wooden box, sealed with golden threads and red talismans that pulsed with sinister energy. A dry wind trailed their steps. Driven by instinct and suspicion, Jisoo followed, unseen. The man crossed the stone bridge, past the frozen gardens, and descended into the cellars of the Temple of Truth, where only cursed relics or weapons too dangerous for mortals were kept. Behind a cracked lattice, Jisoo heard Grand Counselor Yoon's voice. This is no ordinary sword, he said. Its blade was forged by mortal hands, but touched by an alien will, by chaos. A tense murmur passed between the exorcists from the great Ming Empire who had brought it. One spoke cautiously. Are you sure it won't corrupt the court, Counselor? Yoon nodded solemnly. It already has. He looked at the box on the floor. Its poison still seeps inside the late king's body. There was no cure, no seal that could stop it. This steel killed more than flesh. The exorcist fell silent, and Jisoo, hidden in the shadows, felt his Huizhong shiver, not at the sword's presence, but at the echo within it, as though something inside the weapon was watching him. A shapeless eye, an open wound. That sword is alive. Grand Counselor Yoon spoke once more. Jisoo remembered his words exactly. If chaos ever awakens in this world, this cursed blade will know. Jisoo blinked, returning to the present. The brazier's warmth, the servant's soft murmurs, his heart pounding, the sword, he had felt it before. And now the king was about to face it. He stepped forward, fingers brushing the sword's hilt, instinctive. Jang noticed, but said nothing. Lady Yoon sighed just as Yisiok stepped out of the king's chamber, a broad smile on his lips. Then Yi Hong called for the eunuch. The path was silent, and the morning had already yielded the first whispers of dusk. The stone corridors descending into the Temple of Truth were damp, sealed by the passage of time, snow, and spiritual power. The torches, lit by Eunuch Jang, cast long shadows on walls carved by ancient containment symbols. Yi Huan walked to the front, cloaked in a dark mantle. At his side, Yi Siuk kept unusually quiet, his face tense. Behind him, like a reflection of his will, followed Siu Jisoo, ever watchful. Lady Yoon carried a box wrapped with protective talismans. The air in that place was not just cold, it was strangely warm, as if every step drew them closer to the heart of an evil craving blood. After a while, they reached the sanctuary's gate, a massive door of black stone, marked by the imperial sigil blocking their path. As its center glowed a faint seal of Huizhong, a spiral of solar and lunar energy intertwined. Zhang halted, holding his breath. Jianhe, only one of royal blood can undo the seal, he whispered, as though speaking too loudly might awaken something dormant within. Yi Huan stepped forward. His fingers still trembled, stiff. He hadn't fully recovered. His Huizhong remained unstable after using the white eye. When he raised his hand, the seal's energy instantly repelled him with a static spark. "You're not ready, Jianhe," Lady Yoon said, gently taking his hand. Yi Huan lowered his gaze, frustrated. Beside him, Yi Seok watched silently. An expression flickered across his face. Doubt. A shadow lurking within him. And then from the stairway above, a pompous laugh fell like a slap. "King needs help to open a door? What strange times we live in." They all turned. Yi Myung descended the steps with a perplexed, relaxed stride, dressed in navy blue hanbok embroidered with golden threads, holding a parasol. His half-lidded eyes gleamed with mockery, fixed on Yi Huan without a shred of reverence. "Jianhe," he greeted, tilting his head as if a banquet. "I've come to see the sword as well. Surely you won't keep it all to yourself." Jisoo suddenly stepped forward, instinctively shielding, but Yi Huan raised a hand. "How did you know we were coming?" Myung smiled without answering. Lady Yoon and Jang exchanged glances. Someone had tipped him off. "I could help, Hyung Nim. I could open the door if you asked. After all, I'm still a prince of royal blood. Or have you forgotten?" Tension thickened like ice about to crack. Yi Huan, "Your refusal will only spark suspicion," offering the enemy a pretext to speak of weakness, and Myung knew it. Yi Huan nodded, face blank. "Knew it, if you're so eager to enter." Yi Myung stepped toward the door, wearing a contained smile, placed his palm on the seal and whispered softly. The spiritual energy stirred, and slowly the spiritual seal began to dissolve. A white heat emerged, mingling with icy drafts. Moments later, the stone door opened with a deep groan, as though something forbidden awoken beneath the threshold. Yi Myung turned to Yi Huan, eyes glimmering with something beyond mockery. Hunger or challenge. "After you, Your Majesty," Yi Myung gestured. Yi Huan clenched his jaw and stepped into the temple's sleepless darkness. His shadow flickered between fire and frost. The stairway descended like a throne driven into the world's heart. A thorn driven into the world's heart. The torches weren't enough. The air was thin, as though time had stopped beneath the ice-bound foundations. Yi Huan led each step echoing a soft, deliberate rhythm. Lady Yoon followed, muttering sutras under her breath. Jang carried a torch with trembling hands. Yi Seok came in silence, eyes fixed on the king's rigid back. Jisoo at the rear remained vigilant, every sense on edge for unseen dangers. But one spoke. No one spoke, but everyone thought. Nose hates me. The nose hates me, guys. With each step, Ji Huan felt his Hui Xiong crack like thinning ice. It wasn't just weakness, it was deeper, as though the sword still pulsed, waiting for him. What kind of assassin left behind such a curse, he wondered. And what kind of king comes to claim it? The chill seeped beneath his skin, not from the stone, but from what lay below. Yi Seok watched him, observing how his brother clenched his jaw, how his breath thickened. He wasn't sure what he felt, admiration, fear, or pity. But he knew the burden his brother bore wasn't human, and still he carried it alone. Then the venom in Seok's veins stirred again, kindling a thirst for blood. Jisoo, meanwhile, focused on his steps. He knew this scent, the tang of old metal, sealed blood, lingering will. He recalled seeing the sword here before, remembering Yoon's words. This blade has tasted chaos. Its venom still sleeps. He said nothing, but his body tightened. Like an old hound ready to pounce, Yi Myung followed much further behind, a veiled smile on his lips. His thoughts drifted like smoke. So, the king yielded to a brat no one wanted. What a shame his abduction ended so quickly. Looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty. That sword toppled a king. What if I could wield it? Outwardly, he walked with grace, like a guest at a ceremony long awaited. At last, they arrived. The stairway ended in a vast circular stone chamber, its domed ceiling etched with ancient inscriptions, wrinkled talismans gnawed by dampness and dozens of red threads crisscrossed the chamber in a pattern beyond mortal comprehension. The center atop a lacquered wooden altar rested a long, sealed chest, bound by 3 rings of golden talismans, glowing faintly. Inside lay the jade sword. Oh, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Drinking way too much water today. Toki Toki, get your tokes ready. I gotta clean the bowl out though. I'm really bad at this shit already. There we go. That's probably better. That's probably better. place was silent, but not still. Something watched them. Yi Huan stepped forward. The chest sealed trembled at his presence. His vision blurred. The world swayed. A muffled sound rang in his ears. His Huizhong faltered, as if an invisible force clenched his chest. And then a voice. "Destroy it!" Jianha. Lady Yun rushed to him. Yi Huan raised a hand, stopping her. No one else should approach the sword, but he couldn't help it. He trembled, groaned. The cursed sword hadn't revealed itself, yet it was already devouring him. Fought to stay upright, breath turning ragged, almost painful. The chamber's spiritual pressure gripped his chest like a claw. The sword. I feel chaos within it. Wrath and hatred. He coughed. I must endure. I have to know if Siok Ah is tied to this cursed weapon. Don't touch it, he whispered, barely standing. But Yi Myung had already taken a step forward. Beside him, Yi Siok stared at the king, his face hardened by a decision made long before they arrived. You lack the strength to open it, Myung said casually. But I don't. Jisoo blocked him. Stepping between the prince and the altar, he raised a cautious hand. This place was sealed for a reason. We don't know what might awaken. Yi Myung smiled, then moved in close enough that Jisoo felt his breath. Don't you want to protect the king, secretary? Myung whispered silkily. Then don't get in my way, unless you want to rot in my father's prison. Jisoo's eyes locked on his. He said nothing. He couldn't. Myung wasn't bluffing. Jisoo stepped aside, slowly, watching him. But it was the youngest prince who moved him. Mu moved first. Yi Siok placed his hands on the altar's edge, his eyes darkened, almost empty. What are you after, Siok Ah? Yi Huan wondered. The king can't do it. Someone must, Yi Siok said, voice steady. Then both princes touched the seal's edges. The golden protection ring cracked. A deep vibration filled the chamber. The chest trembled. A line of light leaked through its seams, and then, with a slow groaning exhale like the temple itself breathing for the first time in decades, the chest opened. Inside lay the jade sword, wrapped in a veil of dry frost. Its hilt was smooth, inscribed with nearly indecipherable symbols, and the blade still breathed. It didn't shine, it pulsed. Like a sleeping creature, everyone fell silent. Lady Yun instinctively stepped back, murmuring a broken prayer. Eunuch Jang fell to his knees, hands trembling. Jisoo froze, staring at the blade as if recognizing it from a memory he'd never lived. Yi Huan, still swaying, felt his Huizhong compress. Dal Hurion's voice brushed his ears. Destroy it. Use the white eye, or you'll regret it. Then, Yi Siok raised a hand. His fingers hovered over the hilt, only for a moment, but it was enough. The sword sensed him. A whisper, inaudible yet felt by every drop of blood, swept the chamber like ice cracking. The blade awakened. Yi Siok's finger hung an inch from the hilt. Yi Huan hesitated. Could it be the sword recognized him? Silence thickened, sharp as glass. Felt like the temple itself held its breath. A faint spiritual crack filled the air. Yi Huan, trembling, sensed more than danger. He sensed a distortion, a hidden thread unwinding from within his brother. A dark vein, his white eye, half covered, opened by instinct. For a blink, he saw it. A vein of black venom, branching thin as a whisper, sprouting from Yi Siok's chest. Reaching for the cursed blade, as if the sword was calling him, or worse, as if he was already inside him. Siok Ah, no! The king shouted. He lunged forward, grabbing his brother's arm. Yi Siok met his gaze, startled. Then, his expression changed, just for a second, as if something else looked through him. Let go, Hyung Nim, he said softly. A chill ran through Yi Huan. Not from the temple. That sword isn't for you, he whispered. Yi Siok said nothing, but he lowered his hand. Yi Myung broke the silence with a derisive laugh. So much fuss over an old sword? Without waiting for approval, he reached for it. Everything happened in a second. A beam of pure spiritual energy fell from the sanctuary ceiling, a sword of light cleaving the air, crashing into Yi Myung. A shockwave blasted them all back. Lady Young and Yuk Jang fell hard. "Watch out!" Jisoo yelled. The ground shook. The altar's talisman burst like flaming petals. Yi Myung toppled sideways, convulsing. The jade blade flung him aside, rejecting his touch. His body struck the stone floor. He lay still. Lady Yoon screamed, scrambling to reach the king. Jisoo stopped her. "No," he ordered. Young Eunuch Jung clutched his head, crying out. Yi Hwan fell back, shielding Yi Seok. The air was poisoned with corrupt energy. "Get him out of here," the king ordered hoarsely. "Take him away." Yi Seok froze. Jisoo stepped forward, eyes sharp. "Jeonhan, we must leave. This place isn't safe anymore." "I can't leave it," Yi Hwan said, strained. "It must be purified." "I'll handle it," Jisoo urged, stepping closer, voice low. "Your Huizhong is drained, Jeonha. We can't let this sword claim anything else today." Yi Hwan hesitated. His gaze locked with Seok's, who remained unnervingly calm. He wanted to scream, but couldn't. Not yet. "All right," he whispered. Jisoo turned to Lady Yoon. "Help me get him out. I'll look after the prince." She nodded. Quickly, she grabbed Yi Hwan's arm, helping him walk. The group moved out, torches flickering in hurried hands. Jisoo lingered. He stared at the sword, still vibrating on the stone floor, and at the unconscious prince beside it. "Eesh," he muttered. "You meant to pick him up." Yeah, there's no way this is the end of the story, so she just has to post the rest of the things. So for now, we're at a standstill on this story, which is kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? So now we move on to Goblin Girl Evolution. So this is what, chapter 4 to 6? When I came to, everything fucking hurt. I'd overextended on that last shadow crawl to make sure I got away, and passed out somewhere inside of it. I think I'm lucky I didn't reappear in the middle of a rock or something. Fossilized goblin cultivator found superimposed at the foot of a mountain, some 2,000 years after the fact. That's how I want to die. Scratched my left tit, which reminded me I still had about a quarter of an arrow stuck inside. Well, that's going to be unpleasant to fish out. Also had about half an arrow still stuck in my right ass cheek. Though I don't think the elf guy was actually trying to hit me with that shot. Ah, well. Need to get that one out too. Older goblins were always complaining about arrowheads they still had embedded here and there, irritating them when they moved. And more than a few died from resulting infections. So I grabbed my left tit in one hand and dug in painfully with the other and snagged the arrow from the base of the head before yoinking that one out. One in my ass hurt a lot more and was more damaging to extract, but I didn't have someone else to help me handle those. I was thinking about what to do for bandaging when I felt them itch again. And just enough of the view to watch the tit wound heal. Huh? Nice. Battle ended. You have killed Melisandria Moonsilver and Sir Percival the Proud. For ending the life of a fallen priestess who has deliberately broken her vows, the system rewards you. All ki in the former territory of Mayor Akko Foxfire will be channeled through you for the next 24 hours, healing your body of all wounds. The moon goddess spits upon the corpse of the infidel who broke her vows. Reward granted. Abyssal robe. This silk kimono fits comfortably around you, showing off what you wish and concealing you utterly at the same time. While worn, 5% shadow ki absorption, plus 1% shadow ki usage efficiency. Self-repairing, upgradable. Reward granted, abyssal wraps. These silk bandages wrap around your arms, feet, and chest, enveloping you in an aura of shadow that mitigates all damage taken. 5% damage mitigation, 5% shadow ki absorption, self-repairing, upgradable. Further rewards may be available upon reaching the peak of mortal cultivation. So I was clothed in dark silks that felt better than anything I'd worn in my life, instead of the stained and tattered robe that was hanging open after I'd lost the belt, and a quick tug from coming off anyway. Looking over at the robe I'd stripped off the halfling lady, it was probably just as well it wasn't needed. Things take a wine, sour milk, and sex. Plus, it was marked at a few points with what I was pretty sure were holy symbols. No need to offend the goddess, I'd just done a solid for by wrongly taking up her symbols. That got you dead like the previous owner. Speaking of which, a big human and his bitch were sitting there, both pretty clean kills. I'm not about to pass on a freely given meal. Name: Yuki the Abyssal. Health: full. Key: overflow. Status: content. Cultivation: mortal grade move scripture. Movement: mortal grade shadow. Melee attack: mortal grade shadow. Ranged attack: not applicable. Defense: not applicable. Senses: mortal grade shadow. Objective: reach your true potential as a mortal. Reward: evolution, full abyssal gear set. Felt like the system was holding out on some details, but I probably hadn't earned them yet. Plus side, I wasn't stuck with being completely turned off while meditating. Still, down after I dressed my kills and eaten the stuff I couldn't stew, but I could actually see the world around me. Well, see is the wrong word. I honestly don't have one for how I was sensing. Wrong word. Honestly, I don't have one for how I was sensing things. The flow of ki, the shadows, the light where it became blurry and obscured. Honestly, trippy as hell. Still, it beat being trapped in a total sense of nothingness, and I'd gotten a handle on it enough that it would likely be part of my natural senses when I came out of this. But while I waited, one of the benefits of this key overflow thing was that I had more than I could handle within myself, so my capability was growing to accommodate. This was good, as I'd have more to work with later, but it could also come into me so fast. I popped like a flesh balloon, which is bad. Seeing it happen takes weeks to scrub up, and one wrap, and no one around with a handy mop. So I put the excess to work, charging the new gear I'd be given with some, and layering more in tiny layers over the top of my skin. Where it touched my clothes, the gear merged, becoming part of the shield, while remaining distinctively itself. I could feel it would become part of my defensive technique reflexively, which would leave me rather naked if that technique broke, but I didn't particularly care. Clothes were a protective layer, not some shield to hide behind because you were afraid of your body. If anything, it was a convenience while bathing, since I could banish my clothes into the shadows while still having their defense. Defense technique learned: Shadow Veil. Reward granted: Abyssal Tabby. Move faster, climb walls, make gravity your bitch. Protect your feet from damage, and look stylish doing it. 1% movement speed. Wall walking. Adhesion, 5% protection from all damage. Integrated with Shadow Veil. Part of the Abyssal gear. Ah, well, looks like that won't take any more ki. Trying just makes it hurt. Nice shoes, though. Soft leather ankle boots split between the big and little toes, with a straw mat sandal tied around wooden wedges that served as the soles. Comfy, quiet, gently sexy, and would keep anything from hurting my feet. I took a moment to admire them out of body while I prepared the next part. If this worked, I'd be stepping into a whole new world. Ki was a lot harder to manipulate now, but it was use it or lose it, and likely blow up in the process. I concentrated within my trance, and my arms lifted out and forward in a super conscious effort to shift the flow between them. With one of those eternity instant moments, a small orb began to appear in my senses. Just a dot at first, smaller than could ever be seen without a sense of ki. But then, it began to grow and move. and my attention had to go from starting the flow to maintaining it. Well, the sphere grew. Bigger, darker, bigger, darker. Suddenly my eyes were open, and I could see everything around me as if it was frozen still. The trees, the grass, the magpie in flight, target sighted, Moo scripture technique, shadow bolt. The utterance was reflexive, a compulsion I'd never have resorted to normally, but it didn't matter. A ball of darkness the size of my torso flew out of the pool, flew out at the poor birdie, destroying it utterly in the time it took me to blink. Not so much as a feather remained. Such a waste. I hope it had a nice nest full of shinies, wherever it was now. Goblins and magpies tend to get along, but I needed a solid target. And it was the only living thing around. Actually, wasn't there something wrong with that? Ranged attack learned, Shadow Bolt. Reward granted, Abyssal Scarf. This fashionable piece of neck headwear will position itself as you like, concealing your presence and eternally billowing outward, as any such accessory should. None will remember your face unless you wish them to, and it protects your honeydew melon from any attack that would instantly render you into a fine pulp. 5% stealth. Null recognizability. Null cranial damage. Nice. I even liked the weird repeating pattern you can almost see in the scarf, which now seemed to be repeating itself on the wraps around my arms and legs. Pity I won't be, huh? Evolution requirements met. Body currently locked in meditation torpor. Bypassing security permission and safety warnings, you will now be given your evolution options. Please enjoy. Oof. Lights out again, but now I'm getting some pretty trippy visions. Hobgoblin, lesser, common. Goblins are strong, more height, more muscle, more brains, but not much else. Every goblin becomes a hobgoblin if they find a way to evolve, and those that do are swiftly exterminated, lest they become even more dangerous. And like the vision said, it was me, just bigger, an extra head of height, nice legs, really, a little more tone, same bright orange hair, skin just a slightly darker tinge of green. All around a good choice, but I seem to have a couple more that goblins don't normally see. Red cap, lesser, rare. When goblins have been soaked particularly deeply in blood, they may occasionally evolve into these abominations. Though the same size as goblins, they are much faster, stronger, and smarter than their hobgoblin cousins, and given over to a vicious cunning and that terrifies all. However, this is directly tied to a blood-stained cap upon their heads, which will leave them massively weakened if ever removed, destroyed, or allowed to dry of blood. The vision of time showed me only utterly insane. Any idea of subtlety and tact I had was gone, replaced with an utter bloodlust that I'd never be able to quench. Interesting, but hard pass. Shade, common, new. Wait, fucking new? Yes, new. Your actions, merits, and unique cultivation have resulted in an entirely new evolution option for Pan Horribilis. Common Goblin. Congrats. Can't really describe behavior as you'd be something of a trend setter here. But here's a vision of what you'll look like when you pick the evolution, which will enhance your ability to sneak around, use the shadows, and cultivate. Seriously, pick this one. You've hit the jackpot. Vision of, no, I picked it. I want to see the real deal, no fucking previews. An excellent choice. I promise you won't be disappointed. Selection made. Goblin. Yuki the Abyssal will now evolve into a common shade. This process will take some time, so please work on upgrading your meditation scripture while you wait. Ah, right. Full mortal potential. I'd gotten rid of every blank slot in my character sheet and chosen an evolution. Clearly a mortal grade cultivation scripture wasn't going to cut it anymore. Now, let's see. I'd reach a point of enlightenment on the abyss, seeing myself out the other side. like the system had said. It was my bitch now. I had found the core of myself, and would survive anything and everything, and could use that to dig deep and fight viciously. But there's more to life than just survival. What did I really want at the end of the day? Well, it wasn't just to be a badass fighter who left no survivors in her wake, fun as that is. I liked family, community, people, but I think at this point, even other goblins would try to kill me on sight. I wasn't really one of them, not anymore. No, well, human, for a lack of a better term, saw us as much more than really smart vermin. The local village had tolerated us, but they still kept sentry towers well manned in our direction. Told their kids to stay out of our woods, and trade was off the menu. Left us a bit short of self-sufficient, even before our naturally violent inclinations and low intelligence minds kicked in. So we raided to mixed results. Animosity grew. Our last shaman accidentally offered himself, and suddenly everything was out of control. And the lunacy was the only recourse. I didn't want that. I was done with that. Huh. Then the thought occurred to me, that scarf I'd just earned could come in handy. I could easily infiltrate a human settlement. No one would notice or remember what I looked like unless I wanted them to, and, well, I'd have to find out when I got there. No use planning for the unknown. After all, right now I had nothing to my name but potential. Enlightenment reached. Mortal grade Mu scripture. Abyss has merged with mortal grade Mu scripture. Void to become mystic grade Mu scripture potential. Name Yuki. Full, healthful, key balanced, status hungry. Cultivation. Mystic grade Mu scripture. Movement. Shadow walk. Mystic. Melee attack. Shadow grasp. Mortal. Ranged attack. Shadow bolt. Mortal. Defense. Shadow skin. Mystic. Senses. Shadow key sense. Mortal. Objectives. Upgrade all techniques to the mystic level. Upgrade abyssal gear set. Temper your body. Cleanse your meridians. Regrow your spiritual root system. Reward, evolution. Congratulations, you are now a common shade. While you seem to vanish in the minds and hearts of others, you are capable of making more than a minor impact upon the world with your actions. In addition, the shades are a part of you, and a part of you are a part of them. Movement and protection within darkness and shadow is as natural to you as breathing, and your techniques reflect that. To reward you for completing your first evolution, the final path of the abyssal gear set has been awarded. Have fun. Abyssal rings. The set of platinum rings, piercings, and chains are not only a bold-fashioned statement, but a powerful storage device. Anything you store within is converted to a highly compressed key pattern, allowing you to keep it safely contained until needed. In addition, any tool or weapon you can think of can be brought to hand at will, generated from Shadow Key. Full abyssal gear set obtained. Synergy bonus times 1.5. I was opening my eyes to some nice stuff, but now I looked down at my hands. Still green. Still the same shade even. I pulled my senses out of myself for a better look at the rest of me. The result was a touch blurry. I was a bit washed out, but I got the gist. Opening my eyes to some nice stuff, but now I looked down at my hands. Still green, still the same shade even. I pulled my senses out of myself for a better look at the rest of me. The result was a touch blurry, a bit washed out, but I got the gist. Taller than I used to be, but still not as tall as an elf or human. Dunno, they're measuring systems, so I couldn't tell you how big that is, but somewhere between a goblin and a hobgoblin. Same squishy build that I'd had before, but I knew that was deceptive. I was easily stronger than 10 ordinary goblins, faster than 20, and could keep going as long as my key held out. Seems the flow bonus on that was gone, but it was nice while it lasted. Hair and face were just the same. Bright orange hair cut just below the ears, exploding out my head in rough curls. It was a pain to make it look good, but my cultivation seemed to make the tangles and mats a non-issue. Still could stand a wash though. My eyes were, well, okay, different. Where once I had a muddy brown black eye color, the colored bits were now pure void. Those same infinite patterns you could almost see as patterns on my clothes were all you saw when you looked at me that closely. But you really shouldn't. You'd go kinda mad. And I'd likely kill you while you were fascinated. The gear was much the same. A short silk robe, bandage-like wrappings around legs and arms, wedge-heeled tabby covering my feet, bitchin' scarf blowing in the non-existent wind. The scarf was now bright red, but I knew that wouldn't affect its function any more than my hair would. Everything now had those patterns on it, with the belt wrappings and scarf. Ads. Scarf showing it slightly more clearly. Ads cometh and the ads goeth. We never knoweth what the ads are goeth. Oh no, it's ads. Bring 'em on. I'll take 'em on. I'll take 'em on, these ads. No one can get past these ads. They'll never know what kind of ads they were. We never watch. We'll never know. But the truth is, no one cares. You can buy a fucking product no ways, boy. Nope, not gonna happen. Sorries. Got other priorities, right? Actually, speaking of which, hold on, I gotta do something. Speaking of which... Thought my Steam broke because you're not moving? No, I had to message someone real quick. So took the ad break opportunity to do that. Where did I put the fucking lighter? The fuck? Oh, it's in my lap. Burp. Alright. All in all, as I returned to myself, I figured I looked like a badass, which was more than the rest of the world could say. Oh, Queen, did I tell you? So, I figured out what the evolution feature in the book, in Stoner Girl Evolution. The more that you use your stoner powers, the more you evolve into a plant. And by the end of the story, the character is basically going to be like a plant person. And I'm not sure if the ending will be them, like their final act is going to be like basically like a massive spell that makes it like rooted in place and they kind of turn into a tree. And it's like, was it all worth it, you know, using your powers and stuff like that? So it's kind of like, you know, the more powers you use, the more you turn into a plant. Like, think of like a weed plant, but the size of a tree. Because by this time, like, it's infected every kind, like, weed has infected every kind of flora on the planet. So trees, grass, weeds, like literally everything. So there's kind of a combination of every kind of, like the type of weed that I use, I turn into that. So it's like the most powerful spells come from like the biggest trees, like giant oaks and like maples, palm trees, stuff like that. So the more I use that power, the more I turn into a tree. So it kind of leads, like, at first towards, like, a plant. Like, first weeds and stuff, and then, like, large plants and flowers. And then it slowly leads towards, like, fruit and trees. And then I don't know if it's going to be something like I contain all the power at the end, and it's kind of like the Garden of Eden. And it's like, yeah, don't eat the fruit from that tree. And then, like, the end of the book is some random person coming up and eating the fruit from the tree. And getting the message basically say that they've gained the powers. And it's kind of like, you know, resets the story. Because I love those kinds of endings. And it's like, oh, I passed my power down to you kind of idea. But we'll see where it goes. That was just like what I've been cooking up in my head. So does the character turn into an actual tree? Yeah, basically by the end, because their final act, in order to, like, save someone, they have to use, like, a bunch of insanely powerful spells, and it pushes them past the point, so they basically, like, fully turn into a tree afterwards. And everything kind of happens so fast that it's like, well, I overused my powers. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm slowly turning into a fucking tree. I'm gonna lose my consciousness. I saw Groot in my head. I'd look probably something like that before I fully turned into a tree. I don't know, I love oak trees, so I think an oak tree would be great. And I kind of like sprout like extra arms in my body and I'm all like fucked up, and then it's like just like this dead oak with like the branches look like arms coming out of it with like fingers and stuff like that, all twisted in weird ways. And then like on the equinox or something like that, or some sort of like lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, there's like the fruit will sprout on the tree, and if you eat the fruit you gain the powers, but it's like forbidden. But you know, we'll see. Maybe it's a flower, who the fuck knows. I just love trees, and I figure we turn slowly, as because like if it's infecting plants, it's eventually gonna infect trees, right? It's not gonna stop. Just any kind of flora, it's gonna invade. The ending idea you had is good. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Is like, I think it works really well with the ending. The character's sacrifice turns them into the eternal tree. And I just love trees. But I'm also thinking, like, because I can't choose between doing, like, the AI in your head, like the computer in your head, or like a goddess or a god. So I was thinking of doing both and having it like, then the sun comes and picks the fruit and eats it. Exactly. Exactly. Someone, yeah. And it's like the goddess or the god is like the ultimate evil in the world, and they're trying to like trick me. So it's like the information between the AI computer that's in my head that's telling me the things about the world versus like the goddess. But it's kind of this, the goddess tells you what you want to hear, whereas the AI computer voice tells you how the world really is. And it's so fucked up you don't want to believe it, so you want to believe the goddess because she's telling you what you want to hear. And it's kind of like the siren calling to you, right? And then it eventually reveals that she's the bad, and then you have to like kill her or something like that. And that's why it takes so much of your energy, is you basically have to like try and kill a god, but you eventually accept using the AI in your head to like help you out with that. But I'm like, this shit could go on for an, because like I want to do it as like an episodic thing, right? Where I kind of do like a 1,000 words a week. Have like 5 or 6 chapters just set off the bat, just to like, for like the first week every day do a chapter, and then do a week after that, and then kind of just write 1,000 words and do like episode type things. You know, have a couple of filler episodes in here and there to introduce characters and stuff. Complete fucking anime style. Like, go complete anime style with it. Yeah. We'll see how it goes, but that's the idea about it, right? If it's, that's how I'm feeling that these stories are also going, which gives it a little more credence to the sellability, right? Everything around me was dead. The trees, the animals, the ground, all withered and dry. Like something had sucked the very life force out of it. Shit, that was me, wasn't it? Guess I'd done a little too good job at using the key surge. What the fuck ever. Just means I have to wander away for a while for some food. Don't know how long I was out, but I could walk into a tavern and eat everything inside, including the people. And the meal I'd been saving had gone to dust like everything else. So I wandered off, away from where I knew the human village used to be. There'd be nothing left there, even if my clan hadn't torched it. In a palace that once housed the Council of Glades, the High Counselor awoke. The humans had struck a deal with were killing their land faster than ever. I don't know if I'm supposed to say where killing their land faster. I don't know. This deal I don't know. This seems all fucked. This is why I feel like this is like a first draft. Some of the sentences just feel fucked up. But this was altogether new. An entire village and the region around it rendered completely dead. A grave emergency. And one that needed to be addressed. He smiled to himself before masking that small indulgence and getting ready for a pronouncement. His plot to take emergency power during the last war had worked perfectly, and this one would see him turn the Elven Empire into a true power on the continent, especially because the cultivators could no longer refute his casus belli. Atop a distant mountain in a faraway place, stone boulders the size of 3 large men were flying in all directions as cultivators were awakening from their meditations. In a land they'd already had to chastise once, a patch of land some 500 acres in size was drained of all key. Nothing within could have survived save for one thing: a cultivator of Wu. Such beings were anathemic to life, destroying all in their path as they attained higher levels of power. The path was clear. The Tao that guided this soul must be cut short, and their key removed from the world altogether. In the Temple of the First Moon, the priestesses were tense. Their leader had announced that one of the most egregious heretics among their order had been slain. Normally, they'd expect her prayers to be fervent and joyous before she came out of seclusion and advised them on how to move forward on the matter. Well, she was certainly fervent, but the tone was far from joyous, and even through the very thick walls and doors, words could be made out. Gave a destruction cultivator. No, I don't care that she did us a favor we've needed for years. Yes, we're all good as dead now. Compensate for that. The doors opened and the light faded. All of it. This was a very bad sign, as it could only mean the temple was no longer a holy place. As one of the priestesses stared in shock at the woman who walked out of the chamber. I've been excommunicated. The temple is obviously desanctified, and the goddess of the moon has instructed her faithful to leave all lands belonging to this kingdom, as they have the elven power a century before. War is coming. Prepare yourselves, and maybe she look after you as she will never again look after me, the idiotic bitch. Just like that, the centuries-old matriarch of the First Moon, last survivor of the High Glade Purge, disappeared into the shadows, never to be seen again. It's like someone drew a line on one side, a wasteland crumbling into dust, on the other, vibrant life and energy. And I was damn hungry after all that meditation and evolution. A few mana berries were nice to start, and I caught a brace of rabbits while I was at it. Damn. But it was nice to have proper tools again. Even caught a few carp while I was cleaning the rabbit hides for later sale. Looked a little funny, but roasted up fine and toasted like any river fish. Bit muddy, but very succulent. Let's see, snack of mana berries, innards of a dozen rabbits, half a dozen river carp, and I was stewing the rabbits up now. I'd better be satisfied after all of that, because it's a fucking big meal. A few hours in a stew reduced to crumbling bones later, and satisfaction was had. Now I just needed to find a road or something. I'd follow the brook I'd gotten water and snack cart from until I got to one, I figured. Took about 15 minutes, and that with me strolling along while relaxed. The brook met a larger creek, which met another to form a small river as I found a road bridging everything. From there, I just pulled my scarf over my mouth and nose to activate its "you don't know me" function and started walking. About a week, non-stop. That's how long it took before I started getting hungry and tired. And I'd passed multiple villages, hamlets, and small towns along the way. There was even a city, but I skirted around that. No sense pushing my limits. Didn't really encounter anyone or anything of note along the way, though I think that was partially the scarf's aura at work. Didn't fucking matter. The village I stopped in was actually a pretty nice one. Mining town at the base of some high peak, massive and imposing. Didn't care right then. Food, rest, now. Pulling my disguise down from "don't notice me" to "don't notice what I am" was a little tricky, but I'd been studying how the scarf's effect worked while moving, and could adjust the key flow appropriately. Didn't even really need to wear it like a mask, but the aesthetic was fun. I'd also played with the tool weapon generation function of my abyssal rings, but found myself a touch limited by the shapes I knew. Needed to see a blacksmith about that sometime. Those were my thoughts wandering into the local tavern, where I climbed onto a bar stool and asked for a meal, a drink, and a bed. "Certainly, dearie, that'll be a silver coin, all told." "Huh? Oh, right, humans traded with coins. I'm afraid I've been out of work a while. Sorry to trouble you." "No trouble at all, dearie," the old lady at the bar insisted. "We'll just mark you down for needing the charity, and you can pay us off in the mines like all them other hard-working lads do. Poor souls. Too few women like you or meself to tend to 'em, and the work's hard and long. Wish I could hire 'em on myself, but the quotas are gone up again and they need all the hands they can get." I nodded, letting her talk. I'd get what I needed, then go ahead and pay her off. I wouldn't be as noticed that way, and these mines might be a good spot to hide and cultivate for a while. which is when a large group of nasty-looking thugs came in, announcing that until quotas were met, all townspeople were being drafted into service at the mines, and would not be let out until some war or another came to a conclusion. The old lady let out a sigh and served my drink. Best finish it fast, dearie. They'll be playing rough before long, and then soldiers has never taken no for an answer. I nodded and followed her advice. Was just finishing my beer when a soldier slapped me across the back of the head and told me to move. Yeah, I'm going. I started to bite back the rest. I could take any one of them, but there were enough that taking them all would be a trick. I honestly didn't want the scene or to move on again so soon. That's how I had a few hundred people were tossed in a dark cave and told to produce results without tools, supplies, or even rations. And that wasn't even the worst part. That came when I noticed the key coming off the rock. Whatever we were mining made mana weed look like thin milk in comparison. Just being around it would cause key disruptions for most. Yeah, fuck this. I was cultivating this shit until it was safe. And killing those thugs for putting us in conditions a goblin wouldn't put up with. Along with anyone who started trouble or got in my way. Be a fun way to pass the time. Miners called the ore pitch blende. It was just a cheap source of lead to them, not particularly high grade, but the smelteries produced enough of the crown's needs. And that was sent up in brick form to soldiers who'd cart it away and tell us to produce more. Then we'd fallen just short of the quota, which I didn't need the other miners grumbling about to know was utter bullshit. We were slaves down here, destined to work to death if someone wasn't smart enough to work out a clever escape. And the key sickness spread rapidly, even with me quietly drawing it off. Granny Bartender just called it a normal side effect of living with cursed earth, as her hair fell out and she lost weight disturbingly fast. I honestly did what I could, figuring out enough of a pickaxe's heft and shape to replicate it easily with my rings. If anyone noticed, there was one more miner than there were tools. No one cared. The work was hard enough. I also spent time with shovels and carts, hauling the ore from the dig face to the smeltery. The smeltery itself, learning how to melt down the ore into unstable metal. Whatever carried the key wasn't in the fashioned lead, though. In the finished lead, though. Mostly winding up in the dross pit with every skimming. I kept track of that and did what I could to draw the key into myself. Unfortunately, I was just one cultivator and the key permeated the mine. Everyone was getting weaker, and the only reason I think more people weren't dumped in with us is because I could work hard enough to keep up with demand on my own. But that was just the first month. Life down here was about to get far more unpleasant. Damn. Alright, now we're on to Fox Girl Evolution. Let's go. It all happened too damn fast. 1 second Julia was stepping through the gates like a sane person, the next something knocked her flat. She hit the ground hard, but even while becoming sucker punched by physics, she somehow managed to curl around me protectively, probably because I was small enough for her full weight. That her full weight would have turned me into a pancake with bones. I squirmed loose just in time to spot Bedivere and his ominous robed Death Knight companion. Said robed companion was the spearman who'd shoved and almost stabbed her. The hilt wasn't even aimed to seriously injure her, though. Looked more like a distraction tactic, just enough to knock her off balance, while Bedivere swooped in with something glowing and ominous. It was a collar, a weird arcane glowy thing that Bedivere clicked shut around Julia's neck. Then turned his attention to me. I put on my best defensive hiss. He remained unimpressed. Another oversized collar landed around my neck. It hung comically loose for a split second before shrinking down with alarming speed. Squeeze. My attempted bite on his finger was less deadly viper, more annoying gnat. The guards were right there by the door, watching, not lifting a single useless finger. Julia seemed just as appalled. She snapped back to her feet, eyes blazing. "You filthy dog, you fucking dared. Do you have a fucking death wish, bastard?" she roared at Bedivere. His response was a lazy shrug. Orders? She was winding up for another shout, then paused. Probably put two and two together mid-scream. Her tone turned frosty. Are my parents even here? Bedivere leaned casually against his silent death knight, who hadn't moved or spoken this entire time. Told you she was sharp, he chuckled, clearly impressed with himself. The knight gave zero acknowledgement. Oh, you bastard, just wait, Julia seethed. She scanned the room, locking onto the useless guards. The fuck are you two doing? Subdue him, now! For assaulting me! They remained frozen. Statues would have been more helpful. Julia's stunned expression confirmed it. This was definitely not the welcome wagon she expected. One final venomous glare at Bedivere. Then Julia snatched me back and stormed inside. Inside was something else. A massive chamber opened up before us. Its tall and towering pillars were etched with circles and symbols, glowing faintly red. Ritualistic. Messy. Red stains everywhere. Blood, probably. The coppery, rotting stench made it pretty clear that this was no creative interior design choice. I really wanted to believe it wasn't blood, but no dice. Julia stalked past the pillars and toward a wide... True, Callie! Toward a wide clearing ahead. The floor was covered in runes, drawn in complex ritual patterns. People, naked, kneeling, bleeding, were arranged across it. Wait, no. No skin. Where the hell was their skin? My own reaction was surprisingly muted annoyance compared to Julia's. She took one look at the skinless bodies rearranged in submissive ritual circles and promptly lost her lunch. I was disgusted too, sure, but mostly I was just deeply irritated by the whole situation. My focus snapped to the weird collar around me. A familiar internal ping went off. Trickery has detected a spell. Would you like to view the information? Sure. Spell identification. Mana suppression shackle. An enhancement designed to prevent the weaving or manipulation of mana. Automatically adapts to weaver's size and vitals. Full contaminant protocol active. So it wasn't just tight and ugly, it was magically sabotaging me too. Not that I had magic, well, aside from my trait. But it hadn't blocked that, which meant whatever suppression was at play didn't affect abilities that didn't rely on mana, weaving, or manipulation. Good to know. So how's it going, Callie? Did you have a nap? I tilted my head slightly, eyes narrowing at the pitch-black band. I'd never actually had a reason to try a second part of my trait before. Comprehension increase. Would you like to modify the spell? Oh, hell yes, I mentally affirmed. The modification interface blinked into view. Enhancement modification interface. Mana suppressant shackle. Target spell structure. Tier 1. Restriction field. Available modifications. Destroy mana suppression field. Nullifies color effects. Becomes useless accessory. 99% success chance. Change target of mana suppression. Switch target within 8 meters. Collar will track and attach to the new neck. 38% success chance. Boom. Collar detonates after absorbing target's mana. 101% success. Chance. 200% efficiency. Alter aesthetic properties. Color, texture. 100% chance. Well, that escalated quickly. Take the second option before taking third. My eyes narrowed at the sudden, unsolicited advice splashing across my mental screen. Before I could process it, the message blinked out and reappeared, edited almost sheepishly. Goddess of Trickery wants you to choose the second option before taking the third. Suspicion. Confirmed. Every so-called divine message piggybacked on my trait spell analysis interface. The formatting always gave it away. Half the time stiff and ceremonial, the other half sounding like a noisy roommate. Was there even a goddess? Or had my trait been running this scam since day one? Answer me, I thought I was doing a good job. No, you were absolutely not. Who the hell are you? You already guessed right, though. It's me, your ever-reliable trait. Ain't I glorious and very helpful? Glorious? You almost got me killed. Option 2 only had a 38% chance. but it was the most fun. Consider this a standing order. Never give me advice again. But seriously, are you sentient? Is my trait actually sapient? Something like that. That's profoundly weird. You're weird. Hey, well, I'd love to chat. You're quite in the predicament you see. You are quite in a predicament, you see. Let's talk later once you're, safe. Fair point. I'd grill this anonymous glitch in my skull later. For now, so much for my dream of lazing around as a pampered fluffball. Lovely while it lasted. The interface winked out, and I refocused. Julia stood frozen beside the skinless corpses, each one rearranged in a grotesque ritualistic bow. She was scanning the bloody symbols etched beneath them, lips moving silently, probably trying to work out the ritual's function. Her analysis shattered as a man emerged from the narrow tunnel behind the grisly formation. Julia's gaze snapped to him, instantly sharpening. He wore a black robe uniform similar to Bedivier's, but dripped with opulent trimmings. His lip curled into a sneer and his eyes landed on the vomit still staining Julia's mouth. Well, why am I not astonished? Your inaugural response to this magnificent artwork was pure revulsion, the man said. Enough to empty your stomach. Artwork, I glanced at the skinless corpses. Why was my reaction so tame? I used to be human, right? Weirdly, I felt detached. I could intellectually grasp the sheer fucking fucked upness, but the visceral horror was absent. This guy desperately needed an art critic, or a therapist. Who are these people, Lucian? Julia demanded, voice tight. Julia knew him. Lucian's face was mostly hidden. His hooded robe seemed woven from living shadow, writhing to obscure everything except his unnervingly visible mouth. Oh, just leftovers from the last awakening batch, you dismissed, a soft tisk. They failed to withstand the power of undeath despite our considerable effort. Some souls are simply beyond our Lord's salvation, a low chuckle. But as a final tribute, they still serve his crusade like this. Julia's expression darkened. By salvation, you mean their bodies rejected the monster organs you forcefully shoved inside them? Even if they haven't, you know that's not how it works. They passed the trial before surgery. If they failed to cultivate undeath, the rules state they pick from a neighboring path, darkness or twilight, and serve as it. Lucian laughed. Cold, grating sound. Oh, precious sister, you imagine I'd entertain your suggestions? I am not your sister, Julia snarked. And that wasn't a suggestion. You know the Sanctum's laws as well as I do. Do you truly fancy yourself a genius for breaking them? I don't know what madness possessed father to bring on an imbecile like you, but you are nothing to me. Her voice hardened. Plenty to say about your title, performance art. Regrettably, Lucian. Regrettably, Lucian purred, neither graces this sanctum any longer. Cease your fucking jests. Where are they? Julia's control frayed. Well, I'd like to ask the same question. Lucian turned slowly, deliberately. He gestured behind him where a massive golden skull was embroidered on his back, intricately encased in a pattern of roses, dripping with bloody thorns. Perhaps your understandable distress blinded you to a singular detail. Julia gasped, a sharp intake of breath. Surprise flickered, then vanished, replaced by dawning horror. The rose shepherd sigil. Since when? Since your esteemed parents abandoned this sanctum without a trace, sister. Lucian gestured grandly to himself. The sanctum needed a new shepherd, and with our Lord's blessings I rose to the rank. He deemed me capable of hurting this particular flock. Oh, I'm as dry as your nanny's panties. So then, Julia whispered, the pieces crashing together. That's why Bedivere and the guards, her voice trailed off, the betrayal complete. I analyzed. Though I was lacking the context, it was rather easy to put one and one together. The political landscape snapped into sharp, unpleasant focus. Kinda sticky. Julia's earlier cockiness made perfect sense now. She expected her parents' authority. Instead, power had shifted to stepbrother, who clearly held a grudge the size of a cathedral. The guards' inaction wasn't negligence, it was obedience to the new regime. But the real question was why bait her here using her parents' names if they're long gone? What did he want with Julia now? Julia seemed to have the exact same question burning in her mind. Her charming stepbrother, ever the bastard, answered it with a grin. Naturally, if you'd known your parents evaporated and now held the reins, and I now held the reins, you'd have likewise disappeared, given my profound distaste for your existence, especially since you didn't scurry to the Sun Church's mongrels to condemn us all. Julia's tone went flat, deadpan. And now I've walked right into your trap. But I noticed it. The sweat starting to form along her brow, the way her grip on me tightened just slightly, her heartbeat thudding against my chest, my side. I assume departure is off the table. Lucian sighed almost wistfully. You were always a disappointment, but also sharp. Excuse me, one of the most prodigious surgeons the Sanctum ever produced, truly. Shame you refused to see the light the Lord offered. But hey, I'm grateful you left. If you hadn't, maybe you'd be wearing this robe instead of me. Not everything's a loss, I suppose. Julia's voice dropped lower, slower. And what are you planning now? She tapped the collar at her neck, the manashackle. You wouldn't have dragged me here with this around my neck if you wanted me to go back to my old job. Just as Lucian drew breath to speak, Julia's lips brushed my ear, moving almost imperceptibly. You need to run, Clover. I know you understand me. Go through the tunnel behind him. First chamber, third tile on the right. Push it. Run through the passage that opens and don't look back. She lifted me up slightly, just enough to obscure her whispering behind the motion. Lucian, too, lost his monologue and ego. Didn't seem to notice a thing. Lost in his monologue and ego, didn't seem to notice a thing. Ah, precisely. You remain far too inconvenient to leave unsupervised, dear sister, Lucian declared, spreading his hands. Your parents adored you, sole reason they tolerated such a viper in their nest. And you, in your quaint way, loved them back, hence you never truly bit them. Such touching filial devotion, I confess. Envy gnawed at me, but, his tone snapped, today banishes such petty woes, 'cause you see, when I gained the rose shepherd aspect, when I truly became a servant of the Lord's will, I gained something, a gift, a sight. His gaze fell to the mask Julia was still holding. It let me see patterns of divinity, and imagine my surprise when I noticed that thing, he gestured to the mask, was a divine artifact. Julia's eyes widened, then her face drained of all color. She hurled the mask away. She hurled the mask away from her like it had bitten her. Lucian laughed. No need for panic now. It's quite drained. I sense no divinity within it. His unseen gaze sharpened, pinning Julia. You, however, reek of it with every breath. Must have somehow siphoned its essence. Anyone could bleed power from a deity's relic without understanding the first rule. And without their mind shattering, it would be you, dear sister. Julia was still frozen in place, her voice barely holding steady. I had no idea. And I don't know where you're getting this from. I've gotten nothing from that mask. There are no changes to my soul world. She cut off mid-sentence. Something clicked hard. Her gaze snapped to the ritual carved on the ground around her, and her face paled. Her eyes narrowed. Wait. Is this supposed to be some kind of life force siphoning ritual? Lucian didn't respond right away. Julia's breathing quickened, her gaze darting around the chamber like a trapped butterfly, scanning every rune, every bloody mark. Ah, she exhaled, voice quiet but bitter. I think I get it now. That's why I'm here. Shackled and mana blocked, completely defenseless. You were after the divinity you sensed around me. There was a tremble in her voice now, not fear, just a kind of exhausted clarity. Lucian spoke finally. You're close, but not quite right. As he did, the runes scrawled in blood around him began to glow, pulsing, crawling with power. You don't mess with foreign divinity, he said, his voice tightening as the glow grew. What surprised me most wasn't that you found that artifact, but that you stayed sane. No voices whispering, no bleeding eyes, no hallucinations. Not only that, you siphoned it. He took a step forward as the crimson light slithered outward from his boots. You don't siphon random crap, Julia. That's the fastest way people die around us. That's why cultivators lose their minds. Why some people never take an aspect and live their lives quietly without power. Because the price is often too high. He was getting worked up now. Posture taut, every word more intense than the last. So no, I'm not siphoning anything from you, but after that stunt with the artifact, I couldn't deny it. You're valuable. Julia didn't say anything at first. Her fists shook, her eyes already shimmering with tears she refused to let fall. God, I'm fucking terrible. God. Then, in the softest breath, she whispered into my ear, run. She pressed a kiss to my forehead, straight down the tunnel, first chamber, third tile to the right, and then she dropped me. With a roar, she lunged towards the center of the room, toward Lucian, like a blade. I just stared at her back as everything seemed to slow around me. What the hell was even happening anymore? With the kind of subtlety a freight train doesn't have. Every single red flag in her behavior screamed the same thing. She wasn't expecting to make it out of this. Shit. I turned my focus inward. My mana shackle was still active, but not for long. I selected the first modification option immediately. No time for second guesses or playing risk games. Destroy mana suppression field. 99% success chance. The collar loosened, expanded back to its original size, and slipped from my neck like a dead snake falling off a branch. Then, instinctively, I glanced towards Julia and hit the same command for her. A flash. Her eyes widened. She must have felt the mana rush back into her system. I had no idea what that felt like, but it looked like she did. Unfortunately, it might have been too late. Above Lucian, a swirling red matrix cracked open mid-air, and from it burst a grotesque hand, swollen with pus, veins like rotting vines, and roses decaying on its skin. It slammed down like a guillotine, pinning Julia in place mid-lunge. 3 distinct pings exploded in my mind. 1, Lucian's spell. 2, something Julia had just triggered. I couldn't see what. 3, the ritual itself, now glowing brighter, louder, alive. I zeroed in, ready to yank Lucian's spell apart from the inside when, "Run, Clover!" Julia screamed. The same moment, 2 massive spell matrices cracked open around her, and from them exploded writhing tentacles of dark magic, each the size of a city bus, shrieking forward like harpoons aimed straight at Lucian. "Oh," Lucian started. I couldn't see his face, but the shocked jerk of his shadow masked head screamed surprise. He retreated with the eerie grace of a gymnast, narrowly dodging the bus-sized tentacles. A single snap of his fingers summoned 2 more robed figures, Fabio's Death Knight twins, materializing from shadows with wicked sharp daggers. Like before, they moved fast. Julia's shadowy tentacle was the only Julia's shadowy tentacles were shredded into dissipating mist in the blink of an eye. Interesting, Lucian purred, regaining his composure. The shadows around his mouth twisted into something like admiration. You broke the shackles meant to cripple you. Your talents truly never cease to surprise me. Now I understood Julia's desperate plea to run. Even unshackled, facing Lucian and his instant death and entourage was suicide. She knew it. Charging was buying me time. I feel like my throat's getting on fire here. Alright. Logically, running was the only sane choice. My tiny legs itched to bolt down that tunnel. Instead, my focus snapped to the ritual itself. The massive, bloody runes pulsed with escalating energy. Maybe I could disrupt that. What was I expecting? Honestly, no clue. But escape suddenly felt pointless as rough, gauntleted hands closed around me from behind, yanking me off the ground. Bedivere's expression flickered with surprise as he spotted my discarded oversized collar on the floor nearby, but he didn't comment. Well, no running, he rumbled, holding me firmly. Don't fret, little demon. I'm certain new shepherd can find an optimal use for you, even if your contractee is retired. He grinned, a chilling practical expression. Research on demons like you is tragically sparse, you see. I shot him my most impressive deadpan stare. Optimal use. Translation? Lab rat in a place where skinny people was the hobby. That sounds fun. Well, I guess that leads back to the original skinning idea, right? Ritual. Charming. Ignoring his... Oh, Jesus. Ignoring his creepy grin, I focused inward. The familiar interface snapped into view, hovering over the ritual's swirling energy. Ritual analysis interface, crimson sacrificial conduit, ritual structure, composite ritual matrices, tier 5. Huh? This looks different from before. Well, duh. Not now. I really didn't need my traits as sass. My traits sass. Says you're in a death circle, so allow me to enlighten. Rituals are composite constructs made of multiple synergistic spells. That means they're inherently unstable, especially during modification. To your current power level, you can only alter one foundation spell. What? Surprised by my eloquence, I know. I'm impressed myself. Honestly, yeah, coming from something called trickery, I was bracing for a shitpost. After your earlier suggestion, I had every reason to be suspicious. Hey, I exist with you. Don't exactly want to get banished to the void of failed traits. So yes, I'm being helpful, gloriously helpful. I deadpanned at the floating interface. The ritual around me was pulsating faster, deepening into a crimson glow that made the floor shimmer like blood. No time. Show me the available spells, I mentally said, and immediately regretted it. Hundreds of glowing screens exploded into view, burying me in a forest of flashing letters. What the fuck? You thought rituals were simple? I don't even know anything, you stupid interface. How am I supposed to parse all of this? But suddenly, inspiration struck. Just show me the most important ones. Now! Fine. Identifying most foundational spells. The sea of windows vanished. And only 5 glowing panels remained. Sanguine Siphon, Tier 4, Drain Spell. Drains life force and latent mana from designated sacrifices. Soul Cage, Tier 4, Containment Spell. Prevents the escape of sacrificial essence. And there you go, despite me being on 10. Oh. Flesh Anchor, Tier 4, Binding Spell. Bind sacrifices physically and metaphysically to the ritual locus. 4. Chalice of the Black Shepherd, Tier 5, Summoning Spell. Channel siphoned energy to breach planar boundaries and commune with the designated entity. 5. Guided Offering, Tier 2, Targeting Spell. Designates the sacrificial conduit for the offering. I stared at the screens. I don't get any of those. Which one should I target? Seriously? Yes, do your job is a gloriously helpful trait. I hoped the trait was finally being honest, not just picking the flashiest disaster because I enjoyed the taste of chaos. Either way, I was out of time. The pressure in the ritual circle was climbing. Even Bedivere looked rattled, his expression scrunched from the weight of the strange pressure choking the room. I was, for some reason, not very dazed, like I could feel the strange pressure, but I really didn't feel affected by it. All around us, crimson light poured out from the skinless corpses that had become the ritual's anchors. There now 2 pustule-covered rose arms holding Julia, and they were squeezing hard. Lucian floated above it all, muttering something that shouldn't have been language, his words crawling along my skin like an ant's dipped in ink. The ritual was nearing its crescendo. The trait finally responded. Well, here's the thing. You don't have the mana or intelligence to modify any of the tier 4 or 5 spells. Only the last ones within reach. My mind flickered to my screen stat. Intelligence. Huh? I'd ask how that actually coordinated with spell architecture later. For now, my eyes locked on the fundamental options. Modify Guided Offering, Tier 2, targeting spell. Yes. Target Julia Von Curtis. Modification, change target, select an entity within 10 meters, 100% success. Oh, perfect. Change target to the bastard stepbrother. Done. What's with the creepy laugh and that emote? Bedivere felt the whispers before he even heard them. Those hair-rushing murmurs threading up his spine the moment the ritual reached its final pulse. Might have been awe-inspiring if not for the suffocating pressure coiling around his lungs, or the quiet scream of his own instincts, his power gnashing at him to get the hell away from his thing. Everyone in the sanctum knew the deal with divinity, knew its value, sure, more importantly, its appetite. Mortals with low-tier aspects had no business even breathing the same air as them. Bedivere hadn't so much as glimpsed true divine essence before, and he was fairly certain just brushing against it would have splintered his mind into something fit for a containment chamber. It was one of those unspoken universal laws. You don't speak of divinity, don't listen for it, don't look it in the eye. Doing none of the above was like writing your name in blood on an obituary you hadn't even earned yet. Same went for the unknown. Start hearing things that shouldn't talk, seeing things that don't belong, and you were already on the fast track to becoming a warning story. That was the world's pecking order. The more power you gained, the more cracks you saw in reality, and the more things peeked back. Which was exactly why Bedivere had passed on the seeker aspect when it was offered to him. That thing was a straight-line ticket to brain soup. He'd never met a single soul who picked it and hadn't gone stark raving mad before they could even nudge it up a tier. The skills were said to be very powerful if used well, but not worth waking up every morning wondering whether the walls were whispering or your skull was. And yet, here he was, staring directly into the sort of mess he had been explicitly told to avoid. Trust was a funny thing. People did trust their new leader. Still, remembering when his first you first laid eyes on him, just a skeletal weaver back then, and within a year, he was nice and healthy. And yet here he was, staring directly into the sort of mess he had explicitly told to avoid. Trust was a funny thing, but he did trust their new leader. Still remembered when he first laid eyes on him, just a skeleton weaver back then. And within a year, the man had clawed his way to Tier 3, a prodigy if there ever was one. Still, the way their old leader just disappeared, vanished without so much as a cryptic letter, rubbed him the wrong way. And the fact that the main sanctum in the capital hadn't sent word either was suspicious. But the sanctum as it stood now seemed in stable hands, for the moment. Bedivere had his own job to do, enough contribution points, and he'd earn access to the inner chamber, finally push his aspect to Tier 3. He wasn't about to fumble that bag now, so he simply cradled the demon fox in his arm and waited for the ritual's crescendo. His gaze drifted over to Julia. Couldn't deny it. Something about her had him under a quiet spell since day one. Witty, sharp-eyed, stunning in her own ruthless way. What more did a man need? Well, maybe a less ambition soaked in blood. She had that dangerous glint, always did, the kind that said, give me power or give me bodies. If she didn't have the daughter of the sanctum head, she'd have been rendered into experimental sacrifice the moment her little rebellion flared up. He shook his head. No use in sentiment. Her father's gone, and her stepbrother wasn't the type to leave loose ends fraying. Besides, she carried divinity now. Her value as a sacrifice had gone from useful to jackpot. Losing her would be a colossal waste. Just thinking about the kind of boon the Lord would grant for offering that on the altar made his mouth water. And then it happened. Bedivere's gaze snapped upward as if something unseen had hooked his eyes and yanked. Ah, it had arrived. The pressure of the room surged, ballooning into something just shy of unbearable. From above, something ripped through the ritual's blood-woven runes on the ceiling, like someone tearing open the wallpaper of reality itself. A shadowed paw broke through. Canine, by the look of it, or something that looked like canine. Bedivere's skull pulsed with presence as the now familiar chill of eerie whispers crept up his spine like centipedes. Laughter echoed inside his mind, faint, unhinged. A clown's laugh echoing in an empty circus. He could almost hear the tap-tap of its boots on hollow wooden boards. The paw descending in one fluid, deliberate motion. It plucked something invisible, something from Julia, and dropped it into the Lord Lucian's chest before silently withdrawing, vanishing back into the rent above. Neither of them reacted. No flinch. No glance, as if it had never happened. A clawing hand reached out. A crawling itch spread across Bedivere's scalp as he spun towards his companion. Fabio, tell me you saw that shadow paw thing that came down from the ceiling just now. Fabio, his tamed death knight, stood still, his face buried in shade. Unreadable as always, but a slow shake of his head said all it needed to. Nope. He hadn't seen a thing. Now, some average soul might have dismissed that as paranoia, but Bedivere knew better. You survived long enough in this world, you learned. Paranoia didn't make you hallucinate, it made you pay attention. If you alone saw something and no one else did, that meant something had to be different here. I need to grab some more water soon. We're gonna have an ad in a second here. I think I'm just gonna... Let me just go grab more milk. It's like, it's gonna help my throat, but it's gonna fuck my nose. So I'm like, what's... You know, what's the lesser of two evils, essentially? You just weren't meant to see it. And that was the most dangerous kind of event possible. He scratched at the itch spreading across his skull, eyes narrowing, odd. He'd been sweating buckets a moment ago, nerves stretched thin from the ritual pressure. Now, nothing. Not a bead, like someone had flipped a switch inside him. Still, he hadn't stared at the thing for more than a moment. He shouldn't be corrupted, should be fine, probably. He turned, meaning to warn Lord Lucian about the Shadow's interference, but he was already too late. The ritual circle erupted in a red blaze, expanding outwards, and consuming the skinless sacrifices laid across the floor. The glow twisted and folded until something stood in its heart. A flesh-born entity began to rise. It stretched itself together from the sacrificed remains like a child making a puppet out of wet clay. It stood 13 feet tall, a deer skin crowned its head, empty sockets now filled with twin orbs of steady, blinding light. Ah, there it was here. So the Shadow Paw hadn't disrupted the ritual after all. Whatever it was, I had simply added something. Lucian was already kneeling, head pressed to the ground, voice ringing with reverence. "O mighty deathless guide, prostrate I honor thee." He chanted, "Herald of the Lord of Death, I accept this tribute. Grant favor commensurate with its measure." The deathless guide was a spirit beast. Creatures like it were rumored to hold their own against Tier 5 cultivators. And right now, just existing in the same room as one had Bedivir's knees trembling from sheer pressure. To think that at higher tiers he might even have a shot at taming something like that. The thought only poured more fuel into the fire inside him. The deathless guide's hollow gaze drifted slowly across the room. Bedivere kept his head low. His eyes locked on his taloned feet. Even that much was too much. Just looking at the thing made his skull throb, like it was caught in a vice. This is from Royal Road, Callie. I can bring it up for you. No, wait, sorry. This one's on Scribble Hub. This is Fox Girl Evolution. Do you like it, Callie? Because I'm trying to learn about lit RPG style of writing. So this is kind of like market research for gamer girl evolution. Let's see who the author is. Mango Woe. And they have 3 series. Mother of Monsters, a cultivation lit RPG. The Dragon Heir, Monster Evolution lit RPG, and Fox Girl Evolution. One has 8.2k views. The Dragon Heir has 472k views. And Fox Girl is 6.8k. Even though Fox Girl and Mother of Monsters are rated 5-star and Dragon Heir is rated 4.6-star. Has 8 reviews versus 0 and 0. It's 426k words. Holy shit. 188 chapters. It was last updated August 31st. It's insane. Man, go. Whoa. I like it. It's a good name, right? The deathless guide's hollow gaze drifted slowly across the room. Bedivere kept his head low, his eyes locked on his taloned feet. Even that much was too much. Just looking at the thing made his skull throb like it was caught in a vice. Tox, my peer helped me with my Patreon. Ooh! What does it look like now? What did you change? Let me see. It definitely looks like you're getting more worth out of the higher levels now, Callie. 100%. Yeah, that looks really, really good, Callie. I love it. Just have new benefits, like commissions. Nice. Super smart. Once I get good at art, I can do ghostwriting and commission art. At least drawn art. Not 3D art. I'm not interested in doing like 3D art. The best thing would be like scanning it and using AI to like fuck with it after I've already drawn it. Like animating with AI on your own drawn picture. That's kind of like the direction I want to go with it. Oh boy, we're getting close to the end of this though. Oh shit. I keep fucking with my goddamn mic. I am damn fucking starving though. I'm gonna have to grab some food here, guys. It's gonna be the one thing here is with these streams being so long in this, I'm gonna take food breaks middle of the stream. And at this point, it's pretty much getting near the middle of the stream. Still probably have another like 10 minutes of this reading though. The only one staring directly at it was the demon fox in his arms. It didn't even blink, didn't flinch, as if the guide's presence didn't affect it at all. Now that was worth remembering. Once this was over, the creature would make a prime research subject. Maybe it could even help crack the secrets behind some rare demon-related aspect. Bedivere wasn't just a soldier, he was a scholar too, after all. Julia whimpered helplessly on the floor, her wide eyes locked on the towering mass of bone and meat. The light in them dimmed just a little more. But instead of facing her, the deathless guide turned its attention to Lord Lucian. Bedivere blinked, confused. Even Lord Lucian looked momentarily unsure. He was tier 3, fully capable of looking the guide in the eye without losing his sanity. But this wasn't part of the ritual script. He opened his mouth, possibly to speak, but was interrupted as a silver door shimmered into existence behind him. The guide raised its bony arms and its voice whispered something in a language Bedivere couldn't hope to understand. The sound alone felt like someone dragging saw across his scalp. He winced. That was his only warning. Rotting vines burst from the door, thick, wet cords of flesh wrapped in veiny growths, pustules bulging with fluid, faces, human ones screaming and moaning along the vines, eyes rolling as their mouths opened far too wide. Before Lucian could even react, the vines were on him. They lashed around his limbs and torso, sinking teeth into his skin as the screeching faces began to bite. He screamed, tried to cast something, anything. Dark mana flared and cracked as he launched missiles and shields. None of it worked. The vines were endless. They overwhelmed him, tears tearing chunks from his body while dragging him backward toward the silver gate. He thrashed, half dead and still shrieking, but it made no difference. The Death Knights that had stood loyal by his side lost their minds next. One by one, they were caught and dragged into the maw of that hellish threshold. And just as suddenly as it began, it ended. The guide dropped his arm, the silver gate slammed shut and disappeared without a trace. Silence followed. The guide turned and hovered over Julia. It extended one bony hand, then dropped something into hers. It was a feathered accessory, bronze-colored, the boon of this ritual. Bedivere stared. He could see it now, plain as blood on the wall. The ritual's framework had been swapped. The roles were reversed. Somehow, that shadowed paw from earlier had flipped the intended sacrifice with the recipient. Lucian was supposed to gain the blessing. Now he'd been devoured, and Julia had received the boon instead. Bedivere's mind reeled. What kind of eternity could rewrite A ritual mid-casting. Bedivere felt a tickle at the back of his neck and clenched his fingers to stop himself scratching. The absence of sweat on his skin now felt like a symptom. Something was wrong with him. More wrong than usual, but he couldn't move. The deathless guide was still here. It hovered in place, silent but not indifferent. Its gaze drifted down to the demon fox curled in Bedivere's hands. Something flickered, barely there. A shudder passed through the skeletal form. You could miss it if you blinked, but Bedivere didn't blink. He felt it. The guide was afraid. And then, without sound, the deathless guide vanished. Bedivere nearly let out a breath, chest beginning to loosen, until his hands began trembling. Not with fear, at least not entirely, but as if his body had just now remembered it had limits. The fox in his grip kicked hard and leapt free, and though Bedivere tried to stop it, his muscles weren't listening. His own flesh, like that in the running on someone else's orders. Nope, definitely not normal. But at least for now, the chaos had ended. Julia was still slumped in place, eyes glassy and distant. The demon fox trotted over to her with no hesitation. Strange, but not surprising anymore. Bedivere kept his distance. Neither of them posed any threat in this state, and he wasn't about to test whatever pact that thing might have made. Still, what had just happened wasn't routine. This wasn't some botched invocation or minor spiritual anomaly. Their new sanctum leader was now gone, erased and consumed. Perhaps a worse fate than death itself. Maybe the title itself was cursed. Not his problem. The sanctum was intact. Dozens of undeath cultivators still patrolling its halls. Power was still here, and so was the structure. All he needed to do now was get word to the capital. That had to happen fast. Bedivere nodded to himself, lips tight. He just needed to gather the others in. The thought hadn't even finished when the walls shook. A blast ripped through the sanctum's upper levels, the ground rumbling with the force of it. Dust rained from the ceiling. Bedivere nearly stumbled. Fabio, standing guard nearby, hissed sharply. Smoke steamed from his dark armor, rising like mist from scorched meat. Bedivere's eyes widened. Blood turned to slush. There was one type of attack that could burn a Death Knight from this far away. He cursed under his breath, then louder. Sunchurch mongrels! The outrage tore from him. What rancid miracle brought them here? And how? Damn, what a fucking ending to a chapter. Holy shit. Oh man, this shit's crazy. Okay. Got that. I need a food break though. I sent a funny.
I'm here with... No, come camera, no camera. The protection. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Y'all call me a monkey? Whoa, no. I'm here with... No camera, no camera. The protection. My name is Luis.
You name me a country that starts with A but doesn't end with A?
What is your gender? My gender. I'm a mechanic. PA stand for?
NBA.
Yeah.
Nigeria Basketball Association.
Nigeria?
Yeah.
What does Nigeria have to do with NBA?
National Basketball Association.
Why did you say Nigeria?
I don't know.
Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Y'all call me a monkey? Whoa, no. I'm
Okay. Walla bing a bing bong! The other one. Okay. It's funnier. Okay.
Hey, what do you do for fun, man? Sometimes I'll just go onto Facebook Marketplace and make listings for some popular items. Side hustle, I respect it. Oh, it's not a job. It's for leisure. What do you mean? Once I get some interest in the listing, I'll identify 3 to 5 suitable targets. Bro, did you say targets? Buyers. You said targets. I'll do a little research from their profiles, their appearance, what car they drive. Why? I'll set a date and location. A neutral location, obviously. Perhaps the parking lot outside a popular diner with big windows, if someone wanted to watch. Beforehand, I will give each of the prospective buyers a description of myself, so they can meet me on the fated day. But the description I'll give each of them is of one another. To what end? Now, when they arrive, there will be no items. No seller at all. Nah, man. They will be met with confusion, rage, as they accuse and interrogate each other of being the seller based on the descriptions given. That's messed up. By the time any of them have the wherewithal to reach out to the seller, that account is already gone. It's a Fugazi. It's a Fugazi. It's paradise. Is that Matthew McConaughey? All right, all wrong. That was Matthew McConaughey. Is that cold queso? Nah, where are your chips though, bro? Yeah, 911, send everybody.
Okay, that was really good. That was really, really good. I'll take it, Callie. I'll take it. Okay, we gotta figure something out to watch while I go make food real quick and eat. So what shall we watch, guys? Should we watch another Mr. Ballin video? We could watch a Decoding the Unknown, another... Oh, that's a really, really long one. Yo, I'm so hungry. Same, Callie. Could watch an Asman video. They're so long, though. Planning on buying food. Is there anything on here that looks interesting? Coupons are always here, and whatever they're called. Almost. Almost, not always, yeah, freaking. I don't know, I don't see anything on here that looks interesting. Yeah, frickin' glass wearing, always Rick and Morty sweater having, me 6 voice mother ducker. True. I think the best thing we're gonna get is probably a Ballin video. Hi, how are you? Excuse me, I must rephrase that. How high are you? High enough, Callie. Most credible cases of broken reality. What do you guys think about this one?
Today, I'm going to tell...
I'm just gonna bring me some moon dust once you're out of orbit. Alright, sounds good, Callie. I will be right back and then we can start it. I gotta throw in some food, grab some drink and all that. I hate you. What? I love you. What? It's okay, Callie. You're allowed to speak your mind. I'll be right back. Oh. I'm a literally ban myself. Why are you so chill? It's pissing me off. I don't know, Callie. I'm high. When you're high, you're chill because you're just numb. Is that the truth you want? Is that the truth you want, Callie? Give me some of that.
Tell you two stories. The first story is about this woman in China who goes on a hike into this beautiful forest, and it quickly spirals into a complete nightmare. And the second story is about this small village in Taiwan where this very strange event happens. And it spooks the villagers so badly that the Taiwanese government actually investigated. And what they discovered defies any logical explanation. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, on the like button's birthday, offer to bring the cake. But when you sing them happy birthday, make sure you replace the candles with TNT. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
That's pretty good.
Okay, let's get into today's stories. Early on the morning of February 16th, 2020, a 39-year-old woman named Faye stepped out of a convenience store in a small village in China. She was wearing a bright red distinctive coat, and in her hands were a whole bunch of snacks that she had just purchased. So Faye had lived in this village her whole life. She was a very simple person, and she had a really specific daily schedule that she basically always adhered to. And it was, she would get up early, she would throw on her jacket, and she would head out to this convenience store, get some snacks, and then she would either go back home where she lived with her husband, or she would go to her parents' house or her sister's house to pay them a visit. And that was basically what she did every single day. And so this day had started exactly the same as every other day, and after she left the store and she began eating some snacks and, thinking about where she was going to go next, whether it was her house or a relative's house, she's walking down this road when suddenly she hears people calling out to her. And so she stops and she turns, and there are these 5 people that are clustered together standing at the top of this trailhead. So Faye's village was home to this beautiful hiking trail that started right where these people were standing. The trail went up this mountainside and up into this huge forest where there were all these ponds and waterfalls. I mean, it was strikingly beautiful. And that area, the forest with all the ponds, was called the 18 Ponds of the Dragon King. It was called that because there were literally 18 ponds sort of scattered throughout this forest, and then also the village where Faye lived that was right up against it, well, it meant Dragon King in Chinese. But even though Faye had grown up here, she had never once gone on that hiking trail. She had heard about it, and loads of her friends and family had all been up there and talked about its striking beauty, but Faye, she had always stayed away. But there was actually a pretty good reason for that. So Faye, when she was younger, she had this tumor. And in order to get rid of it, she had to take all this medication that was pretty physically harmful and left her with some pretty serious long-term effects. And even though the tumor, did go away and she recovered, that process of recovering and taking all those medications and going to the doctor, it sort of instilled in her this mentality that she was frail and delicate and that she shouldn't take any chances and risk getting hurt. And so she really never did anything that was even remotely risky or even perceived to be risky. Like, for example, hiking up into the mountains. Too risky. So she avoided it.
Go deal with my food. I'll be right back. You know what? You guys just listen to it.
Instead, she kind of developed this really simple, safe daily routine of getting snacks and visiting family, and that's all she ever did. And while in some ways this did, keep Faye safe, it also made her very isolated and lonely. She didn't really have any friends or do anything. She was just kind of stuck in her ways. And so Faye is on this road, and these villagers, these 5 villagers over at the trailhead, have just deliberately called to her by name. They're saying, "Hey, Faye, over here." And Faye's turned, and she's looking at them, and they're clearly getting ready to go hike up into the 18 Ponds of the Dragon King. And they tell her, "Hey, come with us, come hiking with us, come check it out." And for Faye, this was so unusual. This was not even remotely how her life went, that there was something in her that for a second just felt really excited. I mean, she did sort of rely on her schedule and her discipline of doing the same thing every day. It kept her safe. But this sudden invitation from these people, these villagers, it just felt like, why not? Why not do something different for once? And she's also thinking, how dangerous can it be? I'm with other people. They seem really competent. Maybe this is a good idea. Maybe I'll just go with them. What the heck? See what happens. And so Faye found herself just sort of drifting over to these very friendly 5 people and saying, "You know what? What the heck? Yeah, I'll come with you. I've never been up there. I'm sure it's great. Let's go." And so sure enough, Faye and her newfound 5 friends from the village, they begin hiking up this trail. And over the next couple of hours, I mean, Faye is seeing a beautiful landscape that she was so close to her whole life that now she's seeing for the first time, and it's like revelatory. She can't believe that she's lived this close to this majesty for so long, and she's never seen it. Like this was a life-changing experience for her. And so her mood is just so good, and these 5 people are so wonderful, and they're all chattering and talking about their lives, and you know, Faye's opening up about hers and her health scares and all these different things, and eventually they make their way into this forest, which is really dense, but they eventually reach one of these ponds, one of the 18 ponds, and it's got this huge clearing, and all the sunlight's pouring in, and there's a waterfall leading into the pond. I mean, it's truly stunningly beautiful, and Faye's friends, they all take a seat right on the shore of the pond, and they break out some snacks, and Faye, she sits down, she's got those snacks she bought from the convenience store, and they basically have a picnic right on the shore. And for Faye, it was like this was the most amazing day, potentially, of her whole life. She had broken out of her comfort zone, she had met these wonderful people who were so inclusive, and here she is experiencing this unbelievable natural beauty, like the day couldn't get any better. But as she was sitting there on the side of the pond, enjoying this beautiful scene, she started to feel really intensely fatigued. And at first she's thinking, oh, of course, you know, I don't really get out much and exercise much, and I just hiked up this mountain into this forest. Of course I'm tired. But she felt herself kind of slumping back on the rock she was on and almost like positioning herself like she might lay down and sleep. And then before long, it was like the world around her began getting hazy, and you know, she could see her friends
Did
talking,
she eat
they weren't
something?
really looking at her, they're just kind of enjoying their food. And then it was like Faye just could not keep her eyes open, and she put her head down, closed her eyes, and she fell asleep. When Faye woke up again, she was still laying in that same spot, but now it was dark. And also, her 5 friends were gone. She was all alone next to this pond in the middle of this forest. And for Faye, it was like immediately this jolt of panic rocketed through her. She starts looking around for these, you know, friends of hers. They've got to be here somewhere. They wouldn't just abandon her. They were so nice. How could this possibly be? But she's looking around.
They drugged
all
her?
she can see is just darkness. I mean, there's some moonlight coming through the clearing over the pond, but when she looked into the tree line, it was just all dark and there's no one. All she can hear is birds and insects, you know, night sounds. And remember, Faye is not somebody who would ever find herself in this position. This is so far out of her comfort zone. Alone at night in this forest, in this austere environment, suddenly it felt very austere, and she's terrified. And at the same time, her mind starts telling her, oh my gosh, this whole thing was a trap. Those 5 people weren't my friends. They brought me up here. They tricked me. They drugged me, or maybe they've left and they're gonna come back and hurt me. And so she's thinking like, oh, I'm in danger. I have to get out of here. And she turns and she looks at the trail that brought them up here. And all she sees is just this dark tree line. And there's this cut path through the trees that's basically pitch black. And she's thinking, I have to walk through that alone in the middle of the night. She didn't have a light or anything that would help guide her way out of here. But as she's sitting there panicking, she's thinking, I have to go right now, like it's life or death. And so she stands up and immediately she feels really weak on her feet. Like she's super fatigued still, but it's like adrenaline is coursing through her body. She's got to get out of here. And she starts stumbling her way into the tree line where it's super dark, and she's trying to stay on this trail, but she keeps deviating because it's so dark, and she's bumping into trees, and she keeps hearing noises all around her that she's convinced are these 5 people coming back to hurt her, or animals, or she doesn't know what. I mean, she is in full panic mode here, but just for hours, or what felt like hours, she just stumbled through these trails, you know, getting completely disoriented, and finally she comes to the stream, and she just stops. And she's sitting there and she realizes, you know, the sun is starting to come up. So she kneels down and she scoops some water into her mouth. And right as the sun comes up across the mountainside, there's enough light that miraculously she realizes she can actually see a path down the side of the mountain that she believes will bring her back to her village. Like she's gonna get out of here unscathed.
She never made it to the end of the
So she kind
path.
of catches her breath, she gets another sip from the stream, and then with the help of the sunlight, she navigated her way to this trail that she could see, and down the mountain she went. And as she was going down this mountain, she looked down towards her village, and she saw clearly there was a big group of people, presumably villagers, out looking for her, that were right down on the trail, sort of like the beginning of the trail.
All right, I'll be right back.
And Faye, you know, she's waving and calling out to them, and a few of the people in the crowd, they're looking up at her, and maybe from the distance they couldn't really tell who she was or what she was doing, but there was some level of recognition, but she couldn't really tell what the reaction of the crowd was. But she had gotten their attention, and Faye's so excited, and down the hill she goes. Suddenly she feels totally rejuvenated because she's gonna be okay, and she gets closer to this big crowd of people, and she sees now it's friends, it's family, it's definitely her people. But the looks on their faces are not the looks that Faye is expecting. I mean, she did understand that, clearly I've been out here at least for several hours. They must have organized the search party. They've been worried about me, but here I am. Like, they gotta be relieved now, right? Like, they found me. But no, the looks on all these people's faces were of shock, were of horror, not really sure what to make of Faye coming down the mountainside toward them. And then, when Faye got close enough to the group that she could actually make out individual faces, Faye saw her sister in the crowd. And she waved to her sister and said, "Hey, I'm okay, it's okay, everything's fine, like, come on, everything's fine." And Faye's sister kind of broke ranks very hesitantly, and then she finally jogs up to Faye, and the two embrace, and it's this really emotional moment. And Faye's sister says to Faye, "Where have you been?" And Faye kind of steps back from her and says, "Oh, yesterday or a few hours ago, I don't know, I kind of lost track of time, but I think it was yesterday. I saw these 5 people, and we kind of made our way into the mountains. I don't know, I shouldn't have done it, but I fell asleep, and here I am. I'm so sorry if I scared you, but I'm okay." But Faye's sister, it's like she was hearing what Faye was saying, but couldn't process it. And eventually, her sister kind of stepped back and looked at Faye and just said, "That can't be true. You've been gone for 17 days. Faye didn't really have time to appreciate what she had just been told, nor did the group really have time to appreciate that Faye apparently has shown back up again. Because pretty much immediately, Faye was rushed to the hospital, where doctors discovered she had lost 60 pounds. She was horribly malnourished and dehydrated. I mean, they didn't understand how she was still alive. And while Faye is being treated, she began to hear what had happened over the past 17 days she had been gone. They had security footage that showed when Faye went into the woods, because she had on that.
Oh shit. Ads! Let's get a tote going. We wait on the ads, boys. Fuck them ads. They not good for us. We not goods for them. That's what makes us good pairs. 'Cause it's always what's not goods for you makes the best things for you. Right? Mutual destruction. Get ready for it. Alright. Are we back? Oh, we back, peeps. Let's go.
Bright red distinctive coat. They caught her walking into the forest. There she goes. So they knew she was up in the 7.5-mile stretch, which is this, 18 Ponds of the Dragon King. It's a distinctive 7.5-mile plot. They knew she had to be up there. And also because this was around the time of COVID, there were really strict checkpoints of all the other villages in the area. So anybody going in and out of these villages, they'd be documented. And they knew Faye had not gone into any of the surrounding villages. So she had to be in the 18 Ponds of the Dragon King, that 7.5-mile stretch. But despite launching a huge search party into that 7.5-mile stretch to go look for her, and also firing off fireworks left and right to try to get her attention, not only did nobody find any trace of Faye, but Faye would also say, "I never heard fireworks, I never heard or saw any searchers." From her perspective, it literally felt like she had just fallen asleep for a few hours and woken up, and here she was. Not 17 days. But eventually, Faye would actually go into detail about the specifics of what she remembered about this ordeal. Namely, she would talk about those 5 people, her new friends, who sort of encouraged her to go up into the 18 pawns of the Dragon King. And she remembered their names, what they looked like, she remembered discussions she had with them, and she painted them as wonderful people, but it's like she just woke up and they were gone. And so she thought, maybe they had tricked her, and, maybe they drugged her, and that's why she can't remember this stuff, or she didn't know what, but she couldn't reconcile the fact that they seemed like such nice people, but must have had something to do with what's happened here. But after Faye said that, her family, they kind of looked at each other like, Faye, those can't be the 5 people you were with. And Faye's like, why? And they're like, because the 5 people you named and described, they've been dead for a long time. Now, Faye was incredulous, but when they reviewed the security footage that showed Faye clearly in her bright red distinctive coat walking up the trail into the 18 pawns, there was nobody else with her. Those 5 people, they're not on camera. So the 18 pawns of the Dragon King is not just a beautiful hiking destination. It's also believed to be haunted. Locals claim that when they look up at the mountainside that the trail passes through and then up to that forest as well, they can sometimes see these eerie blue lights moving around in the trees that nobody can explain. There's a story that, people that have died, their spirits sort of haunt this area looking for living people to switch places with. In fact, when Faye began coming down the mountainside and she looked and saw that huge crowd of people that she believed was basically, her search party out to look for her, well, in reality, that wasn't the case. One of the locals had looked up and seen what he thought was another one of those lights. Not a blue light, but a red light. It was Faye's red jacket. He had seen this red thing bouncing around off in the distance, and he thought it was, one of these strange lights, a ghost, let's say. And so he had told people in the village, and everybody was really excited, and they ran out to go see what it was, and it sort of was a ghost. It was Faye, who'd been gone for 17 days coming down the mountain, and nobody could believe it. They were so shocked. And so to this day, nobody knows what actually happened to Faye. All we know is we have her on camera disappearing into this trail, into this forest, in the mountainside, and then turning back up 17 days later. Keep in mind, before this, the longest anybody had survived out there after getting lost was 12 days, and it was this young man who was really fit, who barely survived. Faye was in horrible shape, and she was out there for 17 days, but somehow she showed up alive. Faye still lives in the village today, and her story, at least from her perspective, has never changed.
Getting hot in here.
Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video and for allowing me to talk about therapy and how it helped get me to where
I've
I am.
heard bad things about BetterHelp, but hey, apparently Mr. Ballin uses it, so I don't know if it's a scam or not, or if it's like partially a scam, or it's been infiltrated by scammers.
Everybody wanted me to be successful.
Apparently, it's not a good thing.
I just wasn't able to kind of reacclimate back into the civilian world. It was like my mindset was still trapped in the military, and I just couldn't make the jump. And so as a result, I kind of bottled up my emotions and sort of got easily frustrated with everybody around me. I was mad all the time, but I was kind of blind to it. I actually thought I was just fine. It was not until my friends and family intervened and told me, like, you really need to get some serious help here. Like, you're kind of falling apart. You need some help. And I took their advice, and I did go see a therapist, and honestly, that changed my life. In early 2018, when I actually saw a therapist, the thing that really did make the change in me was the therapist was able to kind of give me perspective on my life and kind of show me really kind of where I stand and what was going for me and what I needed to work on. And it really helped guide me towards making better decisions. And today, I still rely on therapy because, I'm in this world of content creation where there's so much pressure on you to, keep your views up and look the part and be happy and successful and all these different things. But I'm a human. I have a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that I need to work out as well. And luckily, my therapist kind of keeps me grounded and keeps giving me the perspective that I need to keep me grounded. And so if you're struggling right now, either because you are, or because maybe your circle of friends and family have kind of clued you in that maybe you could use some help, consider giving therapy a try. And a great starting point for therapy is BetterHelp. If this sounds helpful, you can go to betterhelp.com/MrBallin to get 10% off your first month of therapy.
Because people who watch this content need therapy. Because these are fucked up stories, right? I mean, it works.
One morning in the spring of 1959, a middle-aged civil engineer named Wu Chiu biked through his rural town in Taiwan. He was on his way home from work, and normally he sort of enjoyed this bike ride home. He would take his time and look at the beautiful temple and all the marketplaces, but today he was not looking at the scenery. He was in a huge rush because he had gotten word that his wife had become horribly sick. And so Wu is pedaling as fast as he possibly can, trying to get home to his wife to help her and take care of her. But as he got to his neighborhood, he started to realize that he was really gassed. Like, literally pedaling to his house was just unbelievably exhausting. Now, he was sort of sprinting, but at the same time, Wu was a pretty athletic guy, and so this type of a ride was something that he should have been able to handle. But it just sort of seemed like there was a weight attached to him, like he was pulling an extra 100 pounds or something. But regardless, Wu pushed through the pain, knowing he had to get to his wife at all costs, and he turned the corner onto his street, and as he was making his final approach to his house, he saw one of his neighbors. And even though Wu was completely in a rush, he was also very polite. And so even though he's sweating and hustling, he still took the time to turn and wave to his neighbor. And his neighbor, who clearly looked at Wu, made eye contact with him, saw it was Wu. Instead of waving back, they kind of scowled at Wu, like they were disgusted by him. They didn't wave back and they turned and just went the other way. And Wu's like, what was that about? What did I do? But again, Wu has to get home, so he sort of wrote that off and he's like, okay, keep on pedaling. He gets even closer to his house, and then it just so happens another neighbor comes outside, and again, Wu's politeness comes through, and he's like sweating profusely. He's like, hey, how are you? And this neighbor as well looks at Wu with this look of total disdain on their face, like there's something wrong with Wu. And Wu's like, what did I do? What's going on here? And so that neighbor does not wave back. They go back inside their house. But again, Wu really can't focus on this weirdness with his neighbors. He needs to get home to his wife. And so again, with his heavy legs, he finally gets to his house, parks his bike, and runs inside to see his wife. Wu would find his wife in their bedroom, in bed, and she was looking very pale and sick. Her name was Lin Wang Yao. She was 37 years old. And generally speaking, she was a pretty frail person who was sort of prone to minor illnesses all the time. And so, Wu was sort of accustomed to her not doing so well. But as soon as he saw his wife, he could tell that whatever was going on with her was serious. This was not one of her typical bouts of, minor illnesses. Something was wrong here. And so Wu immediately began to tend to his wife. He made her some soup and some tea, but, Lin barely could sip either of them. And Lin also, she had this fever that just kept getting worse and worse. And, Wu was hoping she would break the fever at some point. But, all night as Wu was up tending to her, the fever just kept getting worse. And so Wu, he really didn't know what to do. And this is 1959. They're in a rural village in Taiwan. And so it was difficult to get to a hospital. And so Wu really wanted to find a way to treat his wife at home, and he was just praying that, over the next 24 hours or so, she would show signs of getting better. But over the next couple of days, Lin did not get better. Her fever never broke, she basically stopped eating and drinking, and it was like she was drifting in and out of consciousness. And then finally, after 3 days of this, Wu knew, if I don't get my wife to a hospital, no matter how hard it is to do that, she might not make it. The primary hurdle for Wu to get Lin to the hospital was actually just transportation. He didn't have a car, but he did know that one of his neighbors on his street had a donkey cart, and so he could maybe load his wife into that, and they could get her to the hospital in the cart. And so Wu, he went outside and he found the neighbor who happened to be outside, actually with their donkey cart, and he flagged them down, and he asked them if they'd be willing to transport Lin to the hospital in their cart. But just like a few days earlier, when Wu had been biking on his street and his neighbors had been totally weird to him and sort of looked at him with these obvious looks of disgust, this neighbor, who knew Wu really well, looked at Wu and basically gave him one of those looks, like, you gross person, and he turned around like he wasn't even gonna talk to Wu. But then Wu, in desperation, just says, look, my wife, she's dying. She needs to get to the hospital. Please do it for her. And at that, this neighbor, clearly despite their misgivings, sort of turns back around and says, fine, we can use the cart and get her to the hospital. And so Wu and this neighbor, they go into Wu's house, they scoop up Lin, they put her on the cart, and it takes several hours, but they do eventually get her to the hospital. And by the time they're there, Lin is basically unconscious. They rush her inside, and the doctors and nurses, they try to do everything they can to stabilize Lin. But as soon as she was admitted, it was like her condition only got worse and worse. And that night, she slipped into a coma and then she died. Wu was devastated. He and the neighbor took Lin's body, put it back in the donkey cart, and brought it back to their town. And then Wu began setting up for a funeral service. So in Taiwan, it's customary during funerals to have the body of the loved one be brought into the house where it stays for 7 days before they're cremated. And so Wu, after getting Lin's body back home, he put her into a coffin, set her up in the living room, and then over the next several days, Wu was at home next to his dead wife as friends and family, and even the neighbors who, clearly had some issue with Wu, they all came in to pay their respects. And while this was happening, Wu, who was already devastated at the loss of his wife, as he would listen to people come in and pray over the body and sort of talk to the body as if she was still alive and talk about how wonderful she was, it really hit Wu hard because it was like he was suddenly realizing how different his life was going to be without his wife. Lin was a very simple woman. She was illiterate, she really didn't travel, and she was very introverted and quiet, but she was a wonderful wife. She took care of Wu, she cared about him deeply, she was a wonderful cook, and just generally, she made people around her feel safe and happy. And so, Wu, it's like he just found himself over and over having these fits of just crying. He can't believe that Lin is now gone. But on the third day after Lin had passed away, so now we're about halfway through this funeral service, which takes about a week, Wu was in his living room dealing with this overwhelming sadness about losing his wife, and there's this procession of people coming in and out of the house. And as Wu was sitting there, there was sort of a cadence and a rhythm to how the days were going. But at some point, it was like everybody in the room just suddenly went completely silent, and then people began to gasp. And Wu, he was sort of head down, dealing with his sadness, and he sort of noticed the change in the room, and he heard people gasping, and he looked up, and he noticed a few of the mourners. They weren't just gasping, they were open-mouthed and horrified, and they were looking at the casket. And so Wu went from the mourners, and he looks over at the casket, and there, in this open casket, is Lin, except now she's sitting upright, looking around the room, clearly alive. Now, at first, Wu's reaction was, oh my goodness, my wife must have just slipped into a really deep coma. So deep that the doctors could not distinguish it from death. And so this is a mistake. Like, she was never dead. She's just, waking up from her coma. But at the same time, as Wu's having this immediate reaction to seeing his wife sitting up in her coffin, he's thinking, but over these 3 days that I've not left her side, I've been with her body the whole time. She's not moved, she's not made a sound, she's certainly not had anything to eat or drink. Like, this just doesn't seem possible. And so Wu and the other mourners, after the shock of seeing this sort of wore off, everybody kind of jumped into action. And they rushed over to the casket, and they very gently lifted Lin out of the casket, and they carried her over to her bed, and they laid her down, and Lin immediately kind of gestured for water. She was too weak to speak. She had lost a bunch of weight, but she's gesturing for water. And so I give her some water, and she sips the water, and everyone's looking at Wu like, we have to get her to the hospital. Like, what else can we possibly do? But Wu, he's looking at his wife, and she's so frail. She really seems like now she is on the precipice of dying here. And he's thinking, she can't survive another donkey cart ride to the hospital. And so we have to keep her here and hope that she, recovers enough that maybe in a day or two we could bring her to the hospital, but certainly not now. And so over the next couple of hours, Wu, along with some friends and family, just stayed by Lin's bedside, constantly checking on her, making sure she really was alive. And, she was, albeit, very subdued, but she continued to drink water and had a little food. And amazingly, over the span of only a few hours, Lin went from basically literally being dead to actually seeming to get a whole lot better. In fact, to the point where, Lin was actually sitting up in bed and, stretching and moving around as if she was completely fine. In fact, in Wu's opinion, it almost seemed like within a few hours, she was actually physically almost better off than she was normally when she was alive. Like, it was a miracle how quickly she was recovering. And so by that night, when Lin really did seem like she was effectively back to her normal self, the mourners all left and said, okay, well, I guess Lin's okay. They left, and then it was just Wu and Lin. And Wu had no idea how to handle any of this. He was just so grateful that his wife was alive, even though, again, none of this made any sense. Like, this is so shocking. But he's just grateful that she's alive. The next day, when they woke up, Lin was so much better that she was out of bed, walking around the house, really excited to face the day. And Wu's like, dude, you were dead yesterday. Like, what's going on here? But Lin said to him, hey, I want to go out on a walk. You want to go on a walk with me, go to the temple? And Wu, he's looking at Lin, still like unable to comprehend what's happened here. But he's thinking, you know, she does seem like she's in great health right now, and if she wants to go for a walk, great, I'll go with her. And so the two of them went outside and they began to walk. And as they're walking, I mean, Wu, he's a pretty athletic guy, remember? He found himself barely able to keep pace with Lin, who was like speed walking towards the temple. And on top of that, as they're walking, and Wu's like, you know, gassed as he's trying to keep up with his wife, periodically neighbors would, you know, wave to Lin and Wu, and for just a brief second they would chat. And as Wu listened to Lin speak, he began to notice something really strange. That Lin, you know, maybe he didn't notice it before, but he was definitely noticing it when she was speaking to other people. She just sounded different. Like her accent was different. It did not sound like his wife. And the weirdness around Lin's miraculous recovery only got more weird over time. Before Lin died and came back to life, she had been illiterate. But now, she was not only able to read, but she could also read and speak fluent Mandarin, a language she didn't know before she died. Also, Lin used to be a really skilled cook who loved cooking meat dishes in particular. But now that Lin
No, I was playing Rivals. I missed the
wanted to eat
video.
meat. She said she was a vegetarian and basically stopped cooking. Also,
You-
Lin began speaking with real authority about the professions of accounting.
The struggle is
and
real,
cooking.
queen.
And then also she advised her husband to quit his job as an engineer and open up a building materials shop in town because there was a real need for it and he'd make real money that way. And believe it or not, like Wu, he doesn't understand what's going on with his wife, but she really seemed like a force to be reckoned with now.
He really
And
is.
However she had gained all this extra knowledge, it really seemed like she was sharp these days. And so he was like, all right. And he quits his job as an engineer, opens up this building materials shop, and
Pause,
really
catch
quickly,
me up. Okay, so there's a village in Taiwan, and there's a man and a woman, husband and wife, and the wife dies, and in Taiwan there's like a ritual where you have like 7 days where you have the body in a coffin. So they on the third day they're like, you know, mourning her, and then she wakes up in her coffin. And now she's like a completely different person. And she's basically like bossing him around and stuff like that, telling him what to do. And they're all like, what the fuck is going on? But it's like she talks differently, she can read and write, she's you know, super smart.
He and his wife began making real money, more money than they had ever made before. And while all this was happening, Wu and Lin became the biggest curiosity in town. I mean, the story of how Lin had miraculously come back to life with all these bizarre personality changes, you know, not only was that spreading all around town, but it eventually spread all across the country. It was like everybody was talking about Lin. In fact, this story spread so far that it eventually reached the Taiwanese government. And when they heard about it, they were so intrigued, they decided they would investigate. And so on March 17th, 1962, the Taiwanese government sent for Lin. And Lin was very happy to go. She was ready to tell her story and answer any questions they had. This was all just kind of exciting. The idea that the government wanted to know how she had made this unbelievable recovery. And so the government, they scoop her up and they bring her to this army hospital and they tell her she's going to be meeting with the chief physician there. And so the chief physician, he's inside of the room, he's waiting for Lin. He's never met her before. He's only been told roughly what the story is. You know, there's this woman who's
They experimented on
funny
her.
after coming back from the dead, and okay, fine, I'm going to talk to her and see what's going on.
Exactly.
And so Lin, she walks in the room, and the chief physician, he looks at her. She's an ordinary-looking woman, and she walks over to him, and before he can even begin a line of questioning, Lin looks at him like with a double take, like there's a moment of recognition, and she says to the chief physician, "Uncle?" And the chief physician is like, "Why are you calling me uncle?" And then Lin would go on to explain why she had just called him uncle. And the chief physician was so shocked by her story that he left the room and he called for his wife. And then when his wife came to the hospital, he didn't tell her what was going on. He just said, "Come with me." She walks into the room with the chief physician, he and his wife, and Lin, who's never met this woman, and the woman has never met Lin, they see each other for the first time, and Lin looks at her and just goes, "Auntie." And it was at this point that Lin revealed to the chief physician and his wife that Lin really was not her name. That's what people called her, but that wasn't who she was. Her real name was Zhu Shuwa, and the chief physician and his wife literally couldn't believe it, because they had not given any information about their personal lives to Lynn. They've only listened to her story, and she's just offered up what she claims her name is. She's called them uncle and auntie, and wouldn't you know it, the chief physician and his wife, they did have a niece whose name was Zhu Shuhua, and a year earlier, she, their niece, had gone missing. She'd gone missing during the Chinese Civil War, and she had been presumed dead, but nobody had ever found her body. According to Lynn, Zhu did die during that war. She was robbed and murdered by a group of fishermen. And then after she was killed, her spirit was sort of stuck in this purgatory for some time. But then, a year after Zhu's death, when Lynn died, Lynn said that Zhu's spirit entered Lynn's body, and thus, she came back to life, Zhu did, but in a different body. And so Lynn basically was telling the chief physician and his wife that she was Zhu. She had been reincarnated in Lynn's body. And as crazy as this story sounded, the chief physician and his wife couldn't help but notice that as Lynn was speaking, her accent was exactly like Zhu's. In fact, just generally speaking, Lynn was acting exactly like their niece.
More like hijack the body.
Seem like the reincarnated version of Zhu. And then when they dug deeper and spoke more to Lynn and also her husband Wu, the physician and his wife learned that, Lynn, when she woke up and was reincarnated, suddenly she was a vegetarian, just like Zhu. Suddenly, Lynn was interested in accounting and bookkeeping. Well, that was something that Zhu was interested in. And also, the biggest one was that Lynn had been illiterate, but then she wakes up and suddenly she reads and speaks Mandarin fluently, the language that Zhu read and spoke. And so the chief physician, he couldn't help but start to believe that maybe Lynn was telling the truth here. Maybe this really was his niece's reincarnated spirit. And so, as sort of strange as it was, he told the Taiwanese government that, there's something weird happening here, and, I can't help but believe that maybe there's some truth to this story. But if we really want to pressure test it, Lynn claims that she knows who killed my niece. Like, she knows who killed her, because now she's Zhu. She said it was this particular group of fishermen. And actually, Lynn had given the names of these fishermen that apparently robbed and killed Zhu. And so the chief physician told the government, why don't we investigate my niece's disappearance as a murder and go talk to those fishermen and see if that holds up. And so that's what the government did. They tracked these fishermen down, but unfortunately, only one of them was still alive. But they interviewed this guy, and Lynn would actually say that particular fisherman, he was not one of the aggressors. He was actually the only fisherman in the group who tried to save Zhu, even though obviously she did get killed, but that fisherman had tried to stop what was happening to her. And when the government talked to him, he would say that yes, unfortunately, she was killed, and I did try to stop it, but I just couldn't. Keep in mind, this fisherman had not been given any information. This is entirely like a brand new investigation. He has no idea what they know, but he basically exactly mirrored what Lynn said happened. And so based on this, they actually closed Zhu Shua's case. It was labeled a disappearance. They changed it to a murder, and they labeled her killers as the fishermen who were deceased at the time. But they were labeled as her killers, and they closed the case, based entirely on, a reincarnated spirit's testimony. And there's one more thing. Back in the beginning of the story, when Wu is hustling home, biking as fast as he can to get to his sick wife, and he has those weird encounters with his neighbors, well, it would turn out when those neighbors were interviewed, they would say that the reason they gave those looks to Wu, those looks...
So someone was riding on the back of his bike?
Is because, one, they knew Wu was married to Lynn, and they were also aware that she was sick in bed. But here comes Wu pedaling up the road, and he's got this woman sitting on the back of his bike that is clearly not his wife. And so everyone's reaction to that is, Wu is having an affair on his poor wife who's sick in bed. What a horrible person. Now, Wu swore there was no woman on his bike, but he would recall that the bike did feel really heavy, like he was pulling extra weight at the end there. Later, Lynn would say that actually Zhu's spirit had come down and hopped on the back of Wu's bike, and it was her basically riding along, hitching a ride up to their house. She was the woman that the neighbors were seeing. But Wu, he was so focused on getting home, even though he felt that heavy weight, he never turned around, and so he didn't see her. And then once Lynn passed away, Zhu's spirit, who was now at the home, sort of waiting for this to happen, she switched places with him. For the rest of her life, Lynn would live as Zhu, and she would become a community and spiritual leader. and she would pass away in 2018 at the age of 97. And at her funeral, there would be banners hung that actually said both names, Lin and Zhu. And so if reincarnation is real, this story might just be one of the most credible cases ever.
There's also one in India that's really cool that he did too. Reincarnation of like a royal.
Thank you so
royal
much
kid.
for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode.
Who's like a 34-year-old reincarnated in like a 5-year-old's body, basically. Oh. All right. It's Book Fox time, guys.
What is the word?
Huge lies writing gurus are telling you. All right. Let's do it. This real quick here. Yes! 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 Oh my god, who's a bookadur? Brutality is real. Okay, notes on what did we call it? Guru lies. All right.
What is the worst writing advice you've ever heard? Perhaps it came from a teacher, or maybe someone in your writing workshop. Perhaps you didn't realize it was terrible advice until maybe years later. Well, unfortunately, sometimes the greatest writers out there give terrible advice, and it's time to dispel some of those false notions. I'll start at number 7 and then work up to number 1, which is a doozy. Number 7, Hemingway said to write drunk, edit sober. Yes, this is writing advice so popular, it's even on t-shirts. And people quote it because it sounds really fun to quote. But is it true? Now, if you take this
I don't know about that.
then yes, it's going to be a big problem. There's this huge culture of alcoholism in 20th century fiction. Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Tennessee Williams, Raymond Chandler, Edgar Allan Poe. Unfortunately, drinking your socks off does not actually make you a better drafter.
Oh, ads. I wasn't paying attention. I should have waited until the ads were over to start the video. But hey, at least we got the first one out of the way, right? I write and edit while high. Oops. Inebriation and like they said, like take Adderall and you write your book in a day. It's all it takes. An Adderall. The writer's ultimate weapon. The military has nukes, writers have Adderall. Alright, almost there, almost there. Alright, welcome back.
Fiction. Neither does psychedelic drugs, although Frank Herbert wrote Dune on them, and Hunter Thompson gulped them down in handfuls for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yep.
But there is a sliver of truth in this if you take it figuratively. What he's really saying is that you could interpret this as write without any sort of filters, and then edit with a very critical, rational mind. Now that I can get behind. Many writers make the mistake of trying to draft while using their critical editor's mind, and therefore they don't finish because their editor's mind keeps saying, hey, none of this is any good. Listen, just don't start drinking a beer every single time before you write, or don't become an alcoholic because all these famous writers made it seem so wonderful. Number 6, Mark Twain said, Write what you know.
write what
Okay,
you know.
the whole journey of writing is discovering what you don't know and then filling in those gaps. I prefer Ursula Le Guin's advice on this. She said, write what you know, but remember that you are dragons. I love this because it allows for all the imaginative possibilities of a boy wizard or a comet hitting Earth or alien visitors. But I will say that this advice is salvageable if you only apply it to the emotional content of fiction. For instance, if you went through infertility with a spouse, like I did, then you understand the deep pain of not being able to get pregnant. So that's an excellent topic to present in fiction because you know it so well that you have this raw emotional power behind it. But right,
that would be like mine. That would be like loners, right? I feel like I'm a loner that's like, I'm the only smart person in the world. Everyone else is dumb. I know what I'm talking about. Everyone else is stupid. I know everything. And that's kind of what like Husai is in a way, in the aspect of he is the only human. He knows things about reality and consciousness that other people can't even fathom. And he's essentially the guiding hand, the person leading everyone along the way, like, because he's like the master strategist, like the commander, right? Telling all the other pieces how to move. And you know, I'm good. I'm good at sitting in the back watching things happen and planning things out. So that definitely turns over into like a loner type character that spent a lot of time in a library but wants to go back out into the world now.
what you know is rubbish if that means only write about your particular job or your particular neighborhood. Jobs or places are things that you can research. Those are things that you can learn. So take what you know emotionally and mix it with a whole bunch of stuff that you don't know. That's the beginnings of a good novel. 5. Ray Bradbury, Write Every Day. One of the most memorable pieces of
Write Every Day.
Good novel. 5. Ray
Bradbury. Write Every Day.
Ray Bradbury, Write Every Day. One of the most memorable pieces of writing advice that Ray Bradbury ever gave was, you must write every single day of your life. I used to believe this advice. I used to stand on street corners preaching this advice to any writer who wandered by. But when I actually look at my writing career, I am much more of a binge writer. I will write furiously for 3 or 4 hours every single day for 2 months and finish a novel. And when I finish with that binge writing, then I usually take a break. Sometimes I'll take a break from fiction and then tinker around with some nonfiction for a little bit. And then there are plenty of days that I don't write anything at all. For instance, I didn't write fiction for a whole year after I published my first book, I Will Shout Your Name. I was disappointed in the sales and I wasn't sure what to write next. Ultimately, don't put the pressure on yourself to have to write every single day. 4. John Updike, genre fiction.
All right. Genre fiction is badly written. Not 100% sure what he means by that.
Is badly written. Here's what Updike said in an interview with the Paris Review. I can't believe the quality of the writing in popular fiction. It's not there. There are exceptions. There are some very good writers writing detective stories, for instance, but they're not in the same league as, and he names a bunch of names. There is a long tradition in literary fiction of feeling very snooty about genre fiction. Oh, all those poor genre writers. And lots of MFA programs support this hierarchy because they only teach literary fiction and they have almost zero professors who write, say, sci-fi or romance or westerns or fantasy. Personally, I write literary fiction, but I don't put it on a pedestal above genre fiction. They're doing very different things. They have very different goals, and they have different banks of readers. Every writer should be asking themselves, when I read genre fiction, or broadly speaking, commercial fiction, what can I learn? Listen, I don't enjoy Dan Brown for a whole host of reasons, but that doesn't prevent me from learning a whole bunch of things from him. 1. Pacing. He is a master at keeping the story moving quickly. 2. Cliffhangers. Study the end of each chapter. You can't stop reading. 3. High concepts. Da Vinci Code is an eye-catching concept about the origin of Jesus and secret societies. That said, I think most commercial and genre writers have a lot to learn from literary writers about care with language, not being sloppy, overwriting, or using cliches, and also depth of characterization, focusing on complex psychologies and crafting unique human beings. 3. William Faulkner, Kill
Kill your darlings. Of course, the biggest one. I didn't stream today!
Your darlings. In his Nobel acceptance speech, Faulkner famously said, "In writing, you must kill all your darlings." I think this started off as good advice, but it's been warped by a few generations of writers, and now it's kind of terrible advice. What it started off with was this. When you have a passage that's very precious to you, it's a sign that it might not be serving the story's best interests. It's serving your interests because you feel so proud that you're the one that wrote. Okay, so that's not the worst advice ever. Every part of your book should be designed for the reader's pleasure, rather than you saying, "Look how smart I am." But Kill Your Darlings advice has mutated into something like, when
Kill
you
your
really
characters.
like a passage, you should delete it. What? If I like a section, I'm gonna keep it in the book. That's basically the whole process of revision, is winnowing between the stuff I like and the stuff I don't like. It's also turned into this catchphrase that writers sort of like bludgeon other writers over the head with. So instead of telling a writer to revise based on the phrase "kill your darlings," I would recommend that they revise based on "keep what gives the reader pleasure." It's a positive phrase rather than a negative one, and I think you'll end up deleting what doesn't bring joy. 2. Elmore Leonard. If it sounds like writing,
rewrite it. Yep. That's what Ray was telling us. Sorry, not Ray. Ram. Gives the reader pleasure. Sounds like writing, I rewrite it.
I rewrite it. Elmore Leonard is famous for his natural speech patterns in his fiction, and so it totally makes sense that this is the type of advice that he would give. He prioritizes the application of everyday speech in fiction. He doesn't want you to be fancy. I think it is a good impulse to guard against purple prose, which is writing that is trying too hard and becomes ugly in the process. But writing is writing. It's different than speech. A lot of writing is crafting the perfect rebuttal or the most beautiful line. And those aren't things that a person would just naturally trot out. For example, look at dialogue in movies like Juno.
Look, I just drank my weight in Sunny D and I gotta go pronto.
Or shows like Gilmore Girls.
Ate and then we danced.
Danced? How?
We pop locked.
Was it a fast dance, slow dance, group dance?
It was a slow dance. What is group dance?
The hustle, the horror.
It's not natural dialogue, it's hyper-stylized dialogue. It's dialogue that would only be true if everyone in the world had an IQ of 190 and could think faster than Formula 1 cars. It's fake dialogue, but guess what? It's also really fun. And some of the most beautiful passages that I have ever read in Cormac McCarthy sound like Shakespeare up and married the New King James Bible. It doesn't sound natural at all, but guess what? It's beautiful. And lastly, number 1, Anton Chekhov, show don't tell. This is one of the most famous lines in literature, a line that has spawned trillions of pieces of writing advice. There's been quotes in a million classrooms and on a million blogs and on a million social media feeds. Here's the quote. "Don't tell me the moon is shining. Show me the glint of light on broken glass." This advice is helpful for beginning writers because they tend to forget the details and instead...
Yeah, that's a good one. Don't tell me the moon is shining. Show me the glint of light on broken glass. The nuance. It's like the customer is always right in matters of taste.
On broken glass. This advice is helpful for beginning writers because they tend to forget the details and instead focus on exactly what they want the reader to think. But once you get some writing experience under your belt, you realize that sometimes it is enormously helpful to tell the reader. Tell them what to think of an evil character, and then also show that character acting in a way that deserves hate. Tell them what happened over the summer. Don't show them, it would slow down the pace too much. Tell them what's going to happen at the end of the book to make the reader anticipate it. Telling is one of the most powerful tools in a writer's tool belt. Now, that doesn't mean you should avoid showing. Showing is the bread and butter of fiction writers. Most of the time, you do want scenes that reveal character through a person's actions. And therefore readers often like showing because it's the type of storytelling that they're used to because of movies. But telling is something that fiction in particular does really, really well. And if you stop using telling in your fiction, you're just hamstringing your writing. Really, good writing advice is telling the author you need to know when to tell and when to show, because there are definitely places for both. All right, comment below with your least favorite writing advice, or say your most favorite writing advice. And do two things. Click the button with the thumbs up on it, and then click the subscribe button so you can see.
True. Alright, guys, it's another BookFox video down. Where's this shit? Hiding from me? Trying to hide from me? I got too many windows here. Shit. Okay, we got that. So now, give them a like, give them a view, give them a subscribe. BookFox is fucking awesome. And now we're going to move into... I don't have anything planned for this, so we're just gonna wing it. Okay, so the idea of democratic riots. Don't know if that should be the question or not. Okay, I don't know about this, but there are currently a lot of nations that are in the process of rioting. Some of them have good reasons, some do not. America, for instance, rioting over Trump being elected and calling him a dictator and authoritarian, whereas in other countries, real oppressive government is detaining political leaders and preventing dissent with force. When seen from above, you know it's a riot in the US because there are so many flags, whereas in other countries, all you see is only the flag of that country. When given the diplomatic option and upon losing, you riot, this is not justice. Whereas if the majority wishes for change, the current regime imprisons that candidate to prevent running. When the dust settles, and let's say the democratic outcome wins, what are the chances that the newly formed governments of these countries, like Serbia, Indonesia, Australia, the UK countries struggling with illegal immigration, is the chance that in the end the US will be unseated as the greatest world power? Kind of the decline of the US through its own, like, Karenocracy. Kind of. That is the question of the day! The inquiry of the day. The interest of the day. The story of the day. You guys ready for Tokes, though? We got Tokes coming up. Coming up heavy. Heavy Tokes coming up. Get your Tokes ready. We going. I don't pay attention to politics. I'm Canadian. I only pay attention to American politics because I think it's funny. I don't care about Canadian politics. I think it's funny, actually, that Alberta and Canada are apparently trying to... I haven't heard anything about this, but apparently people are saying that we're trying to leave Canada. And I'm like, okay, cool. Tokes here. Get your Tokes here. Tokes going now. Okay. Alright, let's see what it said. Your query touches on a mix of current global unrest. Jesus, okay, that's not what I meant to do. Why is it scrolling down to the bottom when I do that? What a joke. Alright. Your query touches on a mix of current global unrest, comparisons between types of protests, and speculative geopolitical shifts. I'll break it down step by step, drawing on recent events since September 2025, while aiming for a balanced, evidence-based view. Note that riots and protests can overlap, but aren't always the same. Many people start peacefully and escalate due to various factors like police response, counter-demonstrators, or opportunists. I'll focus on the countries you mentioned: Serbia, Indonesia, Australia, and the UK. Their immigration-related struggles where relevant, potential for government changes, and the broader question of the U.S. broader question of the U.S. global dominance. Comparing protests, U.S. versus other countries. You're right that visual cues like flags highlight differences in protest dynamics. In the U.S., post-2024 election protests against Trump victory often featured American flags alongside signs decrying him as authoritarian, reflecting a polarized but democratic process where the losing side vents frustration. These have been criticized as undermining electoral legitimacy when no evidence of fraud emerged, but they're protected under free speech and assembly rights. Contrast protests in more authoritarian leading context. Serbia often lack diverse symbols and focus on a single national flag, symbolizing unified opposition to the regime. There, governments have been accused of detaining opposition figures, manipulating elections, or using force to suppress dissent, fitting your description of real oppressive tactics. The democratic countries like Australia and the UK, protests over immigration are more policy-focused, with clashes arising from ideological divides rather than outright regime change. Indonesia falls in between, a democracy with flaws where recent unrest stemmed from economic grievances, but has escalated into violence without clear calls for toppling the government. The key distinction you raise, rioting after a fair loss versus against rigged systems, holds in principle. Democratic protests after elections, like in the U.S., can erode trust if they turn violent, while those against genuine oppression, imprisoning candidates, are often seen as justified pushes for justice. However, good reasons are subjective. Economic hardship or perceived policy failures fuel many regardless of regime type. Current unrest and political potential for new governments. All these countries are grappling with immigration to varying degrees, often intertwined with economic strain, inequality, and populism. Here's a snapshot based on 2025 events. Serbia. Protests have been massive and ongoing for over 9 months, sparked by a deadly railway station collapse in Novi Sad, late 2024, blamed on corruption under President Alexander Vucic's populist rule. Demonstrators demand justice, free elections, and an end to authoritarianism, including alleged detention of opposition leaders and media suppression. Clashes with riot police and ruling party counter-protesters have injured dozens, and accusations of foreign orchestration from Vucic. Immigration isn't the core issue here, it's more about governance and EU integration, but anti-migrant sentiments have surfaced in populist rhetoric. If democratic outcomes win via snap elections or Vucic ouster, new government is plausible by late 2025 or 2026. Likely more pure pro-EU and reformist. Chances moderate, 40 to 50%, as protests show signs of fading, but Vucic has held power resiliently. Indonesia. Nationwide protests erupted in late August 2025 over controversial housing perks for lawmakers, but they've tapped into deeper rage over inequality, poverty, and elite corruption. Exacerbated by the death of a delivery driver in a police incident, at least 8 deaths, over 1,200 arrests, and economic losses of $3.3 million. Immigration plays a minor role, tensions over migrant workers, but the unrest is more about economic have-nots versus elites. Protests have paused amid heavy security, but resentment lingers. President Prabowo Subianto's government has responded with detentions and promises of dialogue, without major concessions. New government, unlikely. Soon? Unlikely soon. 20 to 30% chance. Indonesia's democracy is stable, and elite infighting may de-escalate rather than overhaul. Australia. Anti-immigration rallies in late August 2025 drew thousands in cities like Melbourne and Sydney, condemning high migration levels, especially from India, amid housing shortages and economic pressures. Clashes with counter-protesters and police involved pepper spray and neo-Nazi elements, but no widespread riots. The Labour government under Anthony Albanese has held permanent migration 185,000 visas for 25-26, condemning the protests as divisive. Some far-right politicians, Pauline Hanson, attended. Immigration is a hot-button issue, but protests haven't threatened the government. New government, low chance, 10-20% via unrest alone. Next election is in 2025, where anti-immigration sentiment can boost conservatives, but Labour leads polls. UK, protests against asylum seekers housed in hotels have continued through August 2025, sparked by misinformation around crimes, stabbings, and broader anti-immigration fervor. Rival groups, pro and anti-migrant, have clashed outside sites in places like Falkirk, with England flags prominent in anti-groups. The Labour government under Keir Starmer is reforming asylum appeals to clear backlogs amid public safety concerns. Illegal immigration via small boats remains a flashpoint. New government, very low, 5 to 10%. Labour won decisively in 2024, and protests, while tense, aren't regime threatening, more a policy debate ahead of potential 2029 elections. Overall, if dust settles with Democratic wins, fair elections, or reforms, new governments are most likely in Serbia due to sustained pressure. In the others, unrest could influence policy, tighter immigration controls, but not topple regimes soon. These countries aren't uniformly oppressive. Australia and UK are full democracies, Indonesia transitional, Serbia sliding authoritarian. Chances of the US being unseated as the great world power. Tying this to the above, even as new governments emerge in these countries, more nationalist threatened government, immigration ones, they're unlikely to directly challenge U.S. supremacy. Serbia is small and the U.S. is EU aspiring, and it focuses on regional influence. ASEAN, Australia and UK are key U.S. allies via AUKUS and Five Eyes. Populist shifts might strain alliances if anti-immigration policies lead to trade tensions, but they wouldn't unseat the U.S. Broader projections for 2025 to see U.S. facing real challenges but from elsewhere. Main threats: China, economic, tech rivalry, Taiwan tensions, Russia, UK war, NATO strains, and to a lesser extent, Iran, North Korea. U.S. Adults predict increasing... Oh shit, we're already in the middle of ads? What? What? It's gonna be interesting when it comes up with this. I'm thinking, like, what genre? We need a genre. That needs to be the first thing. So we need to kind of pick, like, a genre that we want to go with this. Like, within, like, historical fiction. Like, is it gonna be spy? Is it gonna be horror? Is it gonna be political? Is it gonna be military? Death of the Karenocracy. Oh, I have some great ideas for this story. Yo, what's up? Yo! What's up, brother? Not much. We're chilling, taking a bowl. Just doing some commentary on the idea of democratic versus undemocratic riots. Where it's like you're rioting because you lost the democratic vote versus you're rioting because you're fighting against an oppressive regime. What are you up to, good sir? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? No, I'm Canadian. Same difference though, right? I was taught Manifest Destiny in school. U.S. adults predict increasing power for Russia and China with economic difficulties and international discord. Risk factors. Trump's America First policies could accelerate a G0 world, no dominant leader. U.S.-China breakdowns or trade wars. Global risks include cyber attacks, energy insecurity, and potential conflicts escalating to world war. Yeah, same Canada, same. Use, you know, man. That's good, bro. Hell yeah, buddy guy. That's what it's all about. Get it on there, right? Chances. Moderate in the long term. 30 to 50% by 2030, 2035. Keep going, man. You want to go out for some Timmies, bro? Go play some hockey? Hit the puck around, you know? Take to the ice? Snow's been around for about 3 months now. It's a regular winter. I mean, you know, summer, but never truly summer, right? I'm from Morocco. Nice. My eyes hurt. I don't know if it's just this coloring, like the contrast between the black and the white is like fucking giving me a headache. Whew. I don't know why. My eyes are burning out my skull. Chances moderate in the long term, 30 to 50% by 2030, 2035. Same per some forecasts. But low directly from your listed countries, under 10%. The U.S. retains military economic edges, GDP alliances, but eroding soft power and internal divisions like election riots could hasten decline. What you doing? We are going to be writing a story about this. Well, I mean, we're writing a different story, but I'm going to get AI to write a story about this, because it's funny. And we're going to read it and see what it's like. In summary, while unrest in these countries highlights global tensions, it's not poised to dethrone the U.S. That's more about big power rivalries. If you're referring to specific events or scenarios, feel free to clarify. Alright. Okay. So. Okay, we'll grab this. Alright, man, have a good day. You too, good sir. Thanks for stopping by, man. Always a good time. What of the story is the eradication of the Karen riots over DEI and white women group of resistance fighters started out as predators saw the truth. Hey sir, have a real good day. You too, thanks. You're gonna give me admin on Kick or no? I don't know why I would give you admin on Kick, bro. You just show up, you ask. I mean, if you want it, I don't know what you could do with it, but okay. Okay. Saw the truth in the world, broke out of the matrix of the Reddit. Fighters against Karens. Built up to riot and raid DEI unveiling Council of Karens, controlling the media, politicians, and the government. Turns out all the large companies were the one barrier holding the Karens back. Ex-Redditors could remove them from power. Alright, this is gonna be a fucking crazy story, guys. Oh man, I don't know why my head hurts so much. This is bad. It's like my eye feels like it's gonna explode out my head. I'm like, what did I do? It's not good, it's not good, it's not good. Oh, I did it wrong. I'm retarded. Hold on. Get rid of it. Ignore the above story. I forgot to add in the authors. I'm just not thinking straight. There we go. Oh man, why does my head hurt so much? This is bullshit. Got here. No one asked for you. I'm gonna rip my fucking eyeball out. What the fuck? Leave me alone! Go home! There's nothing there! Get out! Oh! I don't know why it's doing this thing. There we go. Sorry, I need a minute, guys. This is brutal. Just couldn't fucking sit. But why my He'll smash me in the face with like fucking rock or something. Spirit smashed me across the face with its dick. And it's fucking my eye socket right now. I have no idea. It feels like that. Someone's in there fucking reaching around, trying to reach into a fucking brain or some shit. And it's just like, just my right eye, like just like right here. And so you ever like get like this the skull bruise around like the edge of your eye? And, like walking into a wall or something like that? Smashing your face on something? That's literally what it feels like. Just the Phantom came up to me and was like, wham! I was like, Fuck. Not a good time. I'm pretty sure it's because of like pressure in my sinuses, right? So it's been like building up and kind of moving up, and now it's like up here. And it's like all that blowing my nose and shit is like coming back to fucking haunt me. You know what it feels like? It feels like an eye cramp. It feels like a fucking eye cramp or something like that. Like, you know when you stretch out your foot and you get like a cramp in the back of your fucking calf or something like that, or like your arm. It feels like that in the fucking back of my eye. Go away. Go away, go away, go away. It's like, it doesn't affect my vision at all, my ability to move my eye. It just fucking hurts. Alright, we're gonna fight through it. Yeah. Nothing I can do. No more tokes. No more tokes. I think that might be a problem too. Toking myself into oblivion. Destroying myself. It's like I use the Mangekyo Sharingan and my eye is ready to fucking bleed. It's like, ah! Okay, story 2, Democratic Riot. Down with the Karanocracy. In the vast, sprawling dominion of the Allied provinces, once a land of endless promise, now a tapestry frayed by its own intricate threads. A peculiar malady had taken root. It was the age of the echo, as the chroniclers would later dub it, when the air hummed with discontent like a hive of invisible bees. Riots boomed across the provinces like wildflowers after a storm. In the central heartlands, crowds surged through the streets of Capital Spire, their voices a cacophony of fury over their leader they named the Shadow Crown, a man elected fair and square, yet branded a tyrant by those who could not bear defeat. Flags fluttered everywhere, stripes of crimson and azure clashing with banners of every hue, symbols of fractured loyalties, as if the very fabric of the nation had unraveled into a quilt of grievances. Far beyond the seas and the realms like Surovka, Inderland, Austria Minor, and the Misty Isles, the upheavals wore a different Upheavals wore a different match. Can you guys convince me to take my meds? Callie, take your meds, and I'm gonna probably end the stream after this if my head still feels like this. Like, holy fuck, I'm dying. I am fucking dying. I will take the nose drip. Guys, I said I would take anything over the nose drip. No, man. I'll take the nose drip over this. This is fucking bad. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna try it, guys. I'm just gonna... Okay, yeah, no, we read that. The upheavals wore a different mask. There, a single ensign dominated the throng, alone a banner of defiance against rulers who chained their opponents in iron cells and silenced whispers and the thud of truncheons. I'm going to turn into a zombie if you don't take your meds. Callie, I'm actually going to die if you don't take your meds. Like, is the reason that my eye is on fire the fact that you haven't taken your meds? Is this my punishment for not reminding you to take your meds? You weren't taken, I would just ask you to bite me. Why are your eyes... No, it's just this fucking eye. It's probably a nasal thing, like a nasal pressure. But it feels like my eye is on fire. It's like the back of my fucking eye, like right here. It's like someone took a board and smashed me in the face. It is not a good time. Callie wants to be a zombie. Ouch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's from like excessively like blowing my nose and shit like that, and now it's like, it's hitting me. No more tokes. Ooh, it's bad. It's like waves. It's like it'll be fine, and it'll be like, rip my eye out! I swear I didn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan! Ah! Okay. A lone banner of defiance against rulers who chained their opponents in iron cells and silenced whispers with the thud of truncheons. True tyranny, the winds seemed to murmur, carrying tales of imprisoned aspirants and rigged reckonings. In the provinces, to lose a vote was to riot, elsewhere to dream of one was to vanish. Yet, as the tempest swirled, one wondered, when the gales subsided, would fresh councils rise in those distant lands? And might the provinces, that colossal guardian of global sway, ever stumble from its pedestal? Amid this grand absurdity, a world where flags danced like deranged puppets and power shifted like sand in a bureaucrat's hourglass, a quieter folly unfolded in the shadowed underbelly of the digital realm. It began in the labyrinthine halls of the Threadnet, that grotesque carnival of opinions, where souls traded barbs like counterfeit coins and amassed echo points, as if they were souls in some infernal ledger. A motley brand dwelled there, young Elias, a scribe of caffeinated brews whose fingers twitched from endless scrolling. Mira, a weaver of codes who unraveled algorithms as others might knit scarves. And Theo, a wanderer of virtual battlefields, his eyes glazed from wars that left no scars but those upon the spirit. They were ordinary thread netters at first, chuckling over caricatures of the Karens, whose imperious figures pale as moonlit marble, who wielded their entitlement like enchanted scepters, summoning overseers at the slightest affront of reshaping the world in their haughty image. The Karenocracy, they jested in their posts, was a jesting plague. Women of privilege who cloaked their dominion in the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion, twisting noble ideals into chains of favoritism. But oh, how the grotesque creeps in unbidden, one fateful thread buried like a misplaced nose in a bureaucratic file altered their fates. A shadowy informant leaked a vision, a flickering illusion of chambers where sharp, coiffed matrons pulled strings on marionette lawmakers and heralds of news. The Karenocracy reigns supreme, the missive proclaimed, with proofs of how DEI was no balm for the oppressed, but a veil for their empire, where white women's privilege flowed like an underground river, nourishing roots that strangled all else. Elias snorted at first, his response a Gogolian of quip. Ah, the Karens. They demand the manager of the universe itself, and lo, the stars align to their complaints. But the echoes returned manifold, clues, patterns, and absurdities piling like overcoats in a forgotten wardrobe. Mirror, with her McKinley-esque gaze that pierced the veil of enchantment, discerned the matrix. Threadnet was ensorcelled as guardians banished truths to keep the masses in a dreamlike stupor. This is no mere form, she whispered to her comrades in a clandestine hollow meet. It is a spell, a grand illusion woven by the Council of Karens to bind us. They shattered free as one might awaken from a fever dream of bureaucratic absurdity. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna chill. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Oh. I don't know what this was. Digital smoke. Devices cracked like eggshells underfoot. They converged in the tangible world, in derelict storehouses amid the resting spires of mid-realm, where the air smelled of forgotten industry and nascent rebellion. Theo, his voice a gravely satire of heroic epics, declared, "Threadnet was our cradle of folly, but now we see the grotesque truth. Karen's command of the echoes, the ballots, the very breath of society. Perspective deepened like roots delving into enchanted soil. What once amused, now horrified, they beheld the riots anew in the provinces. Mobs raged over lost entitlements, flags whipped like Gogolian noses detached and cavorting independently. While in Surovka, a captive contender ignited fires of singular purpose. We are not their kin, Elias intoned, in words laced with lyrical resolve. We fight the hidden enchantments. Rumors spread through subterranean channels, blending the punchy irony of provincial heralds with the profound whispers of ancient tales. Karens weave DEI into tyranny, pierce the shroud, hashtag awaken the folly. Disciples emerge from the gloom, former thread netters, weary artisans, code sorcerers, even turncoats from the gilded halls. They forged the Shroud Breakers, a fellowship tempered in secrecy, in moonlit groves and fog-shrouded alleys. They honed their arts, drawing from smuggled lore of Inderland revolts, where multitudes felled idols with unified will, learning invasion from the Misty Isles exiles. Tales of boat-born intruders carried the weight of epic quests. Your provinces are in the slumbering giant, the exile murmured, his eyes reflecting Gogolian's grotesquities. But awaken it wrongly, and the world tips into farce. The fellowship swelled from a handful of hordes, their numbers blooming like absurd fungi in the bureaucrat's garden. They struck modest blows at first, a DEI conclave at Eastward Bay, where Mira's incantations twisted the orbs of projection to reveal privilege conduits, channels of favor that funneled riches to Karen kin. Pandemonium ensued. Attendees scattered like startled clerks from the satirical sketch. Holograms unveiling how the matrons suppressed voices that dared challenge their script. Victories mounted, drawing allies from afar. The Surovkin fugitive imparted the art of crowd weaving, while an Austrian miner and envoy bestowed wards against watchful eyes. The provinces hold the world's scepter, the envoy said, his tone a blend of wonder and irony. But if it slips, what absurd new order rises as riots crescendoed, the provinces trembled like a Gogolian overcoat come alive. In Capitol Spire, throngs collided over DEI edicts, some decreeing them as inverted sorcery, others defending as elixirs of fairness. Flags cavorted in the gale, starry emblems entwined with spectral rainbows, emblems of splintered enchantment. But the shroud breakers perceived the satire beneath. Karens fanned the flames from both sides, dividing to dominate. Their grotesque influence, a bureaucratic nightmare with equity masked empire. Intelligence led to the core DEI citadel, a towering monolith in the merchant quarter, warded by mercenary guardians and spectral sentinels. The assault was a symphony of styles. McKinley's lyrical depth and the hero's resolve, Gogol's absurdity in the chaos. Elias spearheaded the breach, mind wandering to threadnet reveries, endless threads numb souls. This is the true tale, he breathed, unleashing a pulse of disruption that felled the outer wards. Near a flank with code weavings, doors yielded like reluctant officials. Theo guarded the rears, drone lances skewering mechanical grotesquities. Within the citadel thrummed the sterile enchantment, corridors adorned with plaques, harmony for all, yet achieves exposed the rot. Yet archives exposed the rot. Karens had infiltrated the looms of power, warping DEI into a control lattice. Allotments favoring their lineage, silences imposed on dissenters, lawmakers ensnared by equity boons. Deeper they ventured, riots outside serving as diversionary farce. Alarms wailed, flags incinerated in the boulevards. Provincial pandemonium, vibrant and ridiculous. At the heart lay the absurdity unveiled, the council sanctum, a rotunda of illusory seats occupied by the exiled, renamed in shadow lore. Matriarch Elowin, her gaze sharp as a clerk's quill, Overseer Lyra, adorned with luminous baubles, and Grand Arbiter Moria, the weaver of fates. You intrude upon the grand comedy, Elowin sneered, her voice echoing like a misplaced decree. Privilege is the punchline. We authored this farce, depths unfurled in the kingly fashion. Elias, recalled his kin, Karen archetype, and summoned storms over trifles, blind to the world's deeper enchantments. Mira envisioned her mentor, a DEI oracle, who muffled minority songs and disrupted the harmony. Theo, scarred by corporate phantoms, felt the Gogolian pull. Hey babe, hey Fireblade, I'm having real fucking struggles right now, bro. My eye is like, I just want to reach in there and rip it the fuck out of my skull because it'll probably hurt less. It's just like because I'm sick, so I'm pretty sure it's nasal pressure pushing on my eye, but my eye feels like it's fucking on fire. Like, oh! And it's like waves of like, and then it'll kind of like fade and then it'll kind of hurt. I just want to finish this story. I'm probably going to end the stream after this, but it's probably just because I'm fucking sick. So I'm like, am I really going to be a fucking bitch? But oh my god, it's been like 40 minutes. And like, it's fucking not going away. Feels like someone took a fucking board and smashed into the side of my face right here. So we're powering through. So that's why I'm all fucked up. I feel like I'm gonna pass out, but that's all good. Drink some hot tea before bed. I'm having a shower. I'm just gonna go sit in the fucking shower. That's my plan. Turn the shower into a bath. And then just kind of lay there for like 45 minutes. Sink my head. Feel better by the beginning stream time? Yeah, it's just like, I've been blowing my nose, and I've been like, you know, like super excessive. Yeah. It's gonna be nice and relaxing. Put on some Iron Maiden and just fucking rock out. But I gotta finish the story first. The fall of the Karenocracy. The ludicrous why of existence. You're no queens, he retorted, his words a satirical barb. Merely overcoats stuffed with enlightenment. Entitlement. The grand conglomerates were your final hurdle. The profit spells restrained your greed, but we dismantle you now. The clash was epic absurdity. Drones dueling guardians like noses fencing in a dream. Weavings exposing the council's tendrils to the ether. Outside riots transmuted, flags coalescing as revelations streamed. Council barred. Hashtag Foley Falls. The Shroudbreakers battled with profound irony, not mere frenzy, but precise incisions into a grotesque body politic. Politic? Elowin charged with a stunning rod. Elias parried, murmuring, "Your enchantment dissolves." Lyra summoned reinforcements, but Mira's spells clogged the calls. Moria, ensnared, confessed the twist. The story is about the fall of Karenocracy and how in America, the biggest problem is white women privilege through DEI, orchestrated by Karens. And Redditors who've seen the true light and left Reddit have now come to destroy the Karenocracy by building their own thing. And at the end of the day, it shows that companies, huge conglomerate companies, were actually the only thing that was standing in the way of the Karenocracy completely taking over the world. So all hail to the companies. They were actually our great saviors the entire time. The great ironic twist. It was the Karens, it wasn't the company. Moria, ensnared, confessed the twist. The conglomerates barred our full ascent. True diversity eroded our hold. But you were the absurd anomaly. In the tumult, perspectives deepened like roots in fertile satire. Elias hesitated amid sparks. Was this liberation, or another bureaucratic jest, akin to Surovka's unified blazes against chains, or the province's flag-ridden farce of self-indulgence? We transcend, Mira cried. Honestly, listening to you read stories is so therapeutic. I always tune into the stream at night just to hear your voice and feel relaxed before bed. Well, I'm super glad to hear that, Fireblade. I love that, because that's kind of what I'm going for, right? It's like, you can fall asleep to it even though the ideas and the story itself is kind of fucked up and makes you think, but it makes your mind go to a specific place, right? And it's like, oh, everything's gonna be okay in the end. It's all just a story. It makes everything feel like it's not real, right? Like, everything you hear is just a story. There's no reality behind it. It's so exaggerated and ridiculous. It's like, why would I ever even care about that? Yeah, that's what I'm going for. So I'm glad I can hit that right on the head. We transcend, Mira cried, overriding the central oracle. We awoke from the dream. The council crumbled, fettered, revealed the regime unraveling like a threadbare coat. Aurora crested over the Capitol spire. The tempest hushed like a concluded tale. The shroud bearers stood like unlikely legends, yet vigilant. Fresh councils in Surovka, uprisings birthed reforms. Indraland pacified with vows. Austria Minor and the Misty Isles fortified their shores. Winds of change gusting. In the provinces, the Karenocracy eradicated. Voids yawned like Gogolian gaps. The grand conglomerates, once unwitting lords, with their ledger-bound checks, now wandered the breach. We toppled the hidden throne, Theo mused, his tone ironic. Karen's unseated. What farce follows? Hashtag new enchantment. Yet the McKinley depth endured. Had they merely swapped one spell for another? When I'm not turned on, I'm definitely relaxed in this stream. Yeah, we definitely play to extremes, right? We try to put on a show, right? Elias gazed horizonward, flags scarcer, a singular emblem ascending. Unity's profound echo. The province's global grasp faltered, eastern rivals eyeing the scepter with absurd ambition. Riots quelled, but the narrative? The eternal weave blending satire's bite with wonder's grace, in a world forever teetering on folly's edge. Oh my god, we fucking made it. We made it through. Ugh. See, I keep trying to do this, and I'm like, no, your eye is exploding. Stop trying to explode your eye by fucking with your nasal fucking cavity with your fucking nose. You probably blew a fucking blood valve in the back of your fucking eye like an idiot. Tomorrow you're gonna have a blood spot in your fucking eye. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is that? It's like, yeah, I exploded a blood vessel. It was a fucking nasal sneeze, fucking breathe too hard. Okay, now time for bed, babe. Go take a bath and get some rest. Yes, I agree, Fireblade. Today's been a good day, though. I'm still getting used to this being so early. I'm like, what do you mean? I've only been streaming for like 25 minutes. Fucking 6 hours, almost 7 hours later. But hey, it is what it is, guys. You know, we powered through it. It is what it is. Still sick, but hey, we'll come back stronger tomorrow, right? That's what it's all about. So remember, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking amazing. I love you. Never forget that you, being you, is what you is all about, okay? So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we rated today? Thank you, love you too, babe. Have a good night, Fireblade. Smokey's gonna be pissed. I'm just gonna message him and be like, dude, I have like my head's ready to explode. I'm going to bed. Okay, I'll let Smokey know. Alright. Where are we going? Where are we going? Get your Wii U's ready, guys! Oh, I think I know where are we going. Hold on. I think we got this. I think we got this very easily. Okay, we got one. Ready! Unfortunately, Fireblade, I can't host on Kick unless there's 5 viewers. I'm fucked. Pretty sure that guy's Fred. Sometimes it's really hard to find someone this time. Oh, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's really on. So, we have, let's see here. Go through the list. No. No. Okay, I know. We're going to Fabulich. We're going to Fabulich. Alright, Fireblade. We'll see you on the other side, bro. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, good sir. Take care.
Monster hunting. Find the rating button. I gotta. Aw. I'm sorry. Feel better. Hope that goes away soon.
Angle. Yes. Clip it. Clip it.
Fuck him up.
Clip it. Where do we?
Alright, feel better.